Welcome to another week of NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV tournament going down right now. We got the kickoff of the quarterfinals of these conferences. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon for yet another wonderful week of collegiate action.
Yeah, and it's going to be some ridiculous action too, because this is the beginning of our Northeast Conference playoffs here tonight. We're also going to be viewing the Southwest Conference playoffs as well later on. But this being the quarterfinals means everything is on the line. If you lose here, you are out of the competition. The Swiss bracket is over and wrapped up. So with that, you know we're dealing with the best of the best here when it comes to these schools.
Exactly that, and especially when you're looking at the entirety of the NACE Star League, right? It is the Swiss bracket you were alluding to. It is that $10,000 prize pool at the end of the road for all these teams, and a lot of effort put in, especially because it's a grueling task to make sure to show up every week and play a couple best of threes, right? Like it is a very intense schedule for a lot of these collegiate teams. So I'm very excited that we're finally getting to the nitty gritty here, and especially with the teams that we have going into today, as we're going to bring up the schedule graphic and show you just what we got going. University of Toronto taking on Ryerson University, and then followed by University of Kansas taking on Texas State University.
Some familiar faces and familiar mascots for sure, as these are some pretty big contenders in the collegiate scene in their own rights, though we have not seen them on broadcast, at least for the League of Legends parts of the week, because of how much and how much action is actually going on throughout. But we know that a lot of these schools bring some powerful punches. I'm looking at University of Toronto specifically. They are a team that I know, and a school that I know consistently brings in some pretty strong talent. And going up against Ryerson, who, you know, it's the same Toronto, Ontario bout up there in the Northeast, it is very much a, how would I say it, that biblical David versus Goliath kind of story, where Ryerson University, not as well known, so is coming in with a little bit of that underdog value, but they are the fourth seed compared to the Titans that are the University of Toronto playing the fifth seed. So the tables, in a sense of favors, are a little bit turned here, but you never know how these teams are going to be heading against one another when it comes to clashing down on the Rift.
Yeah, talking about clashing, let's go ahead and bring that head-to-head up and see these rosters that are going to be going at it here. And especially you were kind of alluding to some of the differences that we see between both these teams, but as well as the difference in seed. And I think it's really crucial to look at all these players and especially look at where we're going to be kind of putting a little bit of a spotlight on.
Sure, and you have to be looking at those Titans there over on Toronto's side. They are dominant in their own rights. Spect sitting there is one of those that I'm going to be looking at to have a lot of his one tricks and cover picks just banned right out from Ryerson. I don't think we're going to be seeing those Nidalees and the Graves, those more aggressive junglers coming in through this series. But if we do, and we do have a couple of those coming through, then we're going to be having to look at those solo laners and how they're going to be able to either work in well with synergy with their junglers in Venetti and Spect respectively, or if they're going to be counteracting one another, if they're going to get that winning top lane or that winning mid lane where they can really break that map open and create a good mid-game presence where you can start to cause some chaos for those team fights around those objectives that will happen inevitably.
Yeah, my big focus is on 178 in the mid lane for Ryerson. Does have to have a great performance to make sure they control some of that tempo in the game. But you're looking over at University of Toronto. I know you already kind of talked about them and put a little bit of spotlight, but you have to be looking at the activity from Spect and the late game carry potential of land cries. And I think that's something that Ryerson is definitely going to have to think about going into this first game as we set up for this best of 3.
100%. You can't count out the ADCs, even though they feel like one of the more underwhelming, like sort of points when it comes to like being ripped out of the out of like the top tier of those champions in the meta. Like you take out the Misfortune and take out the Aphelios, then it's just like, well, we have to just wait until these ADCs really ramp up to that 3-4 item power spike to where we start to feel that push. I don't think we're going to be getting that with either of these teams. I think Landkreis and Dead 420, they're both very strong in their own rights, though the thing that gives Landkreis the benefit of the doubt is he's a more flexible player. He's someone that can play safely and play aggressively, and also his champion pool is much larger in his own aspect. I think him picking up the Kai'Sas and the Ezreals are going to be a lot more versatile than going up with Ryerson University, where you can just take that Twitch out of the ADC's hands, and well, now he's sort of dead in the water, and you don't know what to expect when it comes out into those action scenes when he needs to really perform.
Yeah, and I think the comfort picks and everything is going to play a crucial role, and especially into this game number one, where you get to see that little bit of a meta develop between these two teams, and especially
Yeah.
like what the big focuses are going to be for either of them, because comfort is king in collegiate. Just doing the CLOL fall warm up finals the other night, like it was literally comfort that won out the series, and I want to see how that works in Ryerson's favor here against University of Toronto, as we do see Ryerson on the blue side ban away the Graves, the Yumi, the follow-up ban by University of Toronto on the red side.
Yeah, not going to be having that Yumi out here. More comfort pickup for the bottom lane for Dead and for Cruz is that enchanter focus, right? That deadly feature of Yumi Twitch, which they have been dominating in the Swiss bracket, can really take things by storm. The other one I'd be looking at is that Thresh. If we can get that support out of either of these supports' hands, then it is going to be very, very deadly for the opposing team to kind of deal with. And there's that Twitch ban as it is. Misfortune gone as well. And the next question for me is really, even though there's still 2 bans left on the table, I'm curious on what Ryerson is going to prioritize on here for blue side. They were the higher seed. They picked blue side here for that beginning start. And to that end, you have to say, well, if your bottom lane is a smaller champion pool and is a little bit more effective in those points, maybe grab that ADC immediately. That ADC and
Yeah.
support situation as fast as possible. So you have that capability of taking that away from University of Toronto, and then give your jungle and solo lanes a little bit more of that flexibility for that counter pick. Yes, the Fizz was banned as well away from Lang, but there's other assassins out there that you can deal with. Aurelia is still on the table, and with Aurelia, you can pair a lot of good junglers, Jarvan being one of them, which I am surprised they picked up Jarvan here in the first turn.
Do want a little bit of setup there. Very interested in what they can grab, because as you were kind of mentioning, the champion pools, definitely not the oceans you'd maybe want in these kinds of situations, but we'll see what they can be and pull out. At least his first pick for University of Toronto in the clap pack is going to be the LeBlanc.
I like the LeBlanc pick up here for Toronto. A good blind pick as well into the hands of their mid laner. I think here you can say, ooh, I like that Lucian. That's actually pretty nice, because with that here, you can then either pick a support or a jungler to finalize everything out, and then threaten that Lucian as a solo laner as well, something that can deal with the top side very effectively and can even deal with Poppy, which has been locked in. You could also argue that Poppy is a support, but just off of the history that I can see from like Tapioca and from Cruz, it looks to be more favorable into the top lane focus. So with that Nami locked in, it's like, hey, we're threatening this Lucian Nami situation, but that top lane is always still a possibility that is left up to the devices in this next ban phase, which now you can say, all right, Ryerson, you need to either win out this mind game of, is that going to be a bottom lane flex, or is it going to be into the top lane flex? And Toronto is playing the more comfortable strat of saying, all right, it's Jarvan, Poppy, Lissandra. We pretty much know where those champions are going to be going. Let's go ahead, take down this bottom lane pool even more, and really cause a big vulnerability in that bottom part of the map to exploit with a more aggressive jungler into the second phase.
Yeah, it's crazy. You go from 230 games on Twitch for Dead 420 to 80 games on Aphelios to 11 games on the next highest champions. So at least in solo queue, right? That's really the only information that we're able to gather on the outside of it in terms of champion pools. So the fact that we get this mid lane matchup of the LeBlanc versus the Lissandra, where you're seeing, at least in terms of solo queue, not a lot of plays, at least in the mid lane for the side of University of Toronto of the LeBlanc, but you do have a little bit of comfort coming through for Lang on that Lissandra, as well as the pseudo counter matchup. Even though Lissandra kind of sucks right now, you still can find that counter matchup because of the lockdown that you can provide. So that's gonna be definitely a pivotal little bit of a 1v1 that we're gonna have to look at early on.
I have to keep a close eye on that 1v1 when it does come into play.
It is a
And
Viego ban
okay,
that
Viego ban.
Ryerson did put in as their last ban. It's an insta-lock Draven for University of
Okay.
Toronto.
See, that was that whole gamble, right? Of saying, let's choke down this bottom lane even more, play that mind game as well against Ryerson. Ryerson thought that it was going to be into that bottom
Because
side,
it's
so
the
they weren't
tried
worried
and
about it.
true Lucian Nami combo.
Yeah,
It's the new meta.
it's the
But now
super
they
bait,
dupe him.
right? So like they getting that victory over it, and now having a very volatile bottom lane, which I'd have to say is pretty much like just as aggressive as a Lucian Nami, which is
Oh.
going to be great. But
All right, I got some info here. It
oh
is the
no,
Lucian Nami. It
oh
was a
rats.
gangplank, not a Draven.
Okay.
I'm a little worried about the mechanics here early on for these teams. No, just pro draft is hard sometimes.
Yeah,
But it will be the
draft.
gangplank, so we do have
Okay.
that tried Lucian and Nami combo down on the pot lane, which is going to be very oppressive to deal with. But
Yeah.
it's the Senna Leona potential lock-in for Ryerson.
Yeah, a little bummed out that we didn't get as much spice to kick off this Tuesday night, but no worries. As the gangplank is that more stability, late game investment into the top side, which is not going to be bullied at all by the Poppy, and can play very, very safely underneath the turret. You're not going to be threatened from tower dive just off of the combos that they have at the moment, unless you get that level, like unless you get like a 3-man, 4-man roam from Leona as well, to where it's like, okay, now there's just so many bodies that they can threaten you. But also
Mm.
with that Lucian Nami lane in the bottom side of the map, going up against the Leona and Senna, I'd have to say just the raw aggressiveness could just get past the Leona very, very quickly
Mm.
and get onto the Senna, which with that low health pool will blow up really fast. So Ryerson's bottom lane is going to have to play a little bit more reactively for the long term and just get to that proving ground of the 100 stacks on Senna, where you can just absolutely obliterate people from afar and cause some chaos. But
But that's
that Olaf
where
is a good counterpick for it.
Yeah, that's where I'm worried though, because Ryerson are lacking a little bit in the damage profile. They have a lot of CC, they have a lot of
Sure.
lockdown, they have the setup for a team fight, right? But you've got to wait for the Senna to get online, and even then, it does a lot of damage. You're not wiping an entire team quickly with that, and so I'm very worried about the damage profile for Ryerson unless they find a snowball advantage or something along those lines early on. But they are definitely putting all their eggs into the team fight control basket later on. And University of Toronto, they want blood.
Right, and the whole damage profile, like you said, is probably the most interesting part of this because Ryerson needing to play the objective fights out very slowly to where that lack of damage is sort of compensated with either harassment from Senna or early trades back and forth where you can disengage and sustain back up. But you just have a very raw front line that is one-dimensional. It gets in and it stays in. You don't have any real way to either dip out and be that extra mobile like a Rakan Lee Sin would have, where it's like, okay, you don't have that damage, but you have the mobility to stay alive and harass. That's where that concern for me starts to come into play of Ryerson not having that capability to be mobile and to create that harassment scenario, and then Toronto being able to just run at them, find those pinches, find the flanks, and then take this game by storm before it even really gets off the ground.
And also another thing to note is the focus we put in for University of Toronto, and one of those big focuses was spec in the jungle. And this Olaf can run over games if you can find the advantage, and that's something that Olaf does exceedingly well, especially in the early game. So that pace of clear as well as the aggressive skirmishing that can happen is where I'm looking at University of Toronto to find their kind of early footing in this first game.
Oh, definitely. You're going up against a Jarvan 2 that is going to be a little bit slower to the draw, so I would not be surprised if Spect will be able to get a double scuttle scenario at the beginning of the game and then just choose either the top or lower quadrants to start stealing away from Ryerson University. Just out of that sheer raw power that Olaf has in the beginning stages. The only other thing once we hit level 6, right, is sort of ultimates and how applicable they're going to be in either skirmish situations or full on 5v5s. With Toronto, I don't think Toronto even wants to look at level 6 or objectives without already having something else pressured or taken away from Ryerson. Because in a front to back situation, yes, Ryerson has a low damage profile, but if you are on top of an objective in Ryerson, which has a very good one-dimensional lockdown composition, then you're adding in that sixth man of, all right, now Dragon is already beating down on us. We're taking a little while to get it done, and we're not at that point where we're two or three items in, and that late game investment of the Gangplank hasn't fully come online, nor has the Lucian in his damage profile. So that's where I think Toronto is going to be that extra careful of just prioritize the lanes, get as much jungle vision as possible for Spect on this Olaf to run wild and win those 1v1s, and then you can go ahead and keep Ryerson divided to where it doesn't matter if they're tanky, it doesn't matter if they can lock you down, they won't have the damage to kill you in those small skirmishes where not all of the toolbox is available, and then they can really take this game over by storm and start off this series and these quarterfinals with a good bang.
I will say something that's standing out to me. It is just the op.gg. It is just solo queue. Spect not having the most played games on the Olaf, so it's not that hard of a champion, honestly.
No.
It feels like you just run at people very strongly and you smack them with your axes. I'm kind of dumbing it down a little bit, but I'm very excited to see the kind of performance we get out of Spect here, because I feel like if you get a strong performance out of a mainstay jungler like this for the side of University of Toronto, the rest of the siege is so much more difficult for Ryerson to kind of combat into, and especially with the way that they set up this first draft for themselves. We are going to send it away to a little break while we do get ready for this first game, get all loaded onto the Rift. So don't touch that browser, and we'll be right back. Welcome back and on to Summoner's Rift, everyone. NACE Starleague Fall 2021. we've got the League of Legends JV quarterfinals of conference playoffs. First round, University of Toronto versus Ryerson University.
And remember, again, Ryerson, though looking on paper, seems like the underdog here, but is actually coming in as the higher seed in the 4th seed. And with the University of Toronto, seeing if they can even the tables once again, but it looks like Ryerson already playing it spicy, going for a level 1.
Eclipse. He's going to flash early to make sure no shenanigans go his way. It's Ryerson. I don't want to revisit that top lane early on.
Yeah, you're going to be real appealing in this top side of the map because of how you can just sort of sit in this top side and with that flashless Graves, or Gangplank, excuse me, be able to then pressure him into an interesting area where he is away from his chariot with the wave management and then able to jump on top of it. Also with that switch up too, it is Poppy jungle and Jarvan in the top side. So this change gives a little bit more aggression to Ryerson's composition, just because you can say, hey, well, we're going to be able to have a jungler that can duel a lot more efficiently and can clear faster too, with how Poppy's Q can really burn down a lot of these more populated camps. Tapioca, hello.
Oh, that's the strength. Right. That's the strength of the Jarvan, level 1. You can have so much damage as this pick early on. Spect wants to go back in, has the smite available, will get it and get the health back. Tapioca putting in some early pressure. I was going to say I was a little disappointed not to see the early ward from Ryerson, as they did make that top play. They didn't put down any wards up there, no vision game, but Tapioca goes and makes the ward himself, Coco.
Good ward is that. With this wave here, with the padding that also Venetti is using on this Poppy, Red Eclipse needs to be very aware of his spacing and also the vision that he'll need to drop here fairly shortly, just to make sure that he doesn't get that surprise gank that'll happen. Also, Tapioca, yes, is taking a lot of damage here, but once he hits level 2, which he will off this wave, he'll be able to actually try and force some damage here onto Red Eclipse once Venetti's Poppy arrives. But yeah, you have to be very careful too, because you did lose a little bit of XP because of that early trade, and Red Eclipse is making sure there is no quarter for comfort here.
And look
in
at
this
this.
top side
So
map.
they were pinging out that Venetti was going to be top side. Venetti makes the path all the way behind Baron Pit to make sure they don't know. He's going to walk out in front of the minion wave, so they will find it out, and the wave is not a good position for Tapioca. Let's see if the knockback is enough here. Red Eclipse taking some decent damage. The slow not going to connect all the way here. Red Eclipse might be able to make it out. Do they commit? That's under tower range. It's so close. The flash, the kill. First blood to Venetti, but he gets caught in the minions. Survives barely.
Ooh. With a just slim margin of 15 health too, Venetti is able to get out alive, and they're able to get that kill. But I see TP from Red Eclipse 2 onto the top side. He's going to try and get them back.
Nope.
But they both get out.
They are out too clean.
Very clean. And like we said, it was just written in the stars there. You knew Venetti was going to look for this top side with how Red Eclipse was positioned, how they knew the flash was already gone, how the level 2 lockdown from a Poppy and Jarvan can be. And the thing that switched off, like you said, was that he not only took a very more extended route, but he also didn't do any of his top side camps except for that Gromp. So just enough to get to that level 3 and then immediately sprint up there. So the timing wasn't right for Red Eclipse to chest out, and they're able to punish immaculately on that. But also, we see Lang here smelling out Spect on the bottom side. He's choosing the lower quadrant to try and get for, but Lang's at least has some mobility to at least stick his head out into the jungle, check where this jungler of the University of Toronto is, and then be able to get to a lane a little bit safer than that. But Pioneer needs to make sure he also has that pressure applied onto this mid lane. Try and keep that mid lane priority in your favor so Spect can actually get these lower quadrants and be able to power farm up to where you can just either dive down onto these turrets with a higher damage composition that you have, or to prioritize on these neutral objectives, which will be coming up fairly shortly. That and Olaf can solo.
The only worrying part here is the fact that there was a lot of time spent by Venetti there, and it did mean Spect got ahead on the tempo of the farm for jungle, and that's a very scary thing against an Olaf. But now Red Eclipse is about to die for the second time of the game. Does heal up a decent amount, and the dive will not be executed for Ryerson.
And you can see a little bit more about how difficult it is going to be to take down this Gangplank once he is underneath turret. The damage, it needs to not only stick, but it also needs to hold him in place, and it's very difficult to do that with the removed Scurvy to just take out that crowd control, not allow it to stack up on top of one another, and then be able to sit underneath in sort of a choke point where even if they do get the kill, he can always trade 1-for-1 and be able to come out on top. And not to mention, even with that death that he has applied, he's still doing fairly well in the farming department. Sure, he's 10 CS up. It's mostly because he's been able to harass Tapioca so well in the early game, and then also because of the laned absence that Topeka had in that top side. So with all of that said and done, I don't think University of Toronto is too worried, and you can continue to prioritize on your own objectives, where I am really commending Ryerson University for their constant aggression that they're applying to this late game investment.
Coco, do you like Tapioca?
You know, I request boba from you guys fairly often, so I think Tapioca is a pretty good thing.
I like it. I like it. Just random question. You know, some people don't like Tapioca. Some people think it's a little bit weird. I'm currently liking Tapioca because this Jarvan top lane is very interesting to me. I've seen it a decent amount here recently, but I'm very interested at what it means for the team fights and the later game engages from Ryerson, because they are going to need Tapioca carry some serious weight here, as he's going to try to do the 1v1 dance here against Red Clips. Not going his way.
Too much. And just how the trades are without Venetti there on this Poppy is kind of concerning for me, because it's the Jarvan is losing the trades, is going with a little bit more of a sustain and more unique build path. Like, he went Dorn's Ring first, so he could just sort of spam the Demacian Standard fairly often, so he can always just like farm from afar and be a little bit safer, but that's causing a dip, and he's not as much of a bruiser fighter at this moment, so he doesn't apply as much damage later down the line. But Cruz up in this top side, this is where that concern starts to come into play. Like, okay, now this bottom lane is a little bit stable. Dead can just sit on this end and farm underneath turret, and now you have two roaming members that are causing even more chaos for all of the University of Toronto in this upper quadrant. Spect might not even be able to get his red buff.
Coco, before we get too far away from it, I'm calling it right now. His name is Crazy Joker. That's what we're going with. But, yes, to the point of the actual game.
True.
Spect is getting aggressed out a little bit up here. They are looking for a top lane dive. They really want to get Tapioca some resources in this top lane, away from all the damage central focus. But here we go. There's the CC chain under tower, but Cannon Barrage is going to do a decent amount of work. There's a knockback out of the tower range, and nicely executed this time around from Ryerson University.
Very well placed. And with that, Cruz is able to participate and get himself on the board as the support, and also look for this Rift Herald as well. And because they know Spect is on the top side of the map after that dive, they can shrug off any concern of this dragon being soloed whatsoever. They know that you can see a Lancry's and Explosion on that bottom side of the map, sort of freezing their wave a little bit closer to their turret, so Dead is not comfortable being in that bottom side. But Dead says, that's fine. I'll see if I can get some plates and apply some pressure elsewhere. And already with how Rider University is playing this map, I can see the discrepancy between these teams. University of Toronto very much has been relying on their individual stats, their player skills, and their mechanics to carry them throughout the Swiss bracket. Ryerson University, you look at their OPGGs, you're seeing, okay, a couple diamonds, sure, there's a Grandmaster, but there's also like some plat players as well. They have more of that team synergy and lockdown together, some more team camaraderie to really get themselves online and get themselves an early advantage, because they know they can't just go 1-for-1 when it comes against these other Titans. And already,
here we are again. Red Eclipse falling for the alcove gameplay. Cataclysm comes over the wall, and Red Eclipse slowly but surely will get taken down. Maybe actually the CC is not enough there. The shots, the parlay is enough to actually get Red Eclipse pretty far away from this engagement. See if the flash is enough to give Vanetti the killing spree.
And now sitting at 3-0 on this Poppy, dominating already. You're going to be locking down on to that Divine Sunderer very shortly. Sure, like you look across and you see the numbers of 48 CS to 72. Okay, Spect is still doing very well on a power farming Olaf. That is what an Olaf should be doing. But a 3-0 Poppy kind of levels the playing field a little bit, if not gives that extra push, right? And saying, all right, not only have I gotten some kills to make up for my lack of jungle clearing and the deficiency I have there, but I'm also giving some assistance over to my teammates as well, who are also sort of lacking in that department, where, you know, you have the top lane Jarvan Gangplank scenario. Gangplank is still winning out in the farming department there, and even in the bottom lane where Dead has to play a little bit more of a back-end defensive state, is just going to the mid lane and picking up farm and XP and is not risking their lives. And that is a big key and a big hurdle that a lot of these teams are still struggling, and I think Ryerson University has conquered of how to take as little losses as possible while maintaining that victory.
Did have a brief little pause. We're back onto the map here, though. Still think I would rather have a power farmed up Olaf than the Poppy. I think that 1v1 is still going to go Spec's way. Now we get the tidal wave coming away, and there's the Ragnarok to make sure he can follow up the damage. Pioneer gets the kill, as University of Toronto do get their first kill of the game.
My goodness. And also that dragon, as you had mentioned, being able to keep themselves a little bit on the board with those neutrals. And with that Rift Herald in the pocket of Venetti's Poppy, I'd have to say you should be looking at this top lane even more, right? Like, they're going to be doing it again. He's going to be running straight into this Gangplank trying to take him out, but also to break those plates and sort of catch up a little bit more of that economy to get them to those mythic items first. We talked about how University of Toronto, they are the higher damage profile team, but they're not a team that really wants to fight you at that one mythic item stage. They want to fight you at 2 items, 3 items, where they have their maximum output possible and that they can really just tear you apart. Though Spect is like one of those, Spect and Pioneer will be the two that you'll have to be worried about. Once they get those 2 mythics, then they can really blow things up. But hey, if you get to mythics first here for Ryerson, then you're not too worried, and you'll have that sustainability and that additional damage push to sort of go blow for blow.
I thought Tapioca might die there. He actually steps back into range for the tower plate gold as well. So making away with his life and the gold, not too shabby. The big question is, where do Ryerson want to utilize this Rift Herald next? Tapioca does not realize he's about to walk into a 2v1. Cannon Barrage comes away and Red Eclipse gets the kill.
That'll help even up a little bit of the shutdown that's been happening for him, being absolutely oppressed on that Gangplank. And see if he can get to this Trinity Force as soon as possible. There's still about 1,000 gold up because of the farming that they've been able to accrue. Not to mention, you look across and see the turret plates that have been acquired as well. You're keeping even in the turret plates too. Only 2 turret plates have been taken from both of these teams, and they've been taken up by solo lanes.
TP on the bot side. We got Tapioca coming down here. They will find a little bit of damage on him. Oh my goodness, Tapioca not going to connect with the Cataclysm. Dead gets the kill with the sniper shot, though. Dawning Shadow claims the kill.
Very messy from University of Toronto there. They were trying to get that kill, but then once they saw the teleport jump in, everything sort of went haywire. You saw them trying to scramble for their own lives.
Gotta use the Rift Herald. Venetti's about to lose the Rift Herald here.
Well, that's the 10-second notification right there. You saw that little purple hue sort of embolden Venetti more, so he needs to use it here and now. And at this point, if Red Eclipse stays, then that Herald's done and is a little bit exhausted. But I think Venetti has enough manpower himself to at least hard push this wave very quickly. I can also see Tapioca is coming up here as well. So these two will be able to at least crash the Herald now with them up here as well.
Pioneer and Explosion Actor coming up here as well, though. They might be able to turn something around after the fact. Here comes the charge from the Rift Herald. Pioneer waiting to go in. There goes the turret plate gold into Venetti's pocket.
Got some gold, and you know, about 160 to each Tapioca and Venetti respectively. That's going to be enough for them to try and cash in on those phages for themselves, see if they can get their Gore Drinkers and for Venetti, that Divine Sunderer. We now have Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, and it is Ryerson that is going to be at the forward front for this objective. They're going to get their vision out now, and for University of Toronto, this might be a place where if they can see the vision being set up, they can see those defenses being laid down from Ryerson University. Botch that objective, say don't worry about it, it's just one dragon. Let's go and get this Rift Herald that will be spawning in about 40 seconds, 30 seconds, and take that away from them and see if we can at least use that as a more rewarding Herald where we can break open some more turrets. But with Tapioca on this top side, you can have the 4v4 scenario sort of be victorious over University of Toronto here. But it's all down to a matter of time. As I'm a little surprised that Ryerson just sort of let this one go after all the defenses that they just laid out.
Dragon numero dos picked up by University of Toronto here.
Yeah.
As I do want to actually mention, Kraken Slayer completed for Land Cries this time around on the Lucian. I feel like we'll be getting a lot more Gale Forces in there, but we'll see what this can do, especially with the tankiness that's there on Ryerson. I actually really love the choice, and it'll provide that sustained damage that they might be lacking.
I agree with you on that one. Yes, they have the higher damage output, but it's the just raw tankiness and the sustain that a Senna and a 4-man front line can dish out that the Kraken Slayer will be able to sort of whittle through. And, you know, University of Toronto, oh, hold on, they might be able to get something here.
They can't really follow it up. Minions are sparse under the tower. By the way, will be utilized as well as the culling.
So that option that I gave University of Toronto of sort of seeing all of those defenses laid out in the bottom side to prepare for that dragon and instead sort of divert themselves to this top side for the Herald has been Ryerson's option. And that, I'd have to say, was mostly because Tapioca was onto that top side. He decided to rush for that first turret, and because he was up there instead, you don't have that manpower to hard force University of Toronto away from that dragon, and you sort of have to forfeit that over just because of how brutal that Olaf and LeBlanc could be in a 4v4 situation without that additional man to lock you down. And to that end, they divert to that Herald, make sure that they can use it, I'd have to say, looking at this mid lane and break this open. See if you can get a place where you can start to sort of pinch down onto Pioneers LeBlanc a little bit more and focus on this upper quadrant. Make sure that you still have all this dominant power because it continues to play into that factor and that game plan that they have been doing since turn 1, since minute 1 of this game, of just break down this game plank, make sure that you are fighting into the global so he doesn't always provide that massive presence that a side laner can be.
Absolutely, and as we still are locked into the laning phase as the game goes later and later, we're finally getting a little bit of vision and a little bit of focus down here towards the bot side for Spect. They want to try and slam home this Lucian Nami lane. Going in for the lane gank, will not be spotted. Might be able to actually make it into the alcove here, decides not to.
Get away.
Nice
Pioneer
out
might be in
here
trouble.
and into the wall. There you go. The stun is there. CC'd the entire time almost. Pioneer goes down.
My goodness.
You got
That
your
was
wish,
brutal.
Coco.
Hey, that's what we're looking for, though. That is exactly what we needed there to lock this down, break this mid turret open. Very well done from Ryerson, reading my mind there and applying it immediately. And into this point, sure, University of Toronto can look to this bottom lane, but man, it is difficult to push through this Senna and in this Leona at the moment. They don't have that turret diving capability. They don't have that massive, at least a tank to sort of tank up a lot of the turrets so far, and they don't have the lockdown to get either Leona or Senna respectively. The squishy Senna of Dead has been playing very, very well and has been playing that long distance, using that artillery range that Senna is known for to the maximum.
I will say something that has stood out to me is the clean decision making from University of Toronto that I've seen so far, though.
Sure.
Some of the decisions from Ryerson have been a little bit scattered, and some things falling through the holes here, I feel like, as Pioneer. Getting away from the two of Tapioca and Venetti. Cannon Barrage actually coming down here as they're looking for a flank on the other side. Might be in some trouble. Venetti just tanking that Cannon Barrage constantly, and now Tapioca in the 1v1 gets rooted up. They're going to turn back and try to just get Tapioca out of this. Eventually he will fall unless, you know, some miracles happen.
Okay.
And he might get executed. Explosion Act is right there. Doesn't get the auto attack off, but uses the tidal wave. And this is just some yakety sacks going on here. Tapioca does get dashed on with the distortion, and Pioneer finally turns around and gets the kill.
My goodness. Very unfortunate for that one. But hey, He stalled so much that no real map state has changed whatsoever for Ryerson. They're still a little bit in the driver's seat, but they are behind in this setup for this Dragon. It's coming up in 40 seconds, and University of Toronto has that lit up very well. They'll be able to take this down. Here's the reset coming in from Olaf, so he can be able to go down into that objective. And with this minion wave, that'll be it for this turret. That will be that second turret for themselves to tie up the count between these two teams in game one. And
it's just been a constant back and forth in the gold difference as well. Been consistently 1 to 2K in either team's pockets ahead of the other.
Be able to push this one through, no worries.
Dragon's coming up now, and this is Soul Point of an Ocean Soul for University of Toronto. As Ryerson University realize they need to get some vision down, they need to get priority in mid lane, make sure they can contest this objective, but Tapioca's top lane with a TP. No TP available behind the fight, but he can join and then get into the fight. Here it comes as the control ward TP'd on. Dragon resets. They're going for the Zenith Blade engage. Dawning Shadow over top. They've already found one dead. Gets one of the kills, but he's in trouble on the backside. Distortion brings Pioneer out of the fight, and Land Cries is wiping up the backline here. Now re-engaging is University of Toronto, but Benetti is too strong of a front line. There goes the Cannon Barrage is not really used here, but Land Cries is still here to cut off the escape. He's going forward as 178 Lang is the only one left. They are obliterating them as this prolonged fight. Ryerson, only one member left, and Lang able to make it out alive as Dragon goes down, and that's Soul Point. I spoke too soon. Everfrost coming away. He's trying to get the outplay here. Can't do it.
And with Lang Tai running away from that fight for the Dragon, that extended battle between Ryerson University and Toronto comes out with a dominant victory for University of Toronto. All of their damage members were able to stay alive, and with Spect as well, being able to secure that with the Olaf, keeping himself at a clean 0 deaths and 5 assists on himself, and power farming continuously throughout this game. Goes straight into the jungle, doesn't even need to think about resetting. He's trying to get as much as possible, playing fairly greedy, but he's confident he can get out of here. He still has Ragnarok on the backup. But with all of that said and done, now Ryerson is in some dire straits, because they are playing a situation where they don't have the tankiness nor the damage to really fight against the Titans that are Toronto.
And also keying in the decision making there, University of Toronto, although it was a little bit sporadic, they knew how to position themselves in that fight. The chaos worked in their favor, and they were able to separate the members of Ryerson. So it's wondering how to kind of pull that back and find a way to efficiently take these team fights as Ryerson, where I feel like is their key.
Definitely. Like, what's great for Ryerson is that they still have some decent damage when it comes down to the very minute skirmishes, when it is those 2v2s and the potential 3v3s, because Venetti is so big on this Poppy that you can sort of last longer when you don't have either Land Cries or Pioneers in those situations, and you can sort of survive a little bit more of that tankiness. But with how Red Eclipse is building too on this gangplank, with being able to just do raw lethality, wants to rip Lang Tai and Dead wide open, and then be able to cut the shields that will be coming in from both Tapioca and Venetti, your front line is not only squishier, but your back line is also going to be falling very, very fast. So there's so much room for concern.
Yeah, and it all leans back to that damage conversation we were having about the side of Ryerson University and the fact that they do have to rely on Dead. It's a very slow damage profile when you've got to wait for those laser beams to come out of the sun. And we saw that last game and how efficient Land Cries can be and how much damage he can put out on this Lucian. So there's a definite contrast between this ADC position right now just because of the pure champion picks and the way that they approach the game. But as the game goes on, those lasers will be doing lots of damage and the burst potential does come out.
And all eyes sort of set onto this Baron for the next time, or if University of Toronto is sort of looking at that to be the next objective. They're in the place where they University of Toronto can prefer either to wait out for 2 minutes, freeze these lanes, power farm up for a couple minutes, and then get to this dragon to contest Soul Point, or they can use that as a tool to threaten a very quick Baron. They have a they have a team that can really tear down this Baron fairly fast with the Kraken Slayer Lucian and with the high damage that both Specs and Eclipse will be able to provide. Though that is a little bit more of a high risk, high reward factor of being able to challenge that when you already just saw a couple minutes ago you were able to win the 5v5 scenario against Ryerson straight up in that dragon fight for Soul Point. So to me, I think it's more appetizing for Toronto to just sit back, relax, farm up as much as you need to, and see what items you can accrue for yourself and for the rest of the team to prepare for a more violent fight against this Soul for the dragon that will be up in just under 90 seconds.
It's a big point of contention for University of Toronto to really put a stamp on this game number one, as they find themselves still at that about 3,000 gold lead or so, and pretty much in the driver's seat, as Bax will get... Oh, I thought he was going to back. I was going to say Bax going to be completed and get ready for that dragon. You only have a minute to set up in front of this objective, but this might be where University of Toronto say, you can have your first dragon. We might look for Baron.
They still have 45 seconds to challenge.
Nope, they're backing.
No, like they we were just having this discussion with Zell. We were just having this discussion, and it's just the fact that University of Toronto is 100% more confident that they can just win a full 5v5 team fight. But I think with how they are a little bit slower to the call with this dragon, that they need to now push into darkness and into the light that is Ryerson University's vision control, that might sway the sides a little bit more. But being able to do front to back and be more maneuverable with Pioneer, who's on this back line, like they can blow this game wide open. And Tapioca's a little bit late. They're already pushing him out. Like, this is going to be University of Toronto's dragon if they're able to hit the go button.
See the flank available for Red Eclipse, but it might just turn out. I was going to say, they have a lot of lockdown. The CC potential from Ryerson is huge. And just find out the correct members. They have to choose their engages nicely, and they also have to all commit to them. We've been wanting to see come up, but Cannon Barrage comes out just to separate the fight here. Cataclysm on the Red Eclipse as he flashes away, but now the engage on the other side. Tidal Wave comes across. Ragnarok already popped. You're getting the AoE damage here, and Ryerson can't do anything against the onslaught that is University of Toronto in the later parts of the game. Leng goes down and dead. The only one alive. He's about to be his namesake, as Pioneer is hunting. He wants the blood. He wants the ace. Here comes the hop, skip, and the jump, and dead. Lives true to his name.
And with how everyone is split out for University of Toronto, they can just have Lacrise do the dragon for himself, get Ocean Soul, and then meet up with the rest of the team here at this Baron, which will be taken down in just a matter of time. And it is exactly as we thought this game would lay out in that final fight for the Ocean Soul. It was University of Toronto. They did the litmus test. They saw that they could dominate that fight 5v5. They just brute forced themselves, and like you had pointed out during the draft, the damage profile that Ryerson University has is almost non-existent at this point, where they can't even tear through any of the more bruiserish front line that is Red Eclipse and Specs.
Exactly, and I know we're past Halloween a couple days now, but like the moment that Cannon Barrage came out in the middle of Ryerson, like I just heard the collective scream, and everybody's just like running around. What do we do? It's like it's just complete chaos handed to them by Red Eclipse. And University of Toronto used that chaos to find the win.
So now they need to do is close it out. They have a Baron power play and they have Ocean Soul. And this is where I get a little bit of a cranky pants going on. Because it's still that collegiate struggle of closing out games. Yes, you can get leads early on. Yes, you can find those good team fights or those good pinches. But breaking down the defenses, sieging and eliminating these turrets one by one, getting those inhibitors efficiently, and then with the lead that you have, which is an 8,000 gold lead, ending the game. They should be able to end here, but it's actually going to be a 3v5 here in the mid lane.
Tidal Wave on the other side, though. Cleanse from Landkreis is big. Cannon Barrage is doing tons of damage. They already have found them. The flanks are coming out, and it's looking like horror movies all over the place here for Ryerson University. They get duped, they get dusted, and they get put in the dirt.
And with that Hail Mary play from Ryerson, that actually is the final nail in the coffin, that they drive in for themselves,
He just pops Ragnarok, because why not?
Yeah, well, not because it gives you additional attack damage. Big brain. Big brain.
Exactly. It's the big brain moves. Here goes the final towers of Ryerson University. As University of Toronto make a statement out of game number 1 and go 1-up in this best of 3.
But Ryerson did not leave me unimpressed. I was very, very surprised with how well they were able to just absolutely body Red Eclipse in that top lane, abuse that flashless gangplank in the first early minutes, completely ruin his life for the majority of the first 10 minutes of the game. But after that, it was the lack of attention that had happened to the bottom side with Lancry's and Explosion on this Lucian Nami combo, being able to just tear through these front lines to an immaculate standpoint, and because of them, they're able to obliterate obliterate Venetti on that Poppy, and then also just take out the front line of Tapioca as well. And then from there, it's just easy pickings for Pioneer on LeBlanc to find those points and get onto Dead 420, onto that Senna, which being the squishiest and the damage of the team, just takes out all win conditions possible. So very well done from University of Toronto to just come back into that game. But it is something from Ryerson University that I think this goes for both of us, that this needs to be a change up of a draft. And this was very much more of a draft issue, not giving them the tools to wrap up a game, but at least giving them the tools to at least start one.
Gotta see a change up in the bot side as well. The Senna Leona just not doing it for me today. I gotta see aggression. I need to see collegiate competitiveness. I'm very excited for the response of Ryerson University as we step away for a little break. Game 2 right around the corner. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV Tournament. I'm Mizel, joined by Coco the Dragon, yet again. And Coco, my man, I've always had problems with macro in late game and shot calling as an ADC, man.
That's a fact.
And there's one place that I feel like I could potentially go to fix that, because at this point, to make it any further, I need to. And one of those places is Metafy. Metafy is an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players of the world, especially across different multiple titles. But Metafy in League of Legends grants players that private one-on-one coaching session with elite coaches across a variety of games, and especially features a powerful replay review tool, allowing you and your players to submit past matches for review by the best in the game and get annotated feedback frame by frame. How awesome does that sound, Coco?
I think it's probably one of the best things that you could buy on the market. I have a couple of friends that actually do coach there for Metafy, so I can wholeheartedly agree that some of the content that they provide is not only educational, but also very, very fun. I think some of the coaches, too, really make it to where you actually really learn the sort of either macro play as an ADC, either itemization or team fight positioning. All of them, they make it not just a good way to learn, but also a fun way to learn. And that's what I think is so great about Metafy and their coaches.
I absolutely love it. And if you want to level up that game, you got to go through Metafy. But now, talking about leveling up, it has to be there for Ryerson University. Their backs are against the wall in this best of three in the quarterfinals for their conference. And it was a rough and tumble game. Number one looked good. They had me in the first half, Coco.
They didn't even have us in the first half. It was like the first quarter. We got in and we were like, all right, first quarter done. But it was, as we were talking about it during the break, it was very much like once this win condition and this focus point of just bully the living crap out of Red Eclipse's gangplank was gone off the table, a lot of Ryerson University's plans just went haywire. They lost themselves in the map state, and it came to a point where even though we're going to get a rinse and repeat highlight reel of Red Eclipse Gray Screen Simulator, it came down to these neutral objectives that Spect and the rest of University of Toronto had on lockdown. They were able to at least survive the lower damage output that Ryerson University's team fight composition had cooked up, and then with Lankrise and Pioneer, who were able to do so well on their own rights of Lucian and LeBlanc, being able to get the pincers, rip through this front line, and then have it to where there was no escape for this one-dimensional team to run away and be more mobile. It was just an absolute slaughterhouse after that fact. And I have to say, again, it was very much a draft concern, but it was also something that University of Toronto were able to stick to their guns, not sweat too much, and then when it came down to putting down, they were able to get that damage done and take this game by storm.
And again, for me, it was a lot of the communication that needs to get cleared up for Ryerson going into the next game. You saw in a lot of those fights, it was a lot of damage being dealt across the board to multiple members of University of Toronto, but nobody quite going down. It makes it that much more difficult to proceed through a 5v5 team fight in the composition that you have in a very singular damage-focused composition to execute anything. So I'm really hoping to see some of that comfort come out for Ryerson in game number 2, and especially that adaptation of communication in the game.
Oh, for sure. And another thing too was that whole lack of effective champion pool, right, coming in from Ryerson University. We felt a little bit of that with the sort of top lane scenario of like Jarvan, just like he's there for the sort of condition that he applies, but Tapioca did not really feel effective on it. He didn't really fully have this place where the Jarvan felt like a player more than just a centerpiece or a chess piece at that. And it's something where going into this next draft, I'm hoping Ryerson University sort of picks a little bit more of their win conditions rather than what is flavorful at the time, because that Jarvan pick felt very much like a bait that they needed to sort of back up on. And going into this second match, which they're going to be on red side, I'd have to say Ryerson University could potentially play into that more comfort and counter stance.
That's what they're hoping for. Twitch banned away by University of Toronto on that blue side. Graves by Ryerson. Fizz by University of Toronto on the second pick, or second ban, rather.
Yeah.
As it's just the comfort coming off the table, just like in game number 1.
And I'm not expecting any real changes in these bans, but there's the Lucian being taken away here from University of Toronto. I wasn't scared of it, but I think it's something that Ryerson University, this is sort of, it's a recency bias thing. It's like, all right, well, the Felios wasn't there, so let's take Lucian out. The Lucian army is a little bit too strong, and maybe we can cook ourselves up a fresh Felios here for the back end of this second match's draft, and be able to get some progress and some more multiple win conditions for themselves.
And the Shen, also another comfort ban against Ryerson University. I do like the fact we get the Yumi finally banned away. I was a little worried it was going to make it through the ban phase. Ryerson realized they are the ones that have to pull that trigger.
Yeah, unfortunate at that, but that does also mean a lot is still left on the table here for Toronto to take up. And for Toronto, I think this is the very much they can stick to a more cut and dry draft to say, let's prioritize a jungler here or an ADC, and then look to try and push for some more flexible picks. But no, LeBlanc will be that pickup for them. They still consider this mid laner to be the dominant pick no matter what the scenario is, and into those blind picks. For me, it's something where when I ask the collegiate teams and I'm saying why is it that you prioritize LeBlanc so much, it's sort of the same complex of permanent priority, and her wave clear is just enough to where you can try and challenge everything and get in and get out. And usually the mid lanes that she's matched up against can't really punish her for roaming as much as they were able to or should be able to. And the Lissandra counter pick will be that perfect counter example of something that can take care of LeBlanc in lane, but once she gets out of it, Lissandra really doesn't have the capability to really keep her on lock and or punish that of the absence of the lane, as Aphelios was grabbed up there as well.
I appreciate the Aphelios actually getting something that the bottom lane feels comfortable on. I think it's super important for Ryerson. And especially for Dead 420, who had to go to the third tier of champion for himself in the Senna and wasn't really able to perform on that one. The Lissandra locked in again for Ryerson. I think it provided a lot of good ins for Lengzai, but it didn't work out in the way you'd want it to, where it locked down the LeBlanc, where you're trying to keep the LeBlanc in this mid lane, where they were able to unlock the mid lane for themselves and utilize that in the side lanes a lot for University of Toronto. Now that they have the Rakan as well, that mobility is huge. And they get the Riven one trick lock in for Red Eclipse. That's what you hate to see in Collegiate get through the draft, because that is an absolute centerpiece to a lot of one tricks, and it will come through.
Oh my goodness. We're going to be in for quite a ride here, Mazel, in the top side of the map. And
do they have an answer to it is my biggest question.
Exactly, right? Because it's a Riven and it's a Riven blind. And as much as I feel a Poppy would be a good option in lane, they do lock this one in. It's going to be, so far, like an overall great counter for the rest of the composition that University of Toronto has. Blocks out Rakan, blocks out Riven, blocks out LeBlanc. Boom. You have something that you can now play a little bit more into a condensed area around this Poppy and deny those flanks or those pushes past your front line and be able to punish and lock down those targets. When with an Aphelios and with a Lissandra, you'll at least have the damage and additional CC to sort of do that in the fights. But with that being said, this is where Ryerson University comes into a place of, what do we want to pick up now with a support and a jungler, left into their own devices? I could say that the Poppy is again going to go into the jungle. It was thrown in last time, so I think that flex is still a possibility. But for University of Toronto, it's the ADC and jungle that they will be looking for.
And I wonder if there's a world we get the Poppy top lane against the Riven. Would be really
that's why I think it's like a potential that it could be, because like the reason why I felt like the Poppy jungle was last time was because either they weren't comfortable with the Poppy being top lane against Gangplank because it felt ineffective and it felt stuck and it wouldn't be able to punish the Gangplank like a Jarvan could. But then you force yourself onto the Jarvan pick, so it's sort of like, all right, well, was it more of that factor of Poppy being inactive, or was it more of you pick Jarvan, now you have to figure out how to actually use it? And to this end, I think it's much more going to be Poppy can actually fight the Riven, and they'll be able to pick a more effective jungler that can actually match the more aggressive style that University of Toronto likes to play into that jungle role with Spect. That Thresh was banned out, as we had seen, so you're not going to have the Aphelios Thresh, though it's the Aphelios Rel this time around, which hasn't really been as dominant, or at least popular, because Rel isn't a support that can just like jump in and be the initiator. She needs someone else to be that engager. And Poppy and Lissandra can do just that. They can be the ones that jump in first, go invulnerable, or are tanky enough to survive for Rel to come in with that follow-up and lock everyone down. So I'm looking at a really good team composition, once again, from Ryerson University for a team fight setup. But I'm still looking at damage department right now, saying, okay, you got Aphelios, that's great, but if he gets shut down, who's your next damage output? Who's your next damage player here? And it looks like it's going to be Jax here for that final lock.
Very confidence play coming out here in that aspect. The Jax into the Riven, as well as just the confidence that is exuding from University of Toronto at the Vayne Rakan bottom lane. The Olaf locked in yet again, which was such a strong piece for their composition last time. It just feels like University of Toronto got a lot of what they want, and Ryerson were having to respond to a lot of it.
For sure. And speaking of responses, I'd have to say it's a decent response as well, with the with the Vayne against an Aphelios being a little bit more aggressive, and also just like that Jax against the Riven, right? I think the Jax might just win out on this one in topside if it's just sort of left to their own devices, because of how he can really hyperscale into an effective lane fighter, where Riven doesn't have that. Riven needs to be a little bit more of that team fighter and can't push as effectively, and losing that sort of additional condition of being able to side push into a threat could maybe cause some chaos or some havoc later down the line. Though with how Ryerson University didn't really manage the map state past 20 minutes, I don't think that's really a concern in Toronto's eyes. I think they're down to just win lane, win game, dominate through that mechanical style of like what we had sort of seen earlier on through their Swiss bracket of just, we are the stronger players man to man, so we're going to beat you man to man, and then take this with a clean 2-0 throughout the rest of the quarterfinals.
The clean 2-0 is what you're hoping for. You want an easy night to get yourself propped up in the playoffs, and as we get further on into the season. And you also, from Ryerson's perspective, don't want to go out at 2-0. You want to make sure to give up this last stand, make sure that you can give yourself an even playing field, right, going into that game number 3. And I feel like getting the Aphelios is absolutely gigantic for Ryerson. That was one of the key sticking points for me that they needed to find strength in. And now that they do get a little bit of comfort there, but as well as fitting into the team fight style composition that they have, I think it's going to work out a lot better for them. The biggest question is, how does that decision making kind of shore up from the game number 1? What was the pre-game 2 speech like in the background for them, and how motivated are they?
That's a good question. If how good that team motivation morale speech was. Like, there are some teams that you legit need a captain or a rally to come back in these games, or even to start a game off. But even some teams have some chill mentals. But more on that Aphelios pick, I think this is like, it's your second comfort. Sure, you're not getting the Twitch, but into the composition that you have, you can play back, but you can also play in the middle of it. Like, you have red-white, you can just sit in that team fight. Everyone is short ranged in this game. Like, no one is going to be able to poke you out from afar. They have to be in that red-white zone, and that might just be that game changer where the coin flip happens, he gets a good hit on a lot of lockdown, he gets a good chakra setup, and then is just able to rip apart a lot of these members. And he has, again, that lockdown with a Poppy and a Rel to sort of secure a little bit of a safety zone for himself to work in. But for me, Lennon, it is still a little bit of a hesitancy, just because of how the rest of the team played, and how Dead was sort of left on an island on his own for that Senna. And his team spacing wasn't really the greatest when it came down to those team fights around the Dragons, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the Rel adding a little bit of difference into the mix this time around is going to be crucial for them as well. I think the Leona is good, and you get a lot of that forward momentum, but the
Mhm.
Rel has a little bit more of that sustained engage that I feel is going to be super important for them here. And they still are rocking a ton of CC. And something that, a very short range Vayne doesn't like is that CC as well.
True. You don't want to deal with any of that at all. And I'm just excited to see how well they're going to be able to dish this pain out. I have not seen, well, I have seen Veins in my lifetime, but the Veins in sort of this current meta
Never.
for season 11, yeah, never. It it feels stuff to sort of be worried about for me in a sense of laning phase of like Aphelios can't really do much until he hits level 4, level 5, to where he has that extra push in either the lethality or the raw attack damage that he gets from the level ups to try and challenge people. And Vayne is surprisingly good at dueling now, and with a Rakan, that's just a piece of cake. You get double shields, you get some dash, some mobility, get that follow knockup. The Rel is something that if you dodge the Rel, which has a very easy sign and a very easy tell to just get away from, then it's just set up in stone of just you win the fight, you win the bottom lane by yourself, jungler can't interact, and you can tear this game open. And that's where it is. I cannot reiterate it more. It is man-to-man power, and University of Toronto is dropping the gauntlet of saying, beat us at every single stage and at every single level.
They are indeed. We'll see if that gauntlet is picked up and thrown back at them by Ryerson University. We're going to step away, get ready for game number 2. Rift unfolds before us as University of Toronto try to make it a quick 2-0 night begin their playoff run against Ryerson University in the Northeast Conference.
In a good quarterfinals. I think they're a little bit upset that they're the ones that are playing from the 5th seed and not the 4th seed like Ryerson University is. I think Ryerson still has a bit of gas left in the tank, and it is already shifting from first gear into second with a level 1 invade. Same strategy as before, but because the map is flipped, they'll be heading into the bottom lane instead. And I'm looking at Explosion, a little late to the party, didn't get this vision down, so there is that opening that they're going to be able to try.
They do have the ward outside the red bush, though. Explosion might be getting there just in time to die, but does get there just in time to see the enemy team walking into the bush. Will be walking over that ward as well.
True tragedy. Nonetheless, they tried, but at least failed for this time around. This will give a little bit of a tell over to University of Toronto to say, hey, maybe we can try out and get some additional vision into the top side of the jungle.
Coco! What?
Hello.
I just feel like vision is so important. And there wasn't any vision put down by Ryerson there as they made that invade onto an area of the map that is not under their control any longer. And Red Eclipse does have an aggressive mindset here on this Riven.
This looks like a 3v3 to me, Mr. Rizal, is trying to fight over this red buff once more. Looking at just how the damage numbers are already, Pioneer seeing if he can get some extra punch onto them. This could just go out into an all-out brawl in a moment's time over this red buff.
They don't want to let it go.
No one
it's gonna
does.
reset here. No, oh, it's getting so close to resetting.
It's gonna reset here.
There's one more auto attack from the side of Ryerson. Will get it, but it's gonna stay on Spect. Red Eclipse getting a little bit low. There's the smite. It's taken by Venetti. First blood goes to Lang, and tragedy strikes for University of Toronto.
And the ignite also from Red Eclipse does not get the kill onto Tapioca, who is got some of that Triumph heal as well, just to keep him a little bit healthier. But a 2-0 starting off the second game for Ryerson University, looking very nice, and onto the solo laners as well, so that'll give them that extra damage to pump up when it comes down to these more crucial fights. Sure, Lang Tai did not go for a immediate TP back, decided to hold on and continue farming and go back at another time because Pioneer was able to clash early on as well. But with Red Eclipse losing his life and the ignite as well, I'm going to see a lot of action here on Tapioca's Jax.
And Tapioca will have an advantage now up here after getting that first blood, getting back and getting that long sword as well. Just be able to push Red Eclipse off. That's where the one trick potential comes in for Red Eclipse. The mechanical outplays are there, and the gauntlet was thrown down by UofT of all people.
Able to get that one. Ooh, huge damage. Looking at bot lane though, I could see potential action there.
We are looking at Venetti going down towards this. They might still keep the aggression up as University of Toronto about to get ganked. As the flash in, there's the flash from Landcry as the cleanse came out. They might find Landcry still. One more auto. The shield is enough. The gank not applicable here for Ryerson, and now top lane is getting responded to itself. Langzai is coming in with a TP. Tapioca takes a couple tower shots there, and Spect waiting for the undertow. Might be able to just get the kill. Oh, barely misses Tapioca.
You're playing with fire though, because Lang Tai is right there, sitting on top of Tapioca. But Tapioca, why did you go back? Oh, he was greedy.
Because he's going for the kill. He's going for the Chad gameplay.
Okay.
Gives up the 1-for-1.
And no assist goes over to Spect either, neither to Lang Tai. So just a straight up raw 1-for-1 trade, even with other members in that lane available to try and make that contact. But that's probably the best play that Ryerson University could have gotten out of that situation. Because Lang Tai has been the one that has been roaming a lot more.
Out, the rest of the gank is here. Crazy Joker, as well as Venetti, have made themselves come to mid lane. Looks like he's going to try to hop away from this fight. Tower going to actually get a good shot onto him, about half health there, but Spect was on the other side ready to reinforce.
And he's got a couple biscuits as well on LeBlanc to go ahead and heal up if you need to, and if you want to prefer to stay in lane instead, not to mention the TP to boot. With all that said and done, 1k gold up in favor of Ryerson University. A lot of that gold sitting onto this Jax, who did go that teleport ignite, so he is looking to fight at every single chance he can get. And with the Sheen as well, this is that whole contention, right, of the Jax being able to scale a little bit more efficiently and be able to create some more win conditions and some more options, at least, for Ryerson University. So if this Jax really gets off the ground, then you can be this dominant split push threat that requires multiple members to attend to and helps provide a little bit more freedom for Ryerson University to deal with this map state. Though that is not out of the woods just yet here for University of Toronto. They need to either focus down on this bottom lane a little bit more, see if you can get this Vayne off the ground instead and sort of create a counterpoint, and then also prioritize the dragon, or you try and shut down this Jax instead. So Tapioca is looking to make sure that he can get this snowball going as fast as possible.
Procced. There's the damage, and Tapioca gets the solo bolo.
Doesn't even need the Poppy anymore, which to me now sort of allows Venetti to be a little bit more free. Sure, you're not able to just bully out this top lane like you did in game 1, but that does mean that you now have a Poppy that can be applied to other parts of the map. Maybe into mid lane, to where we had that issue last game where Langside didn't have the lockdown and the damage to kill Pioneer in the lane. But maybe with a Poppy this time around sitting in your back pocket, you'll be able to really oppress this mid lane and open up a little bit more to where Spect and the rest of University of Toronto won't have as much neutral objective priority as they did previously. So I'm seeing that push now. That might just be what they're looking at.
Pioneer is just locked down. CC to death here. Oh, wow. Whoa. Pioneer just literally broke the ankles of Ryerson. Somebody call an ambulance, or call somebody who fixes broken ankles, because 2 members just got both of their ankles busted.
So many ankles. 4 ankles broken.
4 ankles broken.
There's 3 members here chasing down
He's not
Spect.
level 6.
Make it 4. Make it 5.
Gonna die. It's 5. But the blast code brings Crazy Joker over the edge. They have the CC. Dead gets the kill. And that's unfortunate for University of Toronto.
Oh my, oh my. And this will be that dragon, as you mentioned, but that whole quote of what I had put earlier before this game, like where University of Toronto is like, you got to beat us man to man. It's still Ryerson University. Game 1 they did it in top lane. Game 2 they're pretty much doing it across the map now with how they just ran down Spec. They're just saying, no, we're not going to fight you man to man. We're not going to try and challenge that. We just want to take this game. It's a team game. So the team's going to participate in every kill. We're going to try and get as much participation as possible. And with the 5 kills that they have, Ryerson, like, Tapioca has participated in 4 out of the 5. And Venetti and Langsai have also participated in 3 out of 5. So they're doing really well at making sure that it is a team effort in getting these kills and getting these objectives and trying to get that pressure won over for themselves. And now they're looking at this bottom lane. They're feeling confident to try to challenge the Cries and Explosion.
Red and white, you might not want to fight that, as University of Toronto. Spect is coming down here now as well to back them up. Dead is caught here. They will have the engagement. They have the angle. Flash comes away. Crazy Joker has to flash as well. Both flashes utilized by Ryerson's bot lane. Land Cries gets exhaust utilized on him as well. So almost every summoner spell except for the Ignite Burn.
Yeah, and the only Ignite was Cruz on the Rel. But also the Flash and Cleanse are still available for Land Cries to try and dodge and duck out of the crowd control that Cruz would be trying to do. This is just that obvious reply of Venetti being in top side. He sees Spec down in the bottom lane trying to counteract that 2v2. And that means they'll just go ahead and take this Rift Herald for free. But again, it's translating into saying, let's focus this bottom quadrant. Let's see if we can get Land Cries and Explosion online, give themselves that strong win condition into their bigger power player. And it's Ryerson prioritizing the top side instead. They're going to look to try and shut down Red Eclipse once more. And at least this time, it's not a Jarvan top lane, it's a Jax.
He's going for the play up there. He actually just popped ulti.
I did see that.
Trying to actually go for the full play on the Tapioca. Won't fight. Now he's about to get dived.
Yeah.
Dove, I guess. Wave
Red
is still a
Eclipse
bit far.
He is as good as dead here with everyone around.
Rift Tail's coming up. Red Eclipse, run for your life. He just knows. You
Pioneer.
got Pioneer here. You also have Spect. Tower takes a decent amount of damage. Red Eclipse just trying to buy some space, gets knocked into the wall. You set yourself up for that one. Tapioca gets the kill.
At that point, you should have just been underneath your turret, so it would be the shortest distance possible for both Pioneer and Spec to get to you and try and see if they can make a reply kill or at least push them off of the turret once again. Now it's Pioneer and Spec trying to challenge this 4v4 scenario. They could try and get someone here with the lack of summoner spells available to Ryerson University. But that's 3 plates down, and a lot of gold going over to Ryerson, jumping them up to a 3,000 gold lead. Wonderful work for them already coming out of this game too. Their early games are doing phenomenal, that they can just sort of pinpoint a win condition that they want to play through, and it's been top both times. They've been executing on those top plays immaculately. Though, once we get out of this 14-minute stage, once those turret plates fall and it comes to a more condensed game of bringing in the Cries and Explosion, bringing in Pioneer, or vice versa with Dead coming in as well, who looks like he is actually going to be Grace Ringed here.
He might be able to turn around Land Cry. Nope. The Silver Bolt's too strong.
But back to the point at hand of once we get to that 14-minute timer and all of those and the map starts to shrink down a little bit, will Ryerson still be just as effective? Or will they be able to at least have that extra door to walk through and choose with how dominant Tapioca is now on this Jax?
And I love it. It's the, their counter choice into the one-trick Riven, and it's working out beautifully. Venetti wants the engagement here as Crazy Joker's right behind him. Spect is here too, though. Be very, very careful of the damage threshold that this Ulof can have. Meanwhile, top lane almost gets the tower for Tapioca.
Very close. So it has still around 3 minutes to finish up this final turret plate and get that additional push of gold into his pockets, and able to cash in on maybe some boots or that second item once he starts working for that. So Dragon's in 40 seconds, and you have double TP priority here for Ryerson. You only have one from Pioneer. Red Eclipse pretty much cannot contest it whatsoever. He is stuck underneath this turret and in that top lane island. So University of Toronto is now in this predicament of either hard killing Dead and Cruz here, right now, and getting the dragon, or having to forfeit it once that double TP threat comes back online when the objective spawns.
Back is actually coming through here for Spect. Like it won't be that big of a priority at this point. Red Eclipse does pop the ulti. Might get undertowered by Tapioca. This is a 1v1. The turnaround of the lane for Red Eclipse. TP's coming out now. Tapioca loses it. He loses the 1v1. And that's unfortunate as Red Eclipse comes out on top.
That was very much an ego play there from Tapioca because he thought he had the health and the manpower to just beat up Red Eclipse and just sort of
backing off
hard rush
of
for
it.
that
Oh no, they're
play.
pulling it out.
Yeah, they're pulling. All good on that. But like the fact that the top lane loses and you get that shutdown gold is actually pretty big because Red Eclipse, like, that was just wasn't the smart play from Tapioca. Like the ult was there already from Riven. You decided to choose the trade instead of the kill for that, and you just sort of gave that kill over almost for free and exhausted an ignite as well on top of that. So a lot of that pressure being lost over, at least you're able to compensate for it onto this bottom side with that second dragon, because the fact of, again, there's nothing that University of Toronto could have done unless they just 2-0'd that bottom lane to try and contest that dragon with the double TP threat available to Ryerson University.
You know what I just realized? Not gonna lie, maybe this is University of Toronto's plan the whole time. 4 Cloud Dragons on this composition sounds terrifying, Coco. Every single one of them has an ulti that they can pop to get the movement speed, and the cooldown is gonna be ridiculous. So maybe that's the plan for University of Toronto, is they did not care with that second dragon going over to Ryerson. Meanwhile, we have the 1v1 going on again in the top lane, but turning into a 2v1 as the first tower of the game falls in favor of Ryerson. So too will Red Eclipse.
Yeah, but Flash came in from Link Tide to secure that lockdown kill. Spec will have to disengage.
They do have Venetti on the back of it, and they might want to continue to be aggressive. As Spec had a little bit zealously started up the blue buff. It pushed out of his own jungle.
He's gonna lose all of that. Won't even be able to take the wolves, I'd have to say. I think Venetti and Tapioca can just walk straight up and take those puppers for themselves. So he is now confined, Spec that is, going to be going to this bottom lane, having to take those chickens, having to take those Krugs. And maybe, just maybe, you can look at the lower quadrant of Ryerson University's blue buff jungle and see if you could try and sneak a couple resources away from there. But Venetti has nothing outside of the Krugs to take for himself on the top end, and they're just so isolated from the rest of the action that's happening on this map. Venetti is now offline for a little moment, and you can see now the pincer maneuver coming in from Pioneer and from Spec to get this kill onto Dead and Cruz. This could be a quick 2-0 here for
the
University of
double
Toronto.
flash comes out. The charm still connects. Undertow does not, though. Now they're under tower. Double TP in the response from Ryerson.
my.
Moonlight
Oh,
Vigil
no.
with the AoE. It's going sideways for University of Toronto, but the axes are still swinging, and a double kill comes away. Meanwhile, topside, Red Eclipse gets the kill in the 1v2, trying to take the 2v1. And is he going to be able to? Vendetti has to back away from the fight as Tapioca disconnects. The fight on bot side not going the way of UofT, but the 2v1 in top side is Coco.
And 5 kills to 10, still a 5,000 gold lead just underneath that for Ryerson University. With those kills, they're able to get on the bottom side. And what a unfortunate series of events there for University of Toronto on the bottom lane. They had everything set up for them to get that kill, but then the wave cleared out way too quickly, and they didn't have it to help tank up and set up that dive that they wanted onto Cruz and onto Dead. TP from Lengtai as well, so secures that counteract and that reverse from the bottom side. But then on the top end, the fact that Red Eclipse is now 2v1ing both Tapioca and Venetti when it comes down to these situations. It didn't even have Gore Drinker, I have to say.
And it was stopping Tapioca's TP into the fight, so yeah. I don't think Tapioca was necessarily like geared up and ready for the fight itself. But that's still
it's a nice
huge,
catch,
right?
But yeah, but it's like you had Tapioca, who sure does get canceled out, but you have Venetti there. It doesn't even help get a reply kill. And with how much resources have been invested into this Jax, you need this Jax to start beating the crap out of this Riven, like right here, right now.
I mean,
at least you're doing it.
Exactly what you wanted there, Coco, is happening right in front of us. Meanwhile, all the bodies from UofT coming up towards this top side, try and punish that overextension. Not going to find it.
17 minutes in. 2-3 minutes until that Rift Herald will be gone off the map, so I think University of Toronto is looking to try and take that objective from themselves while they have the chance, but that also does give that concern of the Dragon being up in about just underneath a minute as well, which it would be sole point. So Ryerson University, they need to, with this composition, create a 4-1 of having Tapioca on the most isolated lane as possible, and the rest of the team prioritizing the more active lane, whichever they prefer, whether that be mid or bottom lane, whichever they want, they can look for it. It could even be top lane if they want to look for this Rift Herald too. They just need to create as much space so that this 4v4 can just overly dominate that of University of Toronto, and then you're leaving this Jax to just constantly 1v1 the winning victory for against Red Eclipse on that Riven. But this lane assignment currently for me isn't something I'm favoring at the moment. Lissandra is taking care of the Riven instead of being that engager front line, and now it's Tapioca that should be transitioning over. But it means that they're trying to force this 5v5 of this Dragon instead. And with how everyone is positioned on Toronto, they are willing to botch this. They're not worried about the Cloud Dragon whatsoever. They'll take this Rift Herald instead so they can have something to at least punish some of the turrets and the defenses of Ryerson University when they find a pick.
And it's nice to, see this realization come through for University of Toronto. They just aren't in a place to force that, and they realize they can do the smart thing, take the opposite side objective, which they do just that. Now, probably towards that top or bottom, but catch out is there, bottom lane. That's so much CC. What did I say? It's literally a CC composition from Ryerson, and it comes to life against Red Eclipse.
And there's no one answering Tapioca either, because everyone had to hit that reset button after the Herald, and Ryerson decided to stay on the map, so they'll be taking
just the tier 2 tower.
Turrets. Yeah, these are going to be massive gold pumps here. But Tapioca might just be stuck out in a bad spot. Yes, it's 2 turrets down, but are they able to get any kills? No, University of Toronto will not. Ryerson University gets out scot-free, no wounds or deaths to their name. And
there still isn't a single tower taken by University of Toronto after a dominant late game turnaround in game number 1. It seems non-existent in game 2.
Yeah. The LeBlanc and the Vayne have not gotten online yet. There's only 1 kill between those 2 carries. The rest of the 5 kills onto the top side of Red Eclipse and Spec 2. Red Eclipse has been finding those good catches, has been punishing the sort of egos that have been building up on Ryerson, though it hasn't come fully effective. The Jax is just man-to-man stronger, is economically ahead. You just see that Black Cleaver cashed in for him. There's only 1 item available for Eclipse instead. And from here, they can just Ryerson can focus for this Baron and threaten to take it with a good Aphelios gun setup, and then having Tapioca, whose TP is going to be up in pretty much 10 seconds, focus this bottom lane. Again, isolate this Jax, put him in the most distant place possible, and then win these 4v4s time and time again when it comes to challenging these objectives.
It's just so hard for Red Eclipse to find anything at this point. The Riven one trick pick not coming to life just yet. They were trying to catch out Red Eclipse, but now is the play from University of Toronto. They might be in trouble here as Crazy Joker goes back in. Moonlight Vigil only connects onto one, and it's Explosion Axe who dies because of it. AP now is in here as the flank is there, and the damage done by Lang. He uses the Frozen Tomb in the middle of the fight. Another TP in response as it's Dead who gets the killing spree onto Spect. Pioneer, his clone will die. Baron on the table now for Ryerson.
And watching that fight with so much damage being dumped onto Kruz there of this Rel, and getting out alive with a sliver of health to boot, that fight tells me that this game is done and dusted. We're going to be hitting this Baron. This Baron is going to jump us to a 11,000 gold lead most likely. All right, just 9,000. And there's nothing I think the University of Toronto can do here. And it goes back to that answer of, all right, does Ryerson have the capability to just end this game right here, right now? I don't think this game should stay on any bit longer, because they have a composition that can force people off turrets just by brute forcing them, disengaging, sustaining through some of the lifesteal or just the raw sheer tankiness that they have with their HP bars, and then being able to just sort of slowly batter away at the inhibitors and at the turrets that are University of Toronto's base. But at this point, the positioning that they have, they're trying to spread out Toronto very, very thin, and Ryerson, they're getting much of free mid for nothing.
And the biggest difference maker is Dead 420 on this Aphelios. Senna, a distant memory at this point for Ryerson University, because this performance is exactly what you'd expect when you can get the comfort, when you can get the correct picks for your squad. Aphelios definitely going to be high priority as it goes on. Tapioca trying to take the 1v2. Can he get a counter-strike there? But it's Ragnarok, and Olaf is able to get the kill.
Where's the rest of the gang, Ryerson?
The rest of the gang is behind them. Maybe they can dupe them by going into the alcove here. Red Eclipse just going for the execution, as well as Spect. Can they get the damage done in time? Spect. Oh no. Red Eclipse is trying to just make some space. He's gonna get hit now though. He could have had the execution. Oh no, both of them are just gonna die painfully as Lang gets the rampage on Spect, and now actually Red Eclipse gets away. But that's Soul coming up right now in 3 seconds for Ryerson.
True. Pioneer can't kill anybody, is too low, doesn't have the damage to do so. Lankris is not even at 2 items yet, hasn't even gotten the Wit's End on this Vayne, which is a huge power spike that this Vayne needs to try and survive, and that dueling capability that the lane Vayne could have had is very much non-existent. Explosion and Lankris were very much tamed by Kruz and Dead. They were not able to get those early leads or try and prioritize anything of the matter. And though Spect is still 60 CS up against his counterpart of Venetti, he's very much ineffective and not been influential throughout this second game. And it's been an awkward pace of running into this tanky front line that Ryerson has and not being able to get anything fruitful whatsoever.
Inhib tower on the menu for Ryerson. The Inhib is next here. Is 5-man strong in the bot lane. Mid's already pushing as the second Inhib will go down. They just have this Baron buff that just fell off. Still big minion waves, but the wave clear might be just enough. And University of Toronto will defend for another day.
And they're playing it very, very safe. They're not taking any of the risks that I was recommending of just jumping in on these turrets, forcing them off with like your bodies to just like push them away from the turret so the rest of the team of Ryerson could just break those objectives down. Being slow, being methodical, trying to keep heads counting, know where every single member of University of Toronto is so you don't even need to fight them on level ground or on equal ground. But looks like Eclipse
He's
has
got
found
red white.
a tree.
I don't know if Red Eclipse can do this. Moonlight Vigil comes in. Red
Oh,
Eclipse
that's
is
damage.
about to die, getting blown up 1v2. You knew the 200 years meme. You've heard it a million times, and you just get 2v1.
That's a champion in the game of League of Legends, and boy oh boy
You
is Dead
literally
420
know
gaming.
he's gonna do that.
Yeah. He's a gamer and he's gaming. What else can I say?
Gamer's
He's just
gaming.
vibing.
Counteract,
Tapioca is most likely going to
Counter-Strike.
get this kill.
Nacry is putting up an effort here, but he's just gonna die eventually as the burn isn't up. Oh, he gets one back.
Okay.
Spect is here now, and the reinforcements have arrived as they are just throwing themselves into the meat grinder of these towers while Ryerson University focus down the objective.
And as much as it is fun watching that shenanigans go down in the bottom lane, that's something that Ryerson just kind of gave up 2 kills over for the sake of just wanting to play a little bit of team deathmatch for a bit. They could be focusing this top side and have 5-man just sieging onto this top turret and possibly breaking it if they had Jax and Lissandra available to push people away. But instead, they have to hit the reset buttons, grab what they can, and even though you have a 6-1 Aphelios right now having a wonderful time of his own, no longer having that champion banned for him like it was in Game 1, well, you can cash in for that Infinity Edge fairly shortly. I'd have to say he is very close to getting that, maybe even just a couple camps away, so you can just start tearing every single member of University of Toronto wide open.
It's so difficult now that both inhibs and bottom and mid are gone for University of Toronto to really find any defense. On one hand, get a little bit extra gold funneled your way, but on the other hand, you cannot leave your base. And with an Elder Dragon up in 2 minutes 50 seconds, a Baron on the table in 30 seconds, things are starting to look a bit dim for University of Toronto, who, after game 1, felt like they were on the precipice of slamming it home 2-0.
True. It felt like it, didn't it? Because if we're recollecting that game, sure, it was almost the same beginning as we had in this one, where it was a late invade by Ryerson. Sure, it didn't come out fruitful this time, but game 1, it definitely did. They were able to get kills top, get the snowball rolling early into this top end with Tapioca and Venetti, and then from there, they've been able to work with a lot of progress in the mid lane. But the big difference I'd have to say between these two games at least has very much been the mid laners. I think Pioneer has just been very, very inactive, but that is because of Langte and being able to just absolutely match those roams, be more aggressive early, and then take this down. But
Tapioca, what can you do?
Bummer here.
It is the distraction play as 3 members committed by UofT means Baron on the table for Ryerson.
A simple diversion will get them that power play.
And now they're just going to barrel down this top side. They just need this inhib down to really get that permanent pressure with the double super minion spawning.
They'll need to retake the mid inhibitor as well. Sure, it's left there open, but, you know, just... You don't need anyone in particular to go there and take it. You can just either use the TP from Tapioca, grab it yourself, or, you know, use your Baron empowered minions here in the mid lane, break open this turret, and then just sort of walk your way into that mid lane and prepare for a final showdown. Dragon is going to be up in a minute too, and I feel like Ryerson University might just be a team that says, you know what, let's wait until Dragon. Let's get both buffs and then just go absolutely wild on
They have
University of
red-white
Toronto.
right now and Dead 420 as well. So they
True.
definitely have the damage to take a fight if they want to force it.
We'll see. Siege coming in. TP from Tapioca is available, so if an engagement happens from University of Toronto, you'll be able to reply very, very quickly. So it is going to be a short manner of time until this Baron buff waves away. They have about a minute left, but here's the engagement from Toronto.
They don't have Tapioca, but big Magnet Storm. And look, it's red-white, and it's looking all red and black for U of T as they are falling one by one. Landcry is the only one left. Ace comes through, and Ryerson come back with a vengeance, a quadra kill for Dead 420, who rises from the dead of game number 1 and comes back to even up the score in this best of 3.
And what a different performance that we had from Ryerson University post 14 minutes. They were able to stick to a new game plan. Yes, they still had the same rinse and repeat of focus down this top lane. Let's get Tapioca online, beat up Red Eclipse as much as possible to slow down that wind condition that the Riven applied, and then from there work through the rest of the map. But again, it's just the changing of, like, say on this Lysandra, of the mindset of not sticking in lane, being the one to move first, to hard shove the lane first, and then move out faster than that of the LeBlanc. And that was a big shift that gave them that continuous tempo throughout the rest of the game. And I think hats off to them, tying the series up 1-1. Though it's again one of those issues between these two teams of learning a lesson. What wounds can they look up and sew up and see what they can bring to the table here in game 3?
Exactly. A couple bands, I'm sure, going to be
Definitely.
changed up a little bit going into game 3. We're going to step away for a little break while we do get ready for that third game of this first series. We'll be back. Welcome back, everyone. We're going into our final game of the first series. After game one, you thought it was done and dusted. University of Toronto looked menacing, but Ryerson University pull it back in game number two, tie it all up. I'm Mazel, joined by Cole Dambley. And we're back here with the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV split.
And it was a dominating game at that as well. The second game was much more convincing than that of the first. Though University of Toronto tried to do something a little bit spicy that I think really took this game off of its hinges very early on in the game. A 2-0 start for Ryerson University for both their solo laners is not something to be scoffed at, especially with how much aggression they already pushed out in game one when it came down to that solo lane priority and the gang pressure that Venetti puts out onto this Poppy. Though, with all that said and done, you gotta say a Jarvan to a Jax is a lot better here as well for Tapioca. He was able to get constant kills time and time again, be able to get that lockdown, but a lot of that was also really enabled by this consistent roaming that Planktsai was able to do. And it even happens here, when the 2v2 was looking a little bit dire there and that turret dive was a potential for University of Toronto, those TPs come in and then just turns Dead 420 online, and nothing can be done. And this is what you love to see out of an Aphelios, being able to just obliterate people with the chakras every single chance that he can get.
And this was the attempt to come back as well from University of Toronto. They got the engage they wanted, but at this point, when you're that far down and you're going against a red-white Aphelios, there's no chance.
Yeah, there's nothing that they could do. And I feel like this game was a lot more convincing than that of the first game, just because a lot of it was much more of Ryerson's own doings and their own volition than that of really just University of Toronto being a passenger of the game, of saying, okay, well, Ryerson messed up here, Ryerson's giving us these points, and the lack of activity that Ryerson had in game one kind of gave University of Toronto that victory. So we'll see if that continues to be a recurring trend here in game three, or if University of Toronto will be able to really get themselves into a driver's seat and will have a little bit more of a stale early game for them to scale up and be more efficient into those team fight compositions that are very dominant in this current competition as well.
And the confidence picks for University of Toronto in game number two not working out. They got the Riven 1 trick. They got everything they wanted. It didn't go down. The gauntlet was picked up, and as I said earlier, was thrown right back in their faces. So now, as we see the bans going into game number two, Ryerson University on the blue side, keeping a lot of the similar bans we've seen, and so are University of Toronto, as those 1 tricks are coming through. Twitch and the Fizz banned away again.
And we'll be seeing that Misfortune and most likely the Yumi once more. The Aphelios will be left open. And with Ryerson, well, you could take the LeBlanc if you want. That's what University of Toronto took.
No, get the Aphelios, man. It was too good.
That's what they want. Like, they have the counter pick, too. Like, with the LeBlanc. LeBlanc shows up. Okay, Lissandra, boom. Done. Not going to have to deal with that. So Toronto's now having to think, all right, do we go with this LeBlanc again? Do we think we can just reassess the situation like Tay did? And just say, okay, well, I'll just think a little bit harder and be a little bit more active on the map instead. It might be something they'll be running into consideration. But no, they go with the Lulu. They hovered it earlier in game two, and it was banned in game two inevitably. So that is something that what it is paired with could really cause some chaos.
They're realizing here that the priority is bot lane, right? That has literally been the indicator of how the games are going to go. Game number one, the Lucian Nami was popping off. And you were able to find a lot down there. And that's how University of Toronto really were able to take hold of the game in those dragons and things along those lines. Last game, Ryerson, the Aphelios was clutch for Dead 420. And now this time around, University of Toronto putting a little bit more eggs into that mobility basket as the TF comes in.
Well, this also gives them a good option for multiple side lane win conditions, right, with the Twisted Faith. Be very neutral in the mid lane, try and get that winning matchup for themselves, see if Ryerson will grab their mid laner here and now, or if they'll close out their bottom lane as fast as possible. And then the other thing as well is looking at a potential Camille ban or even a Renekton into this top side. I'm looking at, I'd have to say, Eclipse's comp right now. Yes, it's the Riven, but it's like Camille is one of his third most played champions at the moment, so I would not be hesitant to see that pop up here fairly shortly.
This is what I like, though. This is one of my tried and true champions. I absolutely adore Hecarim. And there was a day not long ago Coco, where Hecarim was priority in the meta. Not so much anymore, but Ryerson definitely going to up that priority
Sure.
a little bit more as it does come in for game number 3. Both teams, this is their last bout, and that's the confidence play that you kind of need from Ryerson. Is Syndra also joining that Hecarim?
So far, Venetti doing that different, no longer the Poppy, doing a different jungler. A little bit more mobile, a little bit faster clearing, but also much more into that team fight aspect of saying, let's play with this Aphelios, let's give him setup and hard out engagement. So you have more options. The Rel Aphelios worked fine. You still have Rel Braum, or Aphelios Braum. Aphelios Thresh is still even on the table too. And University of Toronto will be banning out this Jax. I'd say that was more the fact that it was a hard Riven counter. So this might tell me that they could rinse and repeat and go for a salty run back on the Riven, which I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. I don't think that's something that I would be preferring if like you throw, excuse me, if like Camille's already top lane. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If you're throwing something like with the counter pick of that, sure, I guess. I'd have to say then this is more of a sense of like denying that side push potential. It's like Shen and Jax are gone. Side push is no longer available, so Camille sort of wins out in all other side push matchups. And you're gonna force them to play a more team fight, which Ryerson already kind of has built up. Like a Hecarim and Aphelios, like I'd say you can grab Ornn if you want, you could grab Scion if you want. You could like, there's so many other things that Ryerson can grab that I don't feel worried about their draft at the moment.
Very true. We
Like
will get an
Nocturne
update on what that ban will be. It looked like it was a Nocturne. We'll make sure though. The Olaf not going to be here for the third game in a row for University of Toronto as Ryerson don't want to deal with that potential. It was a Viego, actually, is the final ban by Ryerson. So mimicking a little bit of their first game.
What the Viego would do would be enable to maximize a 3-man tower dive in the top side of just constant CC, lock you down, and then be able to do resets when it comes down to team fights. So they're going to give a little bit more time for them to consider what they want out of this jungle. So with this lock-in of Xayah, that's a very, very safe bottom lane, I'd have to say. Looking at a Lulu Xayah, that's quite nuts, to be honest, because you're going to be locking down a lot of like the denial engagement, a lot of the hard push forward, and then also being able to continue to play backwards. There's a lot of versatility in this bottom lane moment, but not a lot of damage up front. You have to wait until you get maybe 2 items until you really start to feel the punch of Xayah.
And the fact that we have been seeing the game go to, those objective fights, how prevalent the Dragon priority has been for both these teams, and especially for Ryerson, is very interesting as we get to the final pick. That is a hover of the gangplank, and it worked dividends last time around.
Okay.
We'll see if it does so for Ryerson University in game number 3.
And a reminder, it was University of Toronto that piloted the gangplank last on Red Eclipse. Got absolutely bullied in the top side of the map, but still was a very convincing factor for themselves. And against the Camille, it sort of denies that whole Camille Twisted Fate situation, right? Of like, all right, lock him down, see if you can cleanse it out, and then, turret dive is not as optimal, but the lock-in of the Talon jungle kind of takes that away of saying, all right, well, you're denying the crowd control, sure, but can you deny this massive damage that is now going to be coming in from a Camille and a Talon? And that's where you're going to be a little bit worried. Even into the mid lane too, of Syndra being that counter pick against Twisted Fate to sort of threaten him in that mid lane presence and pushing him away from trying to constantly ult out into different lanes and get snowball in side lanes. If this Talon jumps in, you gold card the Syndra, Talon gets that lockdown and it pushes all that damage through. That could turn a lot of that mid lane priority that Ryerson is rooting for with that Syndra pick on its head.
Yep, and that's the biggest scary part about this draft for University of Toronto, because I feel like it's a double-edged sword here for themselves. A lot of confidence in this draft, a lot of damage in this draft, but it requires a certain bar of execution that's going to need to be met, and that was not met in game number 2.
That is something where on Ryerson's side, with just ease of execution, it's a little bit easier. You got a hard, big red button in the mid lane, in the jungle, excuse me, to just full send onto a team fight. Blitzcrank, well, he's pretty much just a skill shot as a champion, so he's going to be looking to try and get those constant pulls and catch people out and put them in poor positioning. And a point and click assassination button, like the champions themselves, very easy to play already, and then applying it into a team fight and into a composition formula is looking even better. The most difficult, of course, being a Aphelios, that you have to like time your guns properly. Though the only other inkling of concern for me for this composition is that the Aphelios no longer has a full team to sort of sit on top of and be lost within the hitboxes. It's very much more distant, where Gangplank and Sinja are going to be a little bit more farther back in the mid range. Sure, the Blitzcrank and Hecarim will be there, but it's going to be easy to pinpoint an Aphelios in that little mix when everyone's a little bit more spread out, and then just hard focus him down. When that damage is out, that consistent damage is gone, and that's where Toronto could possibly, with this higher damage composition, be able to start to bring those team fights back like they did in game one.
And I'm just gonna say right now, I feel for a Hecarim into Talon matchup because it's not gonna be fun. A lot of the times it just gets really annoying because you're fast as the Hecarim. You can't run through walls though, unfortunately, and Talon can just jump over them. So I'm very interested at how much this jungle matchup means for this final game. We've seen how much the top lane, how much the how much the bottom lane means, and in terms of finding win conditions and executing on those win conditions for both these teams. But the jungle is one that's been a little bit iffy, that's been a little bit rocky for both these teams. Now going into this one where we have confidence and mechanical prowess needed, I'm very excited for it.
Very excited indeed. And this is just the first game of the quarterfinals that we have tonight too. Like, this is the
we still have a
Northeast
whole nother
quarterfinals.
best of 3.
Exactly. And kicking it off with a very close series already between Ryerson and University of Toronto. Just gives you expectation for what else is coming tonight, and also just what people have been dishing out. I think this is the first Xayah that we have seen, at least on NACE Starleague, on the stream for League.
I'm not going to say that because my memory is not great, so I'm not going to commit to that.
I'll have to check the stats. I think there might have been one more, and it might have been through one of the other lower end schools that hasn't made it through. But it's not an ADC that's very popular in the meta, and that's where it comes into that discussion of like, okay, is it really a great pickup here in a competitive aspect? Because in solo queue, yeah, any pick's a good pick if you're comfortable with it, right? And sitting here with Linkrai is like, he has a 61% win rate on Xayah. Like, that ain't terrible, but it's not something like an 80% win rate or like a 75% win rate like some of these players have. Cough Vanetti with a Hecarim with 86, but he only has 7 games on the Hecarim. So you're like, all right, that's kind of balances out the win percentages. Though in a sense of application, I think the Xayah here with like that full front of like, all right, Gangplank's going to try and hit you with barrels, Syndra's going to try and stun you, Hecarim's going to try and fear you, Blitz is going to try and pull you. All of that being dished out, and it's like, okay, well, I have a Lulu to protect me, and I have my Featherstorm to actually get untargetable, disengage from possibly multitudes of those opportunities, and then sort of confine everyone into that space. Could just be the straw that breaks the camel's back here and brings University of Toronto back into a winning condition here in this final third game.
But I still want to zoom out a little bit and look holistically at both these compositions as we're getting ready to go in the game. I
But to that end, like, you have a Blitzcrank, you should be level 1ing, right? Like, it's in the League of Legends code here in North America. If you have a Blitzcrank on your team, you should be trying to look for an invade. But into that end, maybe it's just potentially for a late invade instead. Not something to get a first blood, but maybe to slow someone down, to get something where the speed is a little bit delayed. And that's what it was.
Close. I like it.
Okay.
But Spect, too quick, knows what could be potentially happening, especially since they were missing bot lane.
You never know. Never know. Also, they had that safety ward as well. They saw him coming up out of that corner brush, but already trades going back and forth, both Grasp the Undying's proccing for Eclipse and Tapioca, respectively. So this is where it's going to be a little bit more finessing here in the top side with Gangplank and Camille, but looking at the bottom end, it's a lot more patient and not trying to calculate each other in the sense of mind games. It's just, all right, we're waiting for each other's power spikes. When will we be able to get to ours first? And if so, how can we actually exploit it? Whether Landkreis and Explosion are able to actually get some aggression and force a valuable trade, or playing it slow, where Dead and Cruz are the ones that are saying, hey, if we get to this XP spike first, or this item first, let's try and pressure and get those kills now, and force some summoners now, before those objectives start to come up, and this 5v5 fight starts to come into play, where the feathers start to come into consideration. Lulu can start denying those assassins and those flanks a little bit easier, and the 2v2 being more favorable for them, they'll be able to try and apply doing just that. As Venetti is also prioritizing Bob's bottom side pressure this time around as well. We're starting from blue to red.
Full clears coming out from both sides though, so be a little bit delayed on that first action by the junglers. Not out of the action in top lane though, as Red Eclipse has been putting the hurt on Tapioca.
Might be able to get a TP away from him as well. Ooh, is able to actually deny that because here's Spect.
And now Spect is here, jumps over the wall. Might not have the damage. He gets tanked. He gets slowed, unfortunately, from the barrel. And so it's a trade. First blood does go to Spect, though.
Yeah, but also this means that with that kill going over, he's able to cash in for a quick buy. Big brain, a quick recall allows you to get to that serrated jerk faster and be able to get back onto the map a little bit quicker. But in that exchange, there's not really much loss there for University of Toronto. Sure, the kill gold is there. Oh, Landkreis does get hooked up. And there's the disengagement. Yep, just the disengagement as it is. But back to the point onto the top side, it's just no real pressure was lost either, and no immense economic or item advantage was taken away either. So Tapioca is just left into a neutral state once more. Red Eclipse not even having to use his teleport. And because of that, this wave, slow pushing onto their side, means this is an easy 2v1 once again.
Just going to punish Tapioca yet again. TP will come in to try to aid him from Lang. Actually ends up with the Scout of the Week backing them off.
If that third proc of the Talon passive landed, that would have been a dead Gangplank, and he is now feeling the pain. He is understanding exactly the pressure he is getting. He had dished it out in Game 1 against Red Eclipse. He is feeling the burn this time around in Game 3. And both these junglers, not a jungler that can really prioritize the neutral objective early, are going to be trying to focus more and more onto these lanes as well. And I don't think Spect and Pioneer are going to have the capability to try and challenge this mid lane yet. We're still waiting for that level 6 push until we get Destiny and some more ultimates as well for this top lane priority that Tapioca has just been really feeling the brunt of, to double down even more, and maybe even look to this bottom lane too with Spect and Pioneer, who, with how forward Dead and Cruz are, might be able to punish.
TP advantage for Red Eclipse as well now on the map. The only one with TP up. See if they want to pull any plays with it. Some vision game going down. Lang just trying to get a little bit further down towards the spot lane, make sure no shenanigans are going down.
Yeah. Oh, that TP is lost though. That's just going straight to the top side. So it's kind of, once you hit level 6 here for Tapioca, you'll have that priority with the Cannon Barrage to at least challenge any of those objectives, but those won't be coming anytime soon, as I had mentioned earlier. So it's more of looking into those lanes. I I feel like you can heal up. You still have a couple biscuits that you could try and chew through, and Ghastly Undying still gives you a decent amount of regen. Currently working on like 1 health potion at the moment, so not too worried about it for Red Eclipse. But I am liking this roams that Link Tai is doing on the Syndra. Yes, is using a lot of mana expenditure to force the wave to crash a little bit earlier so the Syndra can go out and roam and check for some vision, but it is what they need to do in a sense of change, right? And as a rotation has come out, we also see Cruz up here. The Blitzcrank could possibly turn the tides.
Might be able to, actually. Red Eclipse kind of stiffs something out. As Venetti's actually coming up here as well, so this should be a 3-man potential on the Red Eclipse. Hextech Ultimatum is available. And here we go. No ultis except for Tapioca's, as Hextech Ultimatum will come away.
Oh!
What is that hook shot?
What?
Cannon Barrage comes out. The barrel is there. Is it enough to connect the damage? No! What was that, Coco?
That is a hook shot, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy, that has got to be such a tilter for Ryerson University.
That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous.
That's just the pain you gotta feel. You did an immaculate job to try and lock down Red Eclipse, and because all of your CC applied in the transition from the hookshot being shot out to the hookshot connecting onto the wall, just because of that time frame, it doesn't matter, and it's like you just get Jarvan flag and dragged out, and it is just frustrating to deal with when those kind of scenarios come into play. But hey, that's how the game works. That's how the script was written. And the spaghetti code is in University of Toronto's favor for that interaction. They get the dragon as well on top of that, so that's a couple of objectives lost there at the cost of a botched top dive, but I don't think Red Eclipse is out of the woods just yet. University of Toronto is still in a place where they could look to try and take out Tapioca once again. That does also mean if your eyes are on that top side, there's no doubt in your mind that Ryerson University has also got their eyes on you.
Exactly, and Venetti, very strong on this Hecarim. Now that he's got level 6, now that he has the engagement opportunity, will be really nicely used, or needed to be nicely used against UofT, as they do have a lot of squishy members.
Checking on our vision right now around this Rift Herald, very much in favor of Ryerson, but they don't have a ward in the pits. They don't know this is happening. Good call out there from the observers, but there are animations happening, though that is just because of the
no pings came out, so I don't think anybody is looking, actually.
No one is looking at the moment, so this is just going to be a sneaky herald from the side of University of Toronto, while on the bottom end there's no real reply. Cruz and Venetti are on that bottom side of the map saying, hey, oh, there's a Rift Herald gone? Alright, well, we need to get something here and now. We know that Talon's on the bottom side. Maybe we can check this mid lane, or maybe this bottom quadrant to get some camps away. That does mean also Tapioca sees that signal flare shoot up. He needs to disengage. He needs to give this turret over, at least for a little while, until he's 100% confident that the danger has subsided.
Going for a little bit of aggressive play here for Ryerson. Just steal as much farm as you can away from this Talon. Now has the Yumu's available, so a lot of speed, and is also walking out here with the Lulu, so you're going to find Venetti. Does have a lot of potential to catch them out, but the reinforcements are right around the corner for Ryerson.
So I'm curious if University of Toronto is going to be looking at this bottom lane just to get like first brick maximum amount of gold from the plates with this Herald, because I'm seeing it at 3 right now. The push that Landcries and Explosion were able to do did come out with some fruitful endeavors. And with the damage that you could possibly apply with a Talon and a Xayah, maybe you can get a kill, but it is an Exhaust Ignite on this bottom lane of Dead and Cruz respectively, so you got to be very, very careful on that. Though the positioning does mean that they have decided to divert away from this potential option, and again, going back to what the composition and what their early lane conditions should be, which is looking at this top and mid side. Destiny is available, Tapioca is pushing far forward, Spect is in the vicinity. Everything is looking up here for University of Toronto to try and prioritize this top end, but that does give that open space for the bottom lane as well. I see Venetti down there. He's trying to keep himself different, but okay, I saw also, you saw that Destiny too, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
I did indeed.
That was a quick TP back just to get some items, looking to cash in just the ingredients for an Everfrost and the Mercury Treads at the cost of
Sometimes
not...
you gotta do
Okay,
what
so
you
he
gotta
switched to
do,
TP.
Coco.
Yeah,
All right.
but he switched to TP, so this means that he can sort of threaten that capability to dive this top lane still, of saying, all right, so game plan, Red Eclipse, hard push this top side of the map, get it to where the minions look to dive the turret, like look to crash onto the turret, you TP onto that minion, make it invulnerable, blah, 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 set up a dive. Though, having that in the bank and you getting a global signal that the other team knows that, hey, he switched from flash to TP, TF's looking to make a play here soon and around something. So now everyone is playing a little bit defensively, and to that end, we look up at the screen here, 30 seconds until that dragon spawns. Maybe that's what we're looking at here for University of Toronto, to try and pressure with that TP and additional priority that Spect is trying to push for with the assistance of Explosion.
The key factor for me right now is that University of Toronto really haven't been able to find that early advantage you'd want to find with this talent. I want to see how they kind of transition into this mid-game without that extra gold on this crucial piece to the composition. Now, Dragon is in the eyes of Ryerson. Not going to be started up just yet, though.
The TP was used from Pioneer to get back into lane very, very quickly.
Got the flank here by Red Eclipse.
Oh, hello.
Who utilized the TP as well. They found dead on the side of the fight. Moonlight Vigil comes away. The split is too much to deal with. Red Eclipse gets one, but it's traded back instantly. Now, is it going to be enough to actually turn the fight? Landkreis has to pop the Featherstorm. It's a 3v3 in the bot side. Dragon still on the table. The berries will go the way of UofT. They got to get back to defend their tower.
Got it back away now, but this also means with the 3v3 scenario, I don't think Dragon is going to be on the table for either of these teams. Ryerson University looking to migrate up there, just at least through the river. They have vision. They know Pioneer's there. They could try and take him down.
Missed the combo. Oh, no. He hit the scatter the week before the ball was down. That feels bad. Now we see Pioneer actually taking the aggressive stance. But Crazy Joker is here. Get the pull in. Just get the rest of the team out of dodge.
Ambitious to say the least to try and find that kill, but the respawn timers are in the favor of University of Toronto. Not to mention the bonus move speed that Spect is able to get here with the Youmu's onto this Dragon. So this Dragon, second one of the game, will be going over for the second Dragon of Toronto. It will be an Ocean Soul, something that is going to be very beneficial for either of these teams when it comes down to those more elongated fights. As we had seen Red Eclipse in that bottom, just that bottom end of that previous Dragon contention, where he jumped immediately onto dead. Edzaphelios was able to stay alive for quite a while, but so was Red Eclipse. So it came out for like that even 1-for-1 trade, and both of these teams sort of walked away, making the kill score 3-for-3 in total after Spect had fallen as well. So with all that said and done, and with some resources exhausted, now it's time for both these teams to start looking to breaking open the map a little bit more. And it might just be through this bottom lane.
Might just be. Chakrams are there, but the Feather recall is too much damage for the Aphelios. They might have to follow this up, though. They want to try to capitalize on this. Flash forward. There goes Crazy Joker. Pioneer gets the kill.
And with that Destiny and Exhaust, they're able to make that 2-for-0. Well done there from University of Toronto. Landkreis' Xayah is starting to pump some damage here, but no, quickly back to the top end. It could be a quick...
Remember what happened last time. He's got the hook shot available here if he's going to be able to utilize it. Hextech Ultimatum came down. He's got the backup. There you go. Spec doing some work. The bird is enough. And now they're following up on Tapioca. Red Eclipse healing up, not going to be enough to get him out, though. Will sacrifice his life. And it's just a trade back, 2-for-1.
Yeah, if it's a 2-for-1 and you get a kill and your jungler gets a kill, that is a overall victory. Not to mention, I'd have to say, with this wave crashing, you might be able to get this turret too if Lengthside does not get there in time. Nope, looks like Spect will look to try and get out of here, feeling like someone is going to be around. He's being a little bit careful with it. You see he's just trying to wait it out, but fortunately Lengthside is not in the vicinity just yet, so he will be able to grab the turret and be able to get out. But with that Predator pop, try and challenge for a kill, decides not to. And that is the second turret of the game, but the first one for University of Toronto. to grab for themselves, and now the lane assignments are starting to switch up. Lane Cries and Explosion hitting into this mid lane, giving this Twisted Fate and this Camille the side lane pressure that they really love to work with to try and make a lot of pressure start to come up throughout the map, with Ryerson having to deal with every single lane at once. Could be a Rift Herald that could help them out to condense the map a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. The Rift Herald would be hugely crucial to them being able to get some more towers down in their belts, especially this mid lane to kind of unlock some of that pressure. Meanwhile, you got to think of what UofT are getting on the opposite side of it. They are going to get a lot of pressure towards this bot side, get this outer tower. Can Ryerson make a play onto Red Eclipse?
Don't know if that's possible. Not hitting the Scatter of the Weak stun does mean that that is pretty much botched at that time. And Link Tai took a lot of damage on that Syndra as well. With all that attention topside, Pioneer taking this bottom lane absolutely for free. Lane Cries as well, getting a decent amount of chip damage onto this turret, dropping down to half health. So this is looking a little bit reminiscent of Game 1, where because Ryerson pretty much is in that mindset of needing multiple members to even challenge a single one of University of Toronto to just like get that maximum output and that overwhelming factor, it leaves the rest of the map open for University of Toronto to work with, and it starts to reciprocate losing resources not through mass loss, but through that slow bleed of, well, we're trying to look for a pick here, but they took a turret here, they grabbed a dragon there, they're stealing some of our jungle camps in the bottom quadrant like Spect was just a moments ago. So we're losing costs, we're losing resource, and we're losing time that is very valuable when trying to set up for these next objectives, which
Absolutely.
Ocean Soul or Ocean Point is going to be within the next 45.
And that is definitely not something you want to give over to University of Toronto, because that, first of all, the amount of like in and out potential that they have with that soul would be very, very detrimental to your win conditions for Ryerson. But as well as just, again, that pressure on the map, that's something that needs to stay consistent for University of Toronto with the competition that they have. They've got to always be pushing the pedal to the metal.
Push this one up with the Rift Herald. They might be able to crack this one open, but every single member of University of Toronto is here. We'll have to see if they try and look for a pinch. This is going to be difficult for Toronto because the front to back Ryerson University has, that is a little bit more favorable. So it's going to be more of a fight for this Ocean Dragon now that it is up. Dead 420 is in a good spot right now, but he's on a ward. Oh, nice catch there. Good with the hook shot to get him back out of danger, but getting into a pinch maneuver, this is where the poke from this Twisted Fate could really come into play and could cause some chaos. So Ryerson needs to pick a flank now.
There goes the forward aggression and the engagement for the University of Toronto. Re-engagement there, though, and you've got to be careful. The team fight potential of Ryerson isn't going to be enough. There you go. Land Cries is still going to go down. Or no, get a couple kills, sorry, rather. Take down dead. And now there's no real defense that can come through for Ryerson. Destiny's actually popped on the backside over there just to make sure. Tapioca almost executes Land Cries.
And we look back at that fight, and we might have to hold on a little bit.
I don't think they can do this.
Being a little dangerous. You could. You have some health potions chugging, and I'd have to say Lulu can give a shield.
Your
but
health bars are not there. TP now coming in from Red Eclipse.
It's very dangerous. Like it's doable just because Venetti doesn't have a quick way back into this, so like there's no smite to steal away. But after all that's done, that wombo combo that Ryerson University has in their composition, it landed on that front line. Spec got hit, Red Eclipse got hit, and they blew up almost immediately. But it was that Feather Storm coming in from Lacries, dodging all of that damage, and then being able to hit that Feather recall of obliterating dead and really dropping Link's Eye within that lethal range to where everyone had to just scatter to the winds, and University of Toronto was able to come out on top. So Lacries doing an immaculate job on this Saya once again, and the damage, at least the raw damage, that this Twisted Fate, Talon, and Camille are at least able to get out on the front end is just enough to execute. As you know, every time you have a little bit of a hiccup every now and then, the resets, the patient bars.
This is the real oh no, though. Red Eclipse in the 1v1 against Tapioca. Tapioca getting real low, has to flash.
That's the inkling of concern, the big red flag that's now starting to come up in Ryerson University's corner of saying we cannot control these side lanes anymore. Gangplank is losing out on those. Tapioca cannot tame this Camille that is Red Eclipse. And this Baron is now a threat. This is not going to be a fast Baron though. Xayah, yes, can rip targets apart, but doesn't have that HP shred damage like a Kai'Sa would, to where you can have a little bit of security. And it doesn't have the Callista Spear Ends to secure with the executes either, with how the feathers can fall fairly easily. That means they have to look back to this mid lane and look at this top lane and see, prioritize these lanes once again, take the resources away from Ryerson University's jungle and starve them out. Force them into a state where you have the item advantage, the XP advantage. You can see that's what they're doing right now. Cruz, though, trying to fight fire with fire, looking to find a way to punch back into this game.
Nice hook comes in, immediately ulting is Spect as he tries to get over the wall and get away from trouble, and they won't find the pick.
And with those 4 members, means mid's open. They'll be able for Toronto to take their 3rd turret of the game. All tier 1 turrets are now exhausted and gone from Ryerson's defenses. With a regroup here, pinch there. At least there's that blast cone for Lancry's and Explosion to go ahead and get out. And man, the map is just spreading Ryerson thin. Toronto is playing very, very well in their own rights to make sure that Ryerson really doesn't have enough resources to answer every single push, and playing the pushes properly of just clearing out to threaten that additional forward attack, but disengaging just to make sure that there's no real opening for weakness or a potential flank for you to get punished by when it does come down to trying to challenge. Because you are playing on the timer. You're waiting, hey, 2 minutes until this Ocean Soul. Let's wait it out once more. We don't have the capability to take Dragon, but really neither do they. Sure, you could do it with Red, White, Aphelios, but it still takes a little bit of time just because of how far behind Ryerson University currently is against that of University of Toronto.
And now you come to a position where the next fights are very crucial if you want to stay in this game and if you really want to control at least a part of these team fights later on. I will highlight the Trinity Force for Venetti here. Typically damage focused build with the Trinity Force. I like the confidence in that, and especially with the squishiness that there is on the University of Toronto. You don't necessarily want to go with the Divine Sunder. And I like where their heads are at, right? Like we've seen multiple times, the aggression is still there for Ryerson, but it's about when they pull that trigger and how they pull that trigger.
Of course. Like, it... depending on where you actually hit that go button is very key, because it could be the cause of success or failure if you decide to choose to go in at the wrong time. And whether it's either you're getting beat up by this Baron constantly and you say, hey, let's go now. Oh, we kind of went when we were already sort of stretching ourselves too thin with this objective. Kind of costs that price. Or even if you're separated here now, where it's okay, we have 1 TP available from Eclipse on this Camille, but maybe he's not in a good state or a good position to try and get into a fight and also deny Tapioca an entryway in as well. But if you're looking at the Dragon, you don't need to worry about that TP situation because it's right next door. It's right over here, and the vision is now starting to clear up here for both of these teams. Currently, Ryerson has the upper hand, but we've seen this kind of before, where one team is able to go in first, clear out all the vision, get their own set out, but then immediately once the other team starts to step in, it gets pushed straight back. So it's very much a favorable second. Second comes in and gets the advantage.
See the potential team fight set up for Ryerson as they're just opting into the traditional NAE strategy. Keep that the mid lane pushing. His Destiny is actually popped by Pioneer. They wanted to take the engagement maybe on a flank or anything along those lines. Dragon started up here by UofT. They're actually going to continue to damage it. They have this brush to keep them covered as well. Explosion Act on the wrong side of the rift there as he needs to get back around to the team fight. And mid lane continues to be the priority for Ryerson as they just are waiting for the fight to be baited out by UofT.
And here's the problem too, because you would always say, well, there's the threat of Ryerson being able to just push mid and take a couple turrets, but with Dragon Soul on the line, that is no longer
an Ocean Soul too.
Table. Yeah, so it's like, sure, okay, cool, we're threatening the mid lane, but okay, now we're a man down, and they get Ocean Soul.
Coco?
This is the regular, not NA ARAM, but
this is the Wild Wild West special.
It's the Wild West standoff, 100%.
Somebody's waiting there. They got their hands twitching on their guns. They're ready to go, but nobody wants to pull the trigger.
No one just yet. The rapid fire cannon. That might
here
be
we go. UofT decided they want to win this Wild West shoot-off as Dead goes down. Now you got the rest of the team fight going down. Tapioca on the backside is doing some work, but he's all by his lonesome as just like that, 3 members of Ryerson, 4 members, check that, are wiped off the board, and Lang Zai is the only one left.
And for the cost of 0, a 4-for-0 sweep there from University of Toronto. And it was a patient game played there for each of those fights, waiting for that perfect flank. And a lot of that was waiting for that perfect setup, right? Is saying like maybe Camille went in early, maybe gets a hurt shot, jumps in, doesn't have the proper pinch, doesn't get onto either Dead or onto Tapioca. They could have lost that fight immediately, but University of Toronto was playing it smart, making sure that they had the optimal position for every single one of their members to jump onto that backline, obliterate Dead 420 off that Aphelios. Like I mentioned during the draft, once that Aphelios is gone, that consistent damage is no longer available, and Ryerson University sort of falls at its hinges with the rest of the fight going University of Toronto's way, not being able to close out any of those kills that were blinking low on Toronto's side. But that does open up this game. 6 kills to 14, 8,000 gold in the lead with a Baron power play and an Ocean Soul once again. And both of these games before this third and final match of this best of 3 series in the quarterfinals ended with the other team making a Hail Mary team fight play. Will it happen again, or will this be a death by 1,000 kills?
Everybody coming down to the spot lane for UofT to punish side lane pressure of Tapioca as Killing Spree goes over to Red Eclipse. And the Baron buff still pushing strong.
With 3 members in the bottom lane, 2 members in mid, but the 2 members looking to go ahead and migrate on down and potentially, just potentially, no, it looks like Landkreis is confident enough. He is 4-0 on the Zai. He has not died yet, so very confident that he is in safe hands with Explosion Axe. Lulu to continue to try and siege this mid lane, the shortest lane to get to that Nexus. So being spread out this thin could cause some room for concern, just barely, but the global play that and the pressure that you have and how quickly a talent into Camille can roam throughout the jungle is too much for Ryerson University to manage this 2-front war that they're dealing with.
And to be honest, it's just really hard to actually get damage down on a UofT, especially now that this Lulu is getting oh so strong. We have Landkreis putting up a tremendous effort on this Zaya. It's just getting harder and harder. The windows are closing even that much more for Ryerson.
Yeah, and you even have Mikhail's Crucible now too on Explosion Act. It's been there for a while, and it's something that gives Landkreis so much more so much more freedom, right? And it also technically gives you that heal, because yes, you have the cleanse, so boom, 1 CC gone. All right, you have Featherstorm. That's a CC that you can evade. And now you have the Mikhail's, which is a cleanse and a heal on top of that. So locking down the Zaya is almost nigh impossible at this point. And that cleanse is available for everyone on University of Toronto's team, which means if Specs gets on the backline, Red Eclipse gets on the backline, he's going to get that extra push to continue to lock down one of those carry members of Ryerson University. And from here on out, man, Landkreis is just tearing apart these turrets like paper. He's looking for this inhibitor. He's got Spect on his back foot. He's feeling confident. Now they're looking to try and pinch in Ryerson University a little bit more, see if they can force them away, force them to forfeit these inhibitors.
They want to put some lasting damage onto the base of Ryerson University, and they're doing just that. No response, really. No line drawn in the sand by Ryerson here. They lose 2 inhibs. It will be UofT backing off.
Baron power play has subsided.
Oh, they got Landkreis, but Featherstorm plus the Blade Collar means you're dead. Crazy Joker goes down. Landkreis is unstoppable. Here comes the Destiny in from Pioneer. They still might find the damage here, but now Landkreis is back into it. And immediately, everybody's turning tails here. Lang Zai trying to put some damage in, but won't be able to. Vanetti wants to make the great escape, but 4 legs won't take you that far if they get cut down. And UofT put the final touches on Ryerson University's base and on this series here as they come back. They're getting smacked in game number 2, giving us an incredible performance in game number 1. And here, dominating game 3. Masteries deserved, masteries popped. A couple more auto attacks onto the Nexus could spell doom here. Nice scout of the week back. Pioneers trying to finish it off, and there you go. Game over. University of Toronto take the series.
And with that, a victorious celebration there into these Northeast Conference quarterfinals for University of Toronto. We pitched this off at the beginning of this series that it was the David versus Goliath story, but with a little bit of a seeding flip between these two teams. And it definitely showed. Ryerson University felt like a team that was much more in the driver's seat when it came down to early game setup, creating plays, grabbing lane priority, and getting the kills on the board. But it was really University of Toronto who, once they were able to create lanes that are more stabilized and created that neutral environment, they were able to get out of that laning phase, come into a place where they either had a slight lead or just a neutral lead of those objectives, to where they could start to play the map a little bit better with the split pushing that they had with Camille and Twisted Fate. They were able to dominate with that, and once the resources were spread too thin, Ryerson University just fell to the wayside, and University of Toronto playing it immaculately. Well done in this 3-game series.
They do indeed. And, you know, it was an incredible series, and now we got an even more incredible moment here. As every 180 seconds, Coco, someone is diagnosed with a blood cancer. And 40% of all pediatric cancers are blood cancer. Every blood cancer diagnosis turns lives upside down. When this happens, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, LLS, is here to help. Since 1949, LLS has invested more than $1.3 billion in research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments that they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and support. So just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS Hero of the Game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most, today's LLS Hero of the Game is going to be Explosion Act. As we welcome him into the interview booth, Explosion Act, how does it feel to take the first round here, take this best of 3, this grueling best of 3, as we kicked off the night?
I think everyone is very excited and happy that we're able to move on to the semifinals. And I think everybody did a very good job, and we played together as a team, and we pulled through at the end. So I'm very proud of everybody.
I very much like it. I can appreciate the positivity there. But for you specifically, as the series went on, things got dicey in game number 2, where it felt like you guys had complete control in game 1 after stumbling a little bit in the early game of game number 1. But game number 3 was just decisive from you guys as a whole. And specifically you with the Lulu were a driving force to that. So what was the mentality of the team as you were kind of making your way through that best of 3?
Okay, so first game after the win, we were pretty confident that we were going to take the series. But unfortunately, second game, we kind of lost a little bit of focus. We kind of had a little bit of fun. And then we ended up, so if you guys watched the stream, you know, the top lane skirmish did not go well for us, and it snowballed from there. But, yeah, but third game, we said, all right, guys, let's put on a serious face and then just give it our all. And that's what we did.
I like it. Coco, if you have any questions.
Well, we had a lot of top lane action actually throughout this entire series. We pretty much had the camera stuck up there for the majority. But really it was the bottom lanes that determined the games through the most part. It was like you and Landkreis were able to pop off on Xayah and Lulu, and then in game 2, where it was like that other big sweep, it was the Aphelios that was really being able to come through. So with all of those changes, how do you think the current like collegiate bot lane is going through for yourself, and do you guys think you're going to be really contended as you guys move out throughout the playoffs?
I think if we focus up, we definitely have a chance. There are definitely a lot of good teams in the bracket so far. So, for example, next week we're against York. I think they're a very good contender. And I think we have a good chance, but we still need a lot of good practice. And I think I believe in my team.
I like it. Hey, you got to have some belief there.
Yeah. And also, I just wanted to shout out to everybody who helped our team, including our manager, Sunshine, Michael, Kunyanya, Sarah, as well as our dear friend, Dan, who also cheered us on, and then as well as our coach, Lauren, and everybody else on the team. Also, A-Team for UofT, who helped us draft and everything. So thank you, everybody. That led us to
I
this.
like it. Hey, get a little shout out in there. Now, I do have one little thing. Do you have any ideas of things that you might be prepping or want to, express going into that next series against York next week? Is there anything on your mind?
Okay, so we do have decent knowledge against York's matchup. We know that our C team did play against York today, so we got some information.
Got some of that
And
spicy intel, man. I like it.
yeah, but I think it will be a fun match to watch for sure, and fun match to play as well next week.
I like it. Explosion Act, thank you so much for joining us, and you are today's
Thank you for
LLS
this
Hero of the
opportunity.
Games.
Yeah.
Of
Thank
course. Have a great night and good luck next week.
Bye. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Well, Coco, that was our first series of the night. We're buckled in, ready to go, because we got another one coming right around the corner. But I had an incredible time. Incredible that we got to go to 3 games after what we thought was going to be a quick early series to the night. But
True.
now we got University of Kansas going against Texas State University in series number 2 of the night.
Yeah, going to be very exciting. But the only way they can get there is actually to hit up and get all the teams in the lobbies. I didn't say let's get this show rolling, because now it's going to be the Southwest that we have to check out when it comes out to the playoffs.
A little bit of different switch up, a little bit of different region, but the Southwest bout for their conference will go on after this short little break. We'll be back. Welcome back, one and all, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV Tournament. Now we're getting into our second series of the night. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco, the literal dragon, and we're going to be getting into University of Kansas against Texas State University.
Yeah, man, this is literally going to be one of the better quarterfinals here for the Southwest matchups, and that's just my opinion because I'm a big Kansas University fan.
No bias whatsoever going to this.
No bias whatsoever. But we also have Texas State University, which honestly I'd have to say is coming in with a pretty heavy favorites at the moment. I think they're a very, very strong team when it comes down to sort of their camaraderie. It's sort of like the same aspect of almost what we just had, where it's like, yes, they are kind of like mechanically less talented when it comes to stats. Like Groovy is the Masters player here throughout all of them, but you also have Croatoa, who in that bottom lane is going to be trying to go blow for blow. So the bottom lane is looking very, very spicy between these two teams, but the one big outlier is Sopatchy versus Bungo in that top side. It's going to be the place where it's very do or die situation. And with how a lot of the solo queue lifestyle is within the top lane at the moment, where there's like Jin tops, Kled tops coming in and causing some chaos, the Shens and the Camille's that can really just create that terrible environment for your opponent to deal with is what is going to be something that I'm not sure if Texas State University is fully ready for, but that's where I look at University of Kansas and say, all right, this is where you need to not lay all of your chips on the line, but also sort of make that statement of saying, all right, we are by far the divider, like the gap between these teams, where it is the first seed versus the eighth seed throughout these playoffs. The fourth and fifth seed, if you can prove that there is a massive gap between these, then it means that the semifinals are going to be even more chaotic and even more fun to watch because of how closely knit that top four competition is going to be. But without all that being said and done, the only way that you have to prove that is by proving it on the rail.
Exactly that. And we had a very topsy-turvy first series. So I'm very excited what we're going to get in our second series of the night. But specifically, want to zoom in on some of these matchups, especially Spock versus Danny Boy in that jungle. You were talking a little bit about the bot lane as well. It's going to be a secondary spotlight. And really looking at how they utilize the side lanes and how they utilize the macro decisions in that mid to late game. For both of these teams is what I'm looking at. You make it this far, right? You make it into this kind of position in the playoffs. You have to have the fundamentals down. You have to have some plays that are ready to go that you feel confident on.
Definitely. And to that end, it comes down to the composition in the drafts, right? Of being able to get those picks and be able to create those combinations that you do have that confidence in. And it's something where you can't be a one trick at this stage anymore. To get through the Swiss bracket, sure, you can one trick, you can be a dominant player at being able to pick up those kind of things. But once it comes down to the quarterfinals, semifinals, you need to have some versatility here. And if I'm sitting here looking at like a 210 gamed Akshan and that's all you play, Jaze, I'm looking at you. It comes into a question of like, okay, well, what else can you be effective on? But also arguing for him as well, he's very dominant on the core keys. He's very dominant on the fizzes as well, which was permabanned throughout the entirety of last series. So it for me then says, all right, so you have some combinations, you have some pools. Now, are you going to follow your own style, or are you going to do more worlds meta focus, which we have been seeing very much being a big influence throughout this entire fall season so far?
We have the one tricks and the world's meta. It is Texas State on the red side banning away the Akshan, and University of Kansas on the blue side this time around did ban away the Thresh as well as the Draven.
And the Draven being banned out is a little more of that one trick focus, though you could see also potential Twitch being taken away as well. It looks like with that Draven ban, it's sort of one of the lesser evils, whichever you're choosing to prefer. If you ban both, then it's a lot of freedom for the solo laners of Texas State University to sort of have the pick of the litter there, and you could argue that University of Kansas has that freedom of saying, all right, well, we can ban out your bottom lane because we know Sopatchy is going to dominate you on the top side, and our mid lane is really one of the more versatile players when it comes to play style. So he can play
Yeah.
back, he can play aggressive, and because of that, the draft isn't going to be that affected. And being on that blue side position as well for University of Kansas, they can pick a priority pick as well, and even choke down either the ADC pool a little bit more, or they can go for a jungle mid, whichever they're really looking at is the most favorable for themselves. And just looking at what they have on the table at the moment, I'd say like let's get Spixback Spock something. And there we go, Xin Zhao grabbed up by him.
I was gonna say we put a little bit of focus on that jungle matchup, and it's already taking prevalence here. I just think it's hilarious that Groovy Groove E and Moonglade are both just ADC and support players. Like, you just will never figure out who's gonna. At least if you're looking at op.gg's, right?
True.
It's so interesting to me, and the fact that we get the Karma ban by Texas State University does seem like they're prioritizing that Moonglade special. It is the Volley Bear in response to the Xin Zhao, though.
Which, it's like, it's not too bad. It's that same sort of Lissandra LeBlanc situation of being like, it's a counter pick, but it only is a counter pick when it comes to like applicable skill, and being able to still have the capability to deny one another that challenge. I would have to say that this is probably one of the more neutral matchups we're going to get throughout this series. The Volibear Xin Zhao situation. Because once it comes down to the rest of the counter picks and sort of the rest of the draft, I'll be curious once we start to sort of see the favors of either of these teams. As a Bard blind and without paired with an ADC, I'm curious, because that tells
confidence.
Me it's confidence, but it's also it screams to me safe ADC that's just going to safety farm. It could be a Ziggs, it could be an Ezreal, it could be a Varus, it could be any of those picks, and that sort of chomps the pool down a little bit more for University of Kansas, with that Camille Twisted Fate. He's like, okay, so
scary.
Yeah, like this is just a kill lane topside, like 100%. So playing a roaming support here is probably the best thing that they could do to try and counteract anything that University of Kansas has already cooked up, as Akali will be that mid laner against the Twisted Fate.
A little bit of kill pressure there, as well as a lot of mobility on the Akali too.
True.
But I still think this side lane pressure is going to be something that Texas State got to find an answer for. They've got the Bard, as you were mentioning too, but the rest of the comp is going to be very, very important as we get into the second phase of bans. It's looking like a Jinx ban here to prioritize some of that bot lane out of the way for University of Kansas, as that's all they have left to choose.
I'd be curious how much more we're going to be choking down on this bottom lane. Lucian taken away too. Let's see. You could ban the Aphelios if you'd want. You could ban the Caitlyn, the Ezreal, heck, the Ziggs. Like, there's so much stuff that you could be looking to take away here for either of these teams. I'm even looking at Jhin. Jhin would be a great, another good ban here as well for University of Kansas. If we're just looking at that, because I don't think University of Kansas worries at all about this top lane. It's like, it's Camille, and you're gonna win, and that's
Zyra
like
ban.
It's gonna be
interesting.
Okay.
Texas State take the Zyra as their 5th ban. The Caitlyn is the final ban for University of Kansas, and now Texas State University are on the clock.
It's gonna be very interesting to see how well they're gonna be checking this one out. Jhin is gonna be the one that I would have to say is the most favorable for me for Texas State University to lock in, just because it is the final ADC out of the tier lists that both of these teams, really, for these schools, have in their back pocket. And with that lock in, it is kind of safe, quote unquote. It's not as safe as like a Ziggs or a Senna that can just like sit back very distant from the wave and farm up, but he also has some kill potential as well, and can sort of play from a distance when he can just sort of detach from his lane quickly, help out with Bard trying to create a pick, and then leave. To that end, though, that leads into another good counterpoint of the Ziggs, pushing in this Jhin, pushing in this Bard to always condense them into that bottom lane and forcing them to stay.
This was the play all along.
To be free roam.
This was the big brain move from University of Kansas. They say, all right, we're gonna leave our cards on the table for you to see. And Texas State University picked themselves into a hole. Now you got the Ziggs Amumu locked in for University of Kansas. Very, very big wombo combo, but as well as the fact that you can set up the rest of the engagement of their composition. It is the Galio as the final pick for Texas State University in response.
Is it a Galio? I'm trying to think of. So it's Akali top, Galio mid, Volibear jungle then. Okay. Okay. Big thinking right here. So Akali will be a little bit more fighter-esque against that against the Camille, because like we were talking about during the beginning of the second phase of the draft, was like, okay, there's not a lot that University of Kansas is scared of in this top lane anymore to try and threaten this Camille. So Akali being already picked up, being something that can be versatile and can challenge that Camille, best option for them. And then with the Galio, it answers that Twisted Fate of being able to roam effectively, can challenge these more aggressive plays that University of Kansas is looking for, and can also be that additional frontline for this Volibear of Danny Boy to assist in creating some good objective fights. The only concern for me after that is, well, you're going against University of Kansas, who is okay with fighting front to back, will look to fight for pinces too, and if you do fight in a more condensed area, well, you have a Ziggs and a Mumu that are going to be looking to lock you down in that area to create a kill zone for the rest of the Kansas to jump on to. So you need to create a great argument in a sense of map state and in a sense of tempo control for me for Texas State University to come out on top.
Relying on a decent amount of comfort here for the squad, but as well as just trying to pick the pieces they feel like they can. Definitely in this situation has the feeling of University of Kansas getting a lot of what they wanted, right? Anytime that you don't leave any room for imagination against the other team, you got what you wanted.
True.
With the lock-in of that TF, Camille, Xin Zhao, you obviously see the strategy they're trying to employ early. But then it all comes down to execution. We had a long conversation about that for our first series, and it came, to brass tacks in the game 3 where it did work out for them. University of Kansas trying to put a strong foot forward in this best of 3 to kick off their playoffs.
Something here. I haven't seen a Volibear jungle in a little while, just because of how his clear speed is. Not too efficient from what I recall at this moment when you compare it to other junglers like the Graves, the Xin Zhaos, the Kha'Zixes, and so on, that can clear very quickly, can do a full clear, and then also get in a gank before you're even able to work on your buff or your Gromp. Or even your red buff if you're having those respective ways, and because of that, it leaves some room for error, some room for vulnerability for Texas State University. So a lot of that communication will come into play of testing out how those level 3, those level 4s were going to be. But on the other side of the coin, I feel like Texas State actually has a good place to start when it comes to challenging this bottom lane, because again, this Amumu and Ziggs, yes, they can oppress you. But once the Amumu it has exhausted his bandage toss, this Galio can stick on the Ziggs and Amumu very well. And if he doesn't land his crowd control, the Jhin and Galio will blow him right up. So there's some room for this Volibear to come into this bottom lane, focus you down, and potentially get some early kills for this Jhin to become this just assassin that can just blast through the composition of University of Kansas.
Yep, and that's a really tall task, but it can be achieved if you find the right avenues early. And
yeah,
you got to put the spotlight on that Volibear in the jungle, and especially the fact that they did pick the Akali for the top lane, and to be able to see that going into the Camille, it's going to be an interesting matchup in its own right. One that haven't seen much of recently, if at all. And I feel like it can be a very volatile one for both these teams.
Be very volatile indeed, and not to mention Akali in the top lane as well, something that hasn't been as popular in solo queue, at least for a while, just because she has some bad matchups that lose her out. But being into this top side, it might just be enough for you to create this place where you have the Galio in the mid lane for a while. But once you get out of the turret plates, once you get out of a position that you can say, all right, Akali, go back into mid, get into a place where you can start to create some priority, then maybe we'll be able to create a good argument for themselves. But that is all yet to be seen once Texas State gets out onto the Rift and is able to at least grab a lead for themselves.
It will be interesting to all find out, but game number 1 is just a short bit away. The Southwest Conference bout between University of Kansas and Texas State University. We'll be back right after this break. Here we are on to Summoner Drift for the first game of this best of three, numbers. You know how numbers are. University of Kansas, the 4th seed in the Southwest Conference, going against Texas State University, the 5th seed in said conference.
And just revising the drafts a little bit. A bit of a risky play here from Texas State, as it is a Kali in the top lane, but also the fact that they were able to get that neutral pick with the Xin Zhao and the Volibear into the Xin Zhao, though a lot of it is in reaction to what Kansas was building up for themselves. And that is where we bring you room for concern, where Kansas State has a composition that's cut dry, looks at the win conditions, easily applicable, easily executable, and has some good early game and late game insurances. So the uphill battle is a slippery slope there for Texas State, but Kansas University is looking to try and take this game by storm, though every storm takes time to start going. Everything has a little bit of a calm before it begins. And that's what this early game is all about, to see how quickly this game and this domination from either of these teams is really going to be able to take up.
Exactly that. It's all about putting your best foot forward. See what those feet have in store for us as game number 1 kicks off here. It will be opposite side starts for both these junglers. And I want to see what kind of focus that means, if we will see any unique pathing maybe coming out of Spick's back spot. I missed this name, by the way, Coco. I missed it. Yeah,
Spick's back spot.
We got to cast this guy. We got to cast University of Kansas towards the beginning of the season.
We did, and it's been a while since we met them. It's been, I think they were at the very first week that we were on live stream, but I had to hold on to our seats a little bit. Kroatoa.
You said he was the main focus for Texas State in the bottom lane. Now he's able to get out with a smidgen of health, put some damage back on a Groovy Moonblade.
Yeah, but it's just going to be even more dire of a situation here. You're going to keep landing those bombs. You have already exhausted your heal, and you're still down to around 100 health, making that 200 health while you're chugging these potions. And you went the squishier build. You went longsword with refillable potion. So you're in this place where if Groovy hits another bandage toss onto you, you might as well just sign your life away. And it's just constant harassment here already. And I can see the rumbling. The thunderstorm has approached you in this bottom lane already. And that's the one win condition that Texas State has in this early game. Get this Volibear down there instantaneously, drop him onto this Amumu, which doesn't have it a way out, and then start getting some kills onto this Jhin so he can start fighting against this Ziggs and Amumu, while the rest of Kansas University is looking at this top lane instead.
Danny Boy, oh, wrong time to go in, but they get first blood. Now Groovy is all by himself. Will be taken down immediately afterwards. First blood going over to Moonglade specifically.
Yeah, but it was Danny Boy that was just a little bit late, you could argue, but it was really the fact that Groovy was just on top of it this time, landing those bandage tosses onto I Love Bards, then getting that kill. Though, with that 1-for-1, with the first blood going over to Moonglade Ziggs, that applies a lot more pressure here to try and focus point onto this bottom lane to really start to break it open. But with how Kansas University already getting all this priority in the top end, the disconnect of this win condition for top, of prioritizing this kill onto Bungo or Zakali, might shift up a little bit, because Akali can't push that effectively against the Camille just yet, and to that end, you might be looking at trying to challenge the jungle a little bit more before you hit level 6, and that is what they are doing just yet, getting that freedom to start to cut some resources away from Danny Boy in his jungle, and then looking when Bungo does step out across that line to punish him, force some summoners, force an escape to where he can never try and challenge Sopachi on this Camille.
Oh, Bungo actually going ham here.
See you.
He's actually.
Can he not?
No, so it doesn't. It just reveals positioning, right? It doesn't reveal the actual like targetable stance for you.
The wind become lightning. Yeah, it's
unfortunate.
Yeah. Should have picked Lee Sin. Just saying.
Is that what the
That's the moral of the story. Should have picked Lee Sin. You should have seen him pick the Akali. You knew it was gonna happen, right? No future casting, unfortunately, for Kansas or the rest of the team. But that does mean no summoners used either, but they're able to push it in, crash the wave, go ahead and hit a reset, and see if they can look to prioritize elsewhere. These are the two junglers, though, that could actually look to try and solo dragons and solo heralds, so that is something that both these teams will need to take concern of. As for me, I'd be looking at Spixback going for that. And though Danny Boy is down here, he doesn't have anyone to try and challenge him with Cryo. So if he gets caught, then he's in real trouble. But at least he dropped some vision down as well earlier to make sure he can see where this Xin Zhao will be. Groovy though, also trying to do just the same to try and catch an eye onto Volibear. They don't see him in the bottom lane. They don't see him in the top vision either that they have placed out. So currently they have no clue where this Volibear is at this moment. Maybe he's in this bottom jungle. Maybe he's up on the tops near Krugs. But for now, they're playing like he's in bottom lane. And this is where Spixback trying to play carefully to see if he can help look for another kill here on his bottom.
And I wonder how much priority we see on these dragons. Last series, extreme priority over those neutral objectives. This time around, we'll see if they actually want to commit to them early on. It is just a Cloud Dragon to start us off, so the priority does dip a little bit for that first dragon for sure. Spixback Spock gets the Scuttle Crab in front of it, clears the vision as well.
Do that, no problem. Some decent vision, some security while he goes away and looks for his top camps to continue farming up. Still 39 CS to each because they were able to steal camps from one another while the other was on the opposite side of the map or recalling. Though, from here, with how safely Ziggs can play, Groovy can now start roaming. And I'm looking at this mid lane, same as Groovy. This Galio looking mighty appetizing in a sense of trying to force him away from the turrets and potentially maybe look for a potential bear as well. And as a matter of fact, that looks like what's just on the hunting menu.
They also have Sopachi right behind here as well. Danny Boy's just trying to find a way to get away. Destiny comes out. Oh no. It's all coming down. Apparently it's bear season as Jays gets the kill.
Just caught in a very terrible position. Danny Boy losing his life there. And the kill, you know, going over to Jays will at least give you some potential to break open this map a little bit more. Destiny being used does give a bit of fresh air for Texas State to try and at least push their lanes out a little bit. You can see Croatoa and Band went ahead, pushed that lane out while Groovy was gone.
Oh,
Go ahead
no.
and reset.
Oh, no.
Spixback, level 6, level 5 with the red buff. But
You got
Candy's
Candy here with heroic entrance as well, though. Spixpack Spock
Damn
is going to
so.
be in some serious trouble. Jace is right here. Predator has been popped by Candy. And he does connect it. Damage done by the Justice Punch as well, but Winds of War is not going to be enough from that distance. Crescent Guard was utilized by Spixpack Spock.
And unfortunately will be forced away. Oh, that ultimate being exhausted. Hello, we missed something?
Ooh, 1v1. Bungo gets the kill, but Wind becomes lightning and Bungo becomes death.
Yeah, unfortunate. The storm has already started and the lightning is striking all across the map now. Spixback able to get that reply kill at least. Also gets the assist for Sopachi. But unfortunate that we weren't able to catch that because getting that solo kill onto this Camille is
They've got the
big
wraparound on
red
Groovy
flag.
Groovy here.
I don't know if he's
just
safe. It's a
barely.
dragon for them. Dragon for Texas State will be alright with a cloud, you know, some additional cooldown reduction for their ultimates. Will help out quite a lot because then you're able to keep up in tempo with the constant plays that Kansas University is going to try and dish out, right? Like when Destiny comes online, hey, Galio's ultimate's going to be just there with it. Or Akali can look for those solo kills more and more now that the cooldown is going to be more available. So be very keen to see if they can try and pressure for some more dragons as well, because I think that might just be one of the conditions that Texas State really needs in this moment. Very sneaky Rift Herald right there as well, if I do say so for myself. But with those dragons, I think you need to just prioritize those, get those souls to give you that extra oomph when it comes to those fights.
Definitely does. Spixback Spock still looking for the aggression up here. Bungo does do a decent amount of damage. Almost has perfect execution up. Meanwhile, bot side, Groovy goes for the re-engage. Will not get shot. Will just be bitten down by Danny Boy. And Bungo died.
Yeah, but this is very bad news here for Texas State because that Rift Herald is online, though no turret plates have been taken just yet. So they could say we could risk the just taking the Rift Herald and dropping it down, but it's a Camille. You do true damage to these turrets, and with this, they may not get the turret because of the TP, but they're gonna get a total of 3 plates, if not 4
They
plates.
gotta
here.
save Jays.
As Ram comes down,
Bungo?
the challenge will go through. That's a lot of plates going over.
Bungo's going in.
my goodness.
Bungo's going ham. Heroic entrance is there. Gets the double
There we go.
knock up. So Pachi's on the backside. They get one. Shutdown goes to Danny Boy. Re-engage from Groovy. So Pachi able to put down some damage here. The turnaround is there. Curse of the Sad Mummy. The CC is not enough from I Love Band. He cannot save the day. Yellow card is there. He doesn't have the knockback. And now, that was nicely timed, but doesn't matter. The CC chain is there, and now Jays just needs to follow up the damage. But no mana from Groovy means I Love Band gets out.
Yep, no damage just there, no mana for that, but that is 4 plates going down, but only 3 of those plates were actually cashed in by the side of Kansas University. Actually, good call there from the observers. They were able to catch that final plate that did go down was not in range with the Rift Herald slapping it away, so hey, that's overall like at least some gold that had been denied there from Texas State, but now it's a 7-4 kill lead. 5,000 is on the horizon there. And I cannot reiterate, 5,000 gold, once you get to that economic advantage for a team-wide lead, that's when you're starting to get past the point of no return when it comes
Especially at
down to
11
these fights.
minutes.
Hey,
Like,
especially
especially
at 11
this
minutes.
early in the game.
Yeah. Like, we're not there yet. It's around 4,000 at the moment. But being at that precipice at 11 minutes and 11 and a half minutes, that is some room for concern. And now you have to ask yourself, all right, where is that goal? There is a almost 30 CS lead in favor of Sopachi in that top lane. The mid lane is where most of that gold lies, I would have to say, with Jaze on that Twisted Fate. You got the passive, you got the additional gold that you're raking in as well. Yeah, 2,000 gold in the lead for himself, so that's where a lot of that is being dumped onto. And then it's that 1,000 gold lead from Sopachi in the top lane, and of course the rest of that 1,000 gold is sort of littered around elsewhere. through those kills and assists and some CS discrepancies here and there. But with that all being said, next objective's not up for 90 seconds. Herald's not going to be up for a while. So there is a little bit of reprieve here for Texas State to say, okay, maybe we can give Bungo Balls some space here to try and get a solo kill onto Sapachi once again. But it's Divine Sunder against a Blasting Wand and Sorp Shoes. That's going to be real tough to try and take that out.
Why you got to throw him under the bus like that, Coco? Come on, man.
That's the scoreboard, my man.
I know. The curtain call does come away. Groovy's getting in some trouble. Mega Inferno Bomb did get utilized. Fourth shot right there. Ooh. Groovy flashes. Nicely done. Stunned into the wall. Stormbringer comes out. Groovy's still alive for another moment as Danny Boy claims the kill.
Able to claim the kill, but think of all of the ultimates that were just exhausted. 3 ultimates, Tempered Fate, Curtain Call, and the Storm God have all been taken down when you have 40 seconds left on this dragon. That is a lot of signs being told for Kansas saying, hey, we could try and prioritize this dragon here shortly.
He's got the distance. Bungo, there's Destiny, yellow card at the ready. There's the stun, and Jays is now on a rampage. This TF is unlocked. 9 on the Dark Seal, 4-0 in kills. This is a crucial pick for Kansas in game 1.
And with this turret falling here, that is the 5,000 gold mark that will be going over in the favor of Kansas University. That now gets ticked over, and I'd have to say for Kansas, I say you could try and challenge this dragon. You see the teleports coming, or at least the recall's coming back. Teleports won't be up, so Texas State is at least able to squeeze out this dragon, possibly. But here comes Spixback and the rest of Kansas University. They're being slow to the call, so for them, they're allowing this dragon to go through. I feel like if they just hit the recall button immediately after they took that kill onto Bungo in the top side and rushed to this dragon, they could have made it to try and challenge a fight. Would they have gotten dragon? Maybe, maybe not. But they would have gone there for the fight to try and look for those kills at the end of it.
Now we get back onto the state of the map where, 2 objectives taken by Texas State, not too shabby, but it's the gold advantage passively gained and aggressively gained by Kansas University. And the fact that we just have the complete unlocked mobility squad for them, and this is exactly what they wanted when they were drafting this comp.
Not to mention, with the composition that they have cooked up, they don't need to adjust lane assignments whatsoever. You can have Moonglade in the bottom lane doing whatever he wants, farming up, playing safe underneath the turrets, and you just have Groovy continuing to roam and assisting Jaze when he looks to get out of the mid lane. There's no reason to switch that up, and it sort of creates that awkward mindset as Jaze taking a little bit of damage there, but it creates that awkward mindset of Texas State of being like, oh, well, they haven't changed their lane assignments, why should we? But that's just because of the freedom that composition has. Oh! They need to get out of these lane assignments now, and I think Croatoa should stay here in this mid lane. I think Croatoa sticks in this mid lane and allows Conde to go bottom lane. The top side has pretty much been forfeited over. Will allow Danny Boy to be that guardian angel for a little while, but get this Jhin and Bard online. Allow them to participate and keep them in this game.
And the Rift Herald going down will signal a little bit more objective gain by Kansas University. Meanwhile, Bungo in some trouble himself. Double ultis utilized, and unfortunately, he's only worth 110 gold.
Oh. Jazzy just used Destiny, so they pop the Destiny to get that vision of Bungo. They're able to find that catch, lock him down, take him out. As a reward, he Destiny walls over the blue wall to take blue buff. Legendary, as this 4-0 Twisted Fate is absolutely taking this game by storm. Huge shoutouts also to Spixback Spock on this Zinzao, who has been making waves throughout this game so far, making a good impression and continuing forward with this game. I'd have to say, once this next dragon comes online, the only problem and room concern for me is that Kansas University hasn't gotten a dragon for themselves. Once they start to accrue those and start to break open this mid lane a little bit more, then the timer is going to start to ramp up. That's when we're going to start to see that this game get faster and faster when kills come in and punishments start to be reprimanded.
Indeed, a Spixback Spock and the aggressive hand here as we prep this mid lane. for some NARAM action. Still looking at Kansas University to play these side lanes, the 1-3-1 composition that they drafted for themselves. And trying to bust down this outer tower here with the Rift Herald. Still got a lot of time left on it. Probably enough time to use it as a distraction for this dragon. And get the first mountain dragon of the game.
Shake this up. It's going to be a while until they can get it. I see the lane assignments. I like this is what Texas State is doing to at least get here. But oh, the damage.
Oh, the Tempered Fate is enough to save the day, but Mega Inferno Bomb makes sure that's not so. Spick-Spack Spock actually got the kill on that one. Now they can just take this tower. They just use the Rift Herald after getting the pick.
This game is going to start to break wide open. Herald's going to take this turret. It could potentially take the next. I do see Bungo down on the flanks. He could try and challenge this. So it would be a 3v3, make it a 3v4 with Galio in the area. Here we go. Will Bungo look for any kills? He will not find any. And within this course of time, Kansas University reading Texas State like a book, disengaging at the proper times, preparing to hit the reset buttons, look for this dragon that is coming up in 45 seconds, and then crash upon it as a full 5-man team. You have TP on Sopachi still, so you could look to just continue to threaten this top side of the map, break that turret open, and then TP into the dragon when you need to. So, only thing for me for Texas is deny those flank wards and make sure that Sopachi doesn't get onto your backline instantly, so that this fight just falls apart at the very beginning.
They're committing to mid lane though. Groovy not going to get stunned up. There's the Sky Splitter, but they flash into it to try to get the engagement. Now the re-engaged TPs are coming down. Destiny on the back, but Jays is targeted down. Jays might die here. Candy already is dead, and now you have the re-engagement from Sopachi. As it's so big, the gold lead is way too far. Bungo gets one back, but he can't get much else. We got the 1v1 on the backside of it as Sopachi takes down the ADC, and that's an ADC's life. Dragon goes to Kansas University.
And we're now at an 8,000 gold lead for Kansas University, or at least University of Kansas.
University of Kansas.
The KU's sort of flipping me without it, but you know, as it is. Nonetheless, it is going to be that dragon for themselves and going to be a mid turret. And with how that fight went, with only one member falling, and that being
used it too early. Oh no!
How dare you? That's unfortunate. But with all this falling, now jumping to close to a 9, almost 10,000 gold lead, and how that last fight went with only Jays falling with the shutdown, and it was a very tail end of the fight shutdown. It was just Bungo TPing in and being like, "Hey, I got a kill, I'm out." I think KU is at the point of stat checks. Like they can just grab up, look for an objective, prioritize, and say, "Okay, well, let's look for this fight." And then full send it. But Moonblade
might die here.
Like
yeah, he stuck himself between a rock and a hard place, but he kills him! What? That's insanity, as the Mega Inferno Bomb does enough work with the Leandries. You get turned around on like that, Croatoa not having a good one.
Yeah, that is just not an enjoyable time to be, where it's just a Mega Inferno Bomb and some minions send you to the gray screen. That's what I'm saying. You just stat check them. Like, okay, I get out fine. 2-0 on the Ziggs. Massive on this Demolitionist Yordle. And your jungle is theirs. Kansas takes everything that is
almost
of
a
Texas
10,000
State.
gold lead at this point. It's been slow, it's been steady.
Yeah,
21 minutes in. There's no big coup de grace coming out so far from the University of Kansas, but they are slowly and surely winning around the map.
Oh, definitely. They are very, very close to just taking this game over. And it's always that enigma for me of just like, how quickly can these teams close this out? Like, just last series, I asked myself the same question, and
they're just farming.
They finished it out. This, though, feels much like it's 21 minutes. Like, they can close this game
they're
very
going
quickly.
in.
Here we go.
Entrance back, though. That's going to be a lot of knockup. Tempered Fate stopped a lot of the re-engagement, and now you've still got the gold lead that's rated true. Big Mega Inferno Bomb across the bow. They are out-positioned here, and Texas State capitalizes on it.
That was underneath a turret, Mazel, and it was a 3-for-2, and they stayed under that turret for quite a while. So it's a couple shutdowns over, so it does even the kill score up a little bit. But look at how the gold is
about
stuck.
to die.
the gold is still there. It's still a 9,000 gold lead in favor of Kansas University. So
They just stumbled a little bit going over that hurdle.
they tripped over the turret.
They tried to do like an epic backflip corkscrew over the hurdle, and they just tripped all over it. Just like fell straight to the ground.
I'm imagining like a sick scooter trick. Like they do like a little twist on the scooter, but like the scooter like hits him in the ankle, and like it's just like painful. But it does. The trick's still cool. Still did it.
Is it?
I don't know. I think the fact that they got hit in the ankle by a scooter and they just like walked away is the more impressive part,
tough.
to be honest. That's
Yeah.
some tough stuff.
Tough cookies there on the side of University of Kansas. It will be Baron positioned around by Texas State, just trying to get some vision game, trying to get a catch out on the Jays.
That ain't gonna happen at all. But they know they need to be around this Baron. They are very scared that this Baron could be taken very quickly. But with the composition that Kansas University has, not really. It's just AP, poke, harassment. Sure, Camille and Zinzao could try and burn it down fairly fast, but that's really it. And it's more of the fact that if you die, if Texas State does fall, loses a couple members, loses Danny Boy, loses Croatoa, then yes, the Baron will be Kansas's to take. But they need to get some of these side lanes under control, and it is just so difficult to do that. The wave clear they have is very lackluster. Akali does not provide much when it comes to managing these longer lanes. Sure, you get the smite. I'm just sad he didn't emote to show that he stole that, just for a little bit of pride at that moment.
Chad gamer, alpha gamer there, Danny Boy.
At this moment, life is on a ticker. Life is on the timer. It is slowly going away, but I feel like Kansas could just brute force this. Waiting around this long doesn't seem necessary for Kansas.
That's what we typically see, is a little bit of that lack of confidence in closing out games, just trying to make sure. It's always that question of how prepared do you need to be to end it, or are you prepared all along and you're just taking extra steps?
Sure.
And it's always that decision making that's so hard to achieve in League of Legends and in the competitive space.
Yeah, it is. But when you have a 5-1 Twisted Fate, 5-2 Camille, and Zao, might just be
Big Spec Spock is caught here.
He's got Flash.
Does have Flash, does have a lot of teammates on the back, but they're not there fast enough. There's the Crescent Guard to buy a lot of time. Heroic entrance already utilized, but there goes Sabachi on the back. Croatoa, one auto attack from dying. There's the hook shot, and unfortunately as an ADC, you just die that time around. Everfrost comes away though, and they might have overextended. Hextech Ultimatum, beautifully used to get out of the damage. Now Jays goes golden over the perfect execution. Stormbringer's there, but Destiny, Jays across the wall. Jays with the outplay. So Pachi is just making miracles happen left and right, as University of Kansas will continue their dominance into another dragon.
And they could take this dragon, but honestly, they could be taking inhibitors right now. You can see Moonglade and Groovy are doing just that, and that was a style. That was styling on Texas State right there with that team fight. So Pachi, he could have gone back, he could have disengaged, but he chased down Croatoa, guaranteed he got the kill, jumps in, is able to disengage, and same with the Destiny too, able to hop back out and get themselves better positioning in the middle of a team fight, showing them how dominant they are taking this game at the moment. And now they're at almost an 11,000 gold lead, just on the precipice of it. As a matter of fact, they had just hit it, almost. As Baron, again, it's not an option yet for Kansas. It's not something that they can challenge when 5 members of Texas are up, but it's something that they can always sort of have as like a carrot on a stick of saying like, this is always a potential thing if you ignore us, but it really is just a trap. It's an illusion into the bigger bear trap that is Kansas University's team fight.
Now we get the TP to mid lane. Utilized there by Moonglade. Try to set up this fight, try to set up this vision around the Baron. And with a little while until another objective spawn, this is where I would like to see University of Kansas utilize the 10,000 gold lead that they have. But it's just going to be a lull period for them. They don't feel confident moving forward with this gigantic gold sack.
At this point, you should feel that you're in the lead, that you are
He
immensely.
just did half of his health, like
Yeah.
almost half of his health in one ability.
You should know you can do, like, you should know you should just be able to end the game, right?
But that's what I'm talking about. And I love talking about it because that's the difference between good teams and great teams. That's the difference between being able to propel yourself forward in a competitive space of League of Legends, is making sure you know what kind of state you're in, what you can accomplish
You know what's
at that
good.
moment.
You know what's good, and you know what's good?
Candy.
Not Candy.
Nope. Oh! He almost
Red
gets
buff.
away. Let's be fair, he was not getting away for that one. Killing spree from Sopachi as the Baron is started by the rest of University of Kansas. They still have to send one member, Bungo, to deal with the side lane pressure. Curtain call comes out. Groovy might just die here. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Does half, if not more, of his health. Now TP in from Sopachi. Can Bungo do it? He's going to go with them.
No,
As
he's
he maybe
not.
be able to... No, he's not. And now they don't have any help here. Hookshot comes across. Danny Boy tries to go back in, gets the Stormbringer to get a kill. Does not matter. Jays will be a martyr. And the rest of the team falls. The only ones alive, Bungo and I Love Band.
That carrot on a stick just to be the bait into the trap that was the team fight. Because the Baron just bonked him right on the head. Told him to go to support jail or something. But, 22 kills to 11, 53,000 gold to 41. This Akali, putting up a fight though.
Might have baited his teammate here though, as Candy is still in there. Bungo is on top of Moonglade, gets the kill, perfect execution now. But meanwhile, Candy is in a 1v2 against Sopachi, and they need to get out of here. Hextech Ultimatum comes away, and 2 members will fall for Texas State. No Baron for University of Kansas though, and that's the big one.
There's no need for it. It's still like, you don't need the Baron to end the game at this point. You just have Ziggs walk up to a turret and auto attack it, and it's dead. That's all you need to do. And you have the front line to hide behind. You have an Amumu, a Camille, and a Xin Zhao to hide behind to force people away from the turret. Ziggs will blow it up, no problem. Heck, even blue card Ziggs W probably could one-shot these inhibitor turrets. Just like, boom, done. But you gotta be, like, I guess being patient, being slow, and playing at your speed is always, like, the best argument, right? But at this point, like, there's no reason to drag it out.
I don't know. I'm getting worried because you know what Akali's getting. We just saw Bungo eliminate.
Well, yeah.
And
Well,
it's getting scarier and scarier. Like, yes, you do have this lead, but at some point in the game, the lead doesn't matter when everybody's on the same items.
Yeah, but the lead still matters now. Do not, like, wait and hesitate until that lead does not matter, right? The Akali can just, like, blow up the
Here you go. This is the play call here. They're
This
going
might
in.
be.
Destiny on the back. So Pachi just leaves the game as they're going in. He's reconnected in the middle of the fight. No pause coming out as they're still continuing to take the fight. It's 10,000 gold. You can't do anything against it. Groovy gets away with a smidgen of health, but everybody else is getting wiped off the face of the earth here in Summoner's Rift, and they're going to barrel it down mid lane.
There we go. And with that,
Now they're 14,000
game.
gold in the lead.
yeah, all right, look at this blue card. Okay, the blue card did not do as much.
But that's the satchel. They didn't even use the satchel there. They're going to save it. Now Hextech Ultimatum on I Love Band, the last remaining member of Texas State. There's the ace that comes through. The emotes shine. University of Kansas will make a statement in game number 1. 14,000 gold in the lead, controlling the entire time. Texas State are backs up against the wall. A tall mountain to climb.
And it was very much the way that the forecast predicted it this time around. It was very much a game of, like, we see this top discrepancy between these two teams.
Yeah.
We see this just domination that you can immediately assess onto with Sopachi and with Jaze and with Spixback. So use it, and that they did. They absolutely dominated this top side of the map. They created that neutral bottom lane that stabilized and created that late game hyper carry potential of a Ziggs with Moonglade, and then it was just a recipe from there of constant team fighting, oppressing those targets onto the side of Texas State, and it left Texas State with very little counterplay to it because just they didn't have the laning phase to survive through that team fight. So unfortunate for them, but that doesn't mean that they're out just yet. It is a best of 3 series, and game 2 is just on the horizon.
The comeback is right around the corner for Texas State University. We'll see how they're geared up for that comeback as we come back for game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, as we're getting set and ready to go for our second game of our second series of the night. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon yet again for University of Kansas versus Texas State University in the quarterfinals of the Southwest Conference here. And I gotta say, after watching these games today, I could need to step up my own game as a whole across the board. You know, one very, very good way to do that is going to be through Medify, one of our sponsors here at the NACE Starleague. Medify is full of tons of wonderful individuals, some we know as well personally, but amazing coaches and players across the board. You can choose from the top League of Legends coaches and book your first session in less than 3 minutes. And with Medify, you can book those sessions instantly, chat with those coaches in real time, and even upload those past gameplays to get that expert analysis that you want from these top players and coaches. They also provide customer support for collegiate programs. So if you're an esport organizer at the collegiate level, reach out to learn how they can help your team with the one-on-one coaching and team coaching and competitive analysis. It's pretty intense stuff, Coco, and a lot of offers, a lot of ability to improve through Medify.
Well, and I think one of the better things that you pointed out about that is the expansion that it can reach with all of these different levels of competition, from solo queue to clash to actual collegiate and further on. That is something that is very different and very unique of what Medify and what they're able to provide. And as a matter of fact, I think some of us all need to take a little bit lesson on closing out those games, because I felt like this game was a little bit longer than it should have been, Lennon.
University of Kansas taking their sweet time as we're going to take a look at some of those games. It was complete control by University of Kansas the entire game, it seemed. Their 1-3-1 play style, their strategy to just pick the Camille, TF, as well as the Xin Zhao in the first 3 picks, it was impeccable, and they showed why.
It was, and as much as I would berate on them about being a little bit slower to the end game as usual, the thing was it's a masterclass of everything before that, of the draft, of prioritizing those early win conditions, of your team's strong suits, of creating an easy to execute composition that also hits all of those checkboxes, and then being able to apply those once you hit onto the rift, giving yourself an early win condition of prioritizing that top side, as you had mentioned, Mazel, and then also having a late game investment in the bottom lane with Moonglade and with Jays, who both of them were able to just take control of these team fights, prioritize and lock down specific targets to just obliterate Texas State as it was, and using the Baron as well to create that bait objective to always force Texas State to poke their heads out a little bit too early so they could punish them immaculately. All of it was very well done by Kansas University. Again, the whole iterating of like the game ending at 30 minutes and 30 seconds, being a little bit late. Of course, that is a little bit of just doing the fine touches, the fine notes of that self-realization, of knowing how far you are ahead, how much you can take away from the opposing team, and then being able to close out those games properly. It's one of
Yeah.
those last lessons that a lot of people learn, and it's not something that even some of the best teams know just yet, because of how much it's something where us as a spectator, as an observer, as a commentator, we get to see everything. We get to see how much of that lead they actually have. It's a little bit different once you're on the battlefield and you're in that fog of war. So for them,
Yeah.
after that first game, I think that's something where the second game they might have that tap in to now be able to really take this second game by storm.
Well, we're already into the thick of things here. University of Kansas back on that blue side. Texas State University back on that red side. Thresh, Draven, Lucian band away on that blue side. Akshan, as well as the Kled, and potentially the Amumu band away.
Amumu would be a decent ban to take away. It was very difficult to deal with, but it wasn't the catalyst of a lot of things. Jaze's Twisted Fate was very much a big powerhouse. Not to mention the 11-2 Camille that Sopachi had on that top side of the map. So it's not just a one single target problem. There's a lot of things that they need to take into consideration. However, I think the side selection is another place for concern again. With Texas State picking right side, sure, it gives you the counter pick, but in this conversation where you are heavily outmatched in those skill matchups, you need to give yourself the tools first before they take them away from you. And I think this is where this Twitch and Rakan come into play, something that is very comfortable in Texas State's side of the court and is able to at least go up against a lot of what University of Kansas may throw at them.
Exactly that. I love that we get the Twitch coming through from Texas State. You're giving one of those comfort picks over, as well as a lot of engage potential, but peel back potential. And I'm wondering here if we just see the triple lock in again by University of Kansas, as it might look like it. Camille gets locked in second, and there you go.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If Texas State punishes them, then you have to switch it up. But so far, they have not yet been punished with this composition. The Galio did not seem like the best option. The Akali didn't either. I don't know if I agree with this hover. I know you could say it's sort of like a think tank at the moment, but now that that's been locked in, I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. You need to find this Akali a better lane matchup, right? And yes, it's a flex still at this moment. Could it go against the Twisted Fate? Potentially, but you're playing an uphill battle because Destiny, once that's popped, boom, all eyes are on you. They can see you, and that smokescreen is no longer a strong point of your kit.
Exactly. I would be very interested at the bans we get. Okay, so Texas State learned from their lessons in game one. They take away the entire bot lane that University of Kansas wanted of that game one. So nice ban away from that one. Galio, the ban away from the University of Kansas, which was actually a really big turning point for Texas State University in that last game. I feel like those heroic entrances were what gave them the little light of hope that they did have.
It gave them some time, right, to slow the fight down and create some space again for both Croatoa and Bungo to start to do some work. At the end of the day, though, it is still something that you have to think of lane priority first to take down this Twisted Fate. You're picking your jungler and another solo laner here for Texas State, and this is where, for me, a jungler that can get onto the mid lane easy would be great, but they go with the Volibear again. It is a salty run back. The counter pick is not too bad, and it plays into what Danny Boy likes to prefer. He's been very much a fan of that Volibear recently, just through his solo queue history as it is. But with that being said, it's like the final pick. This counter pick has to give me a good argument for Texas.
It definitely does. I like the comfort being relied on back by Texas State University, though. That's hugely crucial for them to get back into this series itself, and the Volibear represents that. The Xayah locked in, though, is a very scary ticket against this comp because you have a lot of go forward, you have a lot of damage profile, but the Xayah will be able to get away from that and buy time for the rest of the team. And now they just get to lock it in as the Leona is the pickup for University of Kansas and a lot of lockdown themselves.
And we just had a dominant Zaya performance in the last series, being piloted around by University of Toronto with Lancrease. The the fact that you are so difficult to stick onto, and that you're in this position where you don't have that, like, you don't have that early front damage, but it's again that late game investment, right? The ADC focus of getting to that collector
Mm-hmm.
and Gale Force to where you can start executing some of these squishier targets. Like, even if Akali takes some of that brute damage, which, a little pointer, those feathers, when they go through and cut through, they will hit Akali in that smoke screen,
They
even
will.
if they don't see it. So that's some additional damage that could possibly go through. Same thing with Gale Force or Gale Force. Gale Force does not care if you're invisible. It will kill you. So into that stage, I think University of Kansas cooked up the same closest to composition that they could have,
Yeah.
like they had in Game 1. But I think we do need to touch on this Victor pickup as well.
It is the final pickup for Texas State University, the interlocking piece for them, if you will. And it looks like, keeping things a little similar. They are just going to keep that Akali in the top side against the Camille, which did not really go their way last time. But having the Victor changes things up just a little bit and maybe puts a little bit more pressure on this TF in mid lane.
I think that's the best way to argue, right? Is saying, all right, if we have more pressure on this Twisted Fate, then the Akali will not be harassed as much by the TF Camille combo, and then it will be able to scale efficiently when it comes down to the laning phase and fighting. Because we had that solo kill happen earlier on, where Sopachi lost their life to Bungo in just a 1v1 that was just caught off screen. So
Yeah.
it is possible for this Akali to turn this matchup back on around in their favor for Texas State. Does denying that Twisted Fate away, is that the turning point, or is this just a panic solution that they're trying to look for right at this moment? I look at sort of what Candy is playing at this time. He does have some experience on this Victor at the moment, so it just might be that extra change, that extra champion and tool in the kit of Texas to really create a good argument for them to get into the mid game, where looking at their composition is very much a scrappy style of Rakan and Volibear being in that front line, and Akali being in this sort of mid-range focus point with Victor, where they're a little bit more mobile in their own rights, and they can sort of temper the fight a little bit more with a gravity field and smoke screen. Could be very useful there, while Twitch is sort of peppering away at everyone in the back line. Though, with how condensed things might be or might get, that's where University of Kansas is going to be very interesting to play into, right? Because the gravity field and the smoke screen look really good when this dimensional comp of University of Kansas is just dogpiling onto a center focus point.
But the other thing is how does Texas State University deal with the side lanes? And especially the fact that they're going to need a pretty good setup in their team fights when you're looking at those big 5v5s and things along those lines. And how do they respond to needing to send a member to the side lane? Last time, we did see the Akali dealing with the side lane. How did that work out? Not too well. So very, very interested in how Texas State University tackled that problem specifically going into game number 2.
But they have a Victor this time. They have a Victor that actually has some decent wave clear this time around with the Death Ray, and can clear out those minions rather efficiently. To that end, is it something like a Ziggs or an Anivia? No, but it is something that can slow down the game, temper those side lanes a little bit more, but it doesn't have the global presence like a Ziggs or a Galio would, where even though you're on that side lane contending stuff, oh, there's a fight happening on the other side. Well, if I don't have TP, I'm not getting there, and that's just an immediately lost situation, and things start to come out a little bit sour. So it is a little bit of a concern to see if the sort of map state and the tempo will sort of replicate itself like it did in game 1, and that's where we have to look over to the University of Kansas and saying, all right, well, you have a composition that is very much similar of having a safe late invest bot lane, priority focus onto this top and mid with some jungle pressure as well. Will you be able to rinse and repeat the same strategy and get some success, or will one of these changes of the Victor or the bottom lane be able to create some kind of diversion or some interruption for Texas State to come back and gain a lead once again?
Yeah, and especially with the absolute control it just seemed like University of Kansas had last game. You've got to find something else that works for you early on. You've got to be able to put a damper on University of Kansas's plans. As we do, take a little break. Get ready for game number 2. Texas State University need to win here to continue their night and to continue their season on forward, at least to claim that spot. University of Kansas want to end it a quick night here for us. We'll see on the other side of this break. Here we are for potentially the final time of the evening. University of Kansas one step away from making that next step in the conference playoffs of the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV split. Texas State University do not want that to happen. They need to find an into this best of 3.
And an in they could look for if they go for a cheeky level invade, question mark? Probably not, as very standard 5-point spread amount amongst both of these teams. Though Bongo, he's a little back there. He's playing very cautiously up in this top side.
Just in case.
Isn't also going like Ignite. So I feel like the fact that you're not going like Ignite Teleport on this Akali could be a little bit of a handicap. It did it in game 1 as well. Oh, it's just getting some ramen in before the game starts. I totally understand that.
Make sure to stay fed.
I'm very jealous of the ramen. Could go for some of that, to be honest. But nonetheless, like I was discussing, if you're not being as aggressive, like with a Teleport Ignite, Teleport Flash does not bode as well, I'd have to say, for Bungo. Like, you see Sopachi's doing it. Teleport Ignite knows that he can go for kills and looks for that aggression. And if you're playing an assassin, you need to do that. Like, you need to be looking for these kills, looking for some pressure, and sort of waving your jungler down every chance he's, like, every chance you can get to be like, hey, let's look for kills. Let's get this Akali online so we can have that side lane pressure and also just that power to deny and also obliterate some of these squishier targets when it comes to team fights.
Exactly that. It will be the opposite side pathing though as we get the 1v1 or 2v2 in the bot lane at level 1. Now Croatoa has to flash. They're able to follow this up. Moonglade has the Ignite used onto him though. Decent amount of damage in return. Health potions are going to be popped. It looks like we will not have that early blood in bot lane.
No, they won't. Able to keep it calm and steady for a little while, though with those summoners all exhausted, might just divert some junglers' eyes down there for a little while. Keep us in a spicier conversation than that of just the dry, focused top side of the map for a little while. Though Spixback Spock being on this top end, the mirroring of these two junglers being on the opposite quadrants of the map is going to stay stable, but it also means that they're probably both going to check in on each other's jungles once again, right? Another cliche, like, you don't start your Krugs, you never do your Krugs. You do your junglers, like your opponent's Krugs, because you're right next to that top lane, and if that top lane messes up, you can punish immediately with a quick counter, with a gank, and it's just a direct line into that top lane. So that's how both of these junglers could be looking at it. Like, I'm looking at the bottom lane as well. Like, if Volibear comes in without any of the vision available here for Moonglade and Groovy, that could be some flashes forced, and that could be a potential first blood as well if Isle of Band on the Rakan is also able to get some setup. But same thing goes for that top side as well.
And now that we get the Scuttle Crabs traded in kind for both of these junglers, more than likely a reset coming out unless we look for that early gank, that level 4 gank coming out for both of these junglers. They will just both reset. Oh, nope, they're going to continue. Okay, Spixback Spock deciding to spend a little bit more time here on an overcommittal. And it actually was also Danny Boy who stopped his back too. My goodness.
Making sure they can play fire with fire, but ooh, both of these junglers, because of the botched turret dive and showing yourself on the top side of this, with the Xin Zhao, and also with the same thing in the mid lane, you don't go for those counter jungles. You go straight back to your own camps in your own lanes and neutral handshake it out once more and wait for the next diversion, the next aggression from these lanes to come to fruition. And with how Bungo is so spaced up right now, I can see how hesitant Spixback is on the Xin Zhao. He's canceling his recall every single time. It's okay to do it because like he can just like go out and clear, but at this stage, he might lose some tempo and some momentum if he sticks around for maybe a couple seconds too long.
And that being said,
there we go.
The dragon focus is another important aspect here for me because yes, we see the give and trade of how much priority dragons give for both these teams, but I do think at the setup right now, and especially with the idea of an early mountain dragon to go on the pocket of University of Kansas, I think they want this.
And they want it too. I think Kansas is in the better state at the moment to try and look for it. A TP coming in from Candy, though, will give me that second thought, as Jay-Z went Ignite instead of Teleport on this Twisted Fate, so won't have as much of that quick mobility as he used to have. He also went Electrocute instead of the Unsealed Spellbook like he did in Game 1. So not as maneuverable, not as versatile on this Twisted Fate, but has higher kill threat, higher burst potential. And sort of the argument for that is because of this new change of a mid laner. I'm saying, okay, well, I'm going to be stuck in the lane a little bit more, so when I do have to challenge him or when I do have to duel, I need to make sure I can secure the kills once I get out these lanes, or if I'm able to win one of those trades later down the line. So playing it a little bit more aggressively, a little riskier, but he's not able to make as many plays in a consistent manner. So it does give Texas State even more room for themselves to be a little bit more relaxed and try and focus on their own win conditions without the concern of something else happening.
And now we do see Danny Boy I thought maybe going for an invade on the enemy side jungle, but will not find it. Both junglers hovering around this mid lane, but with the safety that is provided, will not find the ganks, and we continue to farm. Meanwhile, Danny Boy starting up the Dragon #1 for Texas State.
Don't see any vision here by Kansas University to smell this one out, but just knowing that the Rakan is MIA would at least tell some of the signs. Here comes
They're starting to
Jace.
bring him down. Jace is
back
going
and
to
hop
find
over.
it first. There's the control ward used, and now the rest of the bodies are here. Destiny was popped. Flash missed from Groovy. Groovy still not going to connect the yellow card either. This is a little bit rough for University of Kansas as they need to turn tail and run.
Yeah, for a little while, but now it's back to front to back.
Yellow card back. They get the Zenith Blade, and there you go. Damage done. TP first from Sopachi, and it's going to be the difference maker as they've only gotten a couple members down so far. That'll be 3 total, and there's the perfect execution to get 2 members. Now Bungo is making plays go wild here. Sopachi doesn't really have anything to follow it up, but maybe on the candy. It's like it will just be traded back and forth 3 for 2 in favor of University of Kansas.
And just barely in favor of them as well, keeping themselves just underneath that 1,000 gold lead, but also denying that dragon as well. Teleports forced across the map too, and that fight, it was looking very dire for Texas State for a minute until Bungo came in and turned it right back on the head and got a double kill for himself. A lot of that fight too could have been diverted if the gravity field was dropped a little bit earlier by Candy. Dropped it to try and cut off the choke into the pit, into the jungle, but didn't drop it right on top of the engagement that both Groovy and Spixback were trying to assess onto. They found the catch onto Band and onto Croatoa, and the gravity field wasn't dropped on top of those members, so there was free reign. So to that end, those 2 die, and sure, you stay alive, but at this point, a lot of that gold went over to Jays and Moonglade, 2 of the very important members when it comes down to those later team fights. I have to keep to see any room of concern here once we look back for this dragon once more. Rift Herald is also on the table.
It is, and so far, a little bit of a different approach this time around from University of Kansas. Not that early aggression. Spixback Spock not able to find the early advantage that maybe you'd be looking for in the Zins out. That does worry me to an extent, but the scaling factors of Texas State are going to be online later on. And finally, the dragon going to fall.
Alright, this time there is no TP to challenge. There's no engagements from the side of Kansas to try and look for it. But there is a Destiny available in just under 30 seconds. And
Just
top
walking up
lane
here
looks
now.
appealing.
A little bit spotted out by this control ward, though, by Bungo.
It's got to hit the go button now. So Pachi needs to go there, but unfortunately, yeah, gets caught.
So, Jace is going to take a lot of damage here.
Okay, no,
And
not
Bungo
going
just
that.
goes ham for it. Perfect execution is there. He might look for it. Actually gets away from that one. Destiny's still available. Pull the trigger on, but not going to have the yellow card, so does not pull the trigger on that.
Very, very crazy interaction there. Bungo is feeling a lot more confident now that he has the Leeching Seer as well as the Blasting Wand. All the components ready for that Omni Vamp, for the Rift Maker. So being able to trade effectively on this Akali is looking real nice, fine and dandy. A trade for a Destiny over the Perfect Execution. Yeah, overall win there for Texas State. But without any kills to call for it, I don't think Kansas University is too worried at this time. Maybe if they can come back up to try and punish this Akali once more with not just Twisted Fate, but also with the Zins out for Spixback Spock, then potentially we can start to see some snowball getting into a place of concern. But overall, Bungo still doing an amazing job on this Akali. Again, though through this second game has started to make amends for pain.
It's a much different series of tails for Bungo than last game, especially with the amount of focus that they were able to put up there eventually.
Yeah.
Still in a precarious predicament, and Spixback Spock is up here to try and punish a potential overextension or a kill that's trying to come through for Bungo. Perfect execution is not available just yet. They have Groovy on the roam up here, as it is Isla Band turning around immediately as he sees them come over the wall.
Rift Herald looks to be in the next sites for both of these teams. I'm a little weird about these ADCs on the bottom side because they are actually volatile. They could kill one another. I'm seeing the health bars go down actually.
Yeah, Moonglade is dead.
I think Moonglade
There's
is.
oh my god, he
Ooh.
survived. Just
Okay.
seeing the health bar tick,
Yeah.
thinking there's poison still there, but Moonglade survived.
That is dangerous territory right there. We're on the side of Kansas losing that summoner as well with the exhaust. That was with exhaust that Croatoa had almost killed him. Had almost killed Moonglade. With this Rift Herald contention, we lose some turret plates on the bottom end. Who's gonna make the first draw? Who's gonna make either the mistake or the fine to start this fight?
Gosh, both teams just not feeling confident in this moment.
Well, you
More
don't
so
want
on the side of University of Kansas, but they're just baiting out the time here as eventually Texas State walks away.
No, call it off. They still have vision to try and challenge. They have a TP with Candy to also look for the pressure as well. So from here, it might just be a rinse and repeat from both these teams. Kansas is going to reset. They're going to look to see if they can get some additional items. Riftmaker is done for Bungo, so that's a huge power spike for Zakali. And you don't even have Divine Sunderer yet at the ready for Sopachi. So there are some power spikes here that are in concern.
Danny Boy sees the back completed by Spixback Spock. Just going to start at the Rift Herald. Now Moonglade is about to die in the 1v1, and this is why you don't give away the one tricks, the confidence champions to these kinds of players. Croatoa will punish you for it.
Yeah, and he's absolutely confident in taking those kills. Though in the solo matchup, yeah, a little bit of a concern. But here comes this fight for the Rift Herald once more.
Fight's on the top side though. The Destiny went onto Bungo in a 1v2, and Lila Band is up there now. Jay's not feeling confident here in his own right. Flash is using the yellow card on the minions, and now the fight afterwards is all Spixback Spock and Sopachi. He's taken out by Bungo, but Spixback Spock is still doing work. He gets a second kill of the fight.
That is a victory over for Kansas University. They will be able to take this fight, take the win, and be able to grab this Rift Herald for themselves as well. Overall, a wonderful job there by the side of Kansas University to turn that one around. But these fights are close to the chest of these teams. Every single battle, every single death is traded 1 for 1 at this point. Just that slight first blood at the very first fight of this game at that Dragon Pit is the only change between these teams. There are only 500 gold between them as well, which means it could go either way. It could decimate in a moment, as this next dragon will be taken with ease. Not something Kansas is concerned of at all. It's just a Cloud Dragon. It's not Soul. It's not Soul Point, but it is Ocean Soul once more for us tonight. I think it's the third Ocean Soul, as a matter of fact, out of the 4 through 5 games now that have happened.
Still going to be highly contested for both these teams. That sustain is going to be crucial to the late game pushes. Something else crucial is how far ahead Bungo gets. And we see Spixback Spock's not going to make that happen much longer. He wants to put some pressure onto Bungo, try to get this tower with the Rift Herald as well.
Able to disengage, sit up there. Very careful here, though. There's no turret plates to chip in for that gold. They just had passed a minute away. It's the fact that extra power to just break open this turret.
So he knows?
Groovy knows he's,
Groovy
he's on
there.
board. So he knows something's up.
Finally, Jays is dead. The shutdown goes over.
Oh, and
That's
actually
very unfortunate, but now the engage is there. TP's coming in from Texas State, but is it too little too late? Croatoa trying to put in some work here, but can't do it. Is he going to turn it around? Moonglade is finally here. Spixback Spock will die. Bungo is putting on the performance of a lifetime here to bring Texas State into the series.
Try and force a game 3 through sheer domination on this Akali, and he is doing a wonderful job at that. Able to see if they can clean this one out once more, see if they can break open some of these turrets. There is the one in the bottom lane that you can see Danny Boy is just battering against at the moment with the Volibear. Able to get the first turret of the game too.
TP and Destiny available though, so Pachi is here
dear.
to shut this down. And Danny Boy might have just given himself up here. realizes what's going down. Now TP committed by Bungo. And Stormbringer brings the health bar back to full. Sopachi will get the killing spree. Dies to Bungo, though. And now this is a 2v1. The CC isn't going to be enough. Bungo's putting in some damage right now, but it's still turning into a 3v1, and Bungo eventually dies. Shutdown goes to Jays.
Ooh, that is a pretty decent shutdown. Sure, it's only 150 gold, but that is a shutdown nonetheless, going over to Jays to help get him to a little bit of a quicker timer for that next item. See that dagger in his pocket. That will most likely go for a rapid fire cannon. Mid lane now. Croatoa, he's strong in the 1v1s, but once someone crowd controls this Twitch, the rat is pretty much dead. And he does not have a chance to try and challenge for those fights. He needs to be in that long range with the spray and pray to look for anything more than that. But Jays in the side lane is really the best opportunity that Kansas has at this moment to create some more neutrality. They need to continue to pressure on onto Bungo, though. Bungo is pretty much Texas State at this point. Without him and without Croatoa, this is a moot point.
Oh, the yellow card's right there waiting to go. Candy steps up, he messes up, and there you go. You face check the bush and the Chaos Storm. Not enough to get Jays.
Very close, though. Very close to getting that trade kill. If it had just additional damage or just that slight bit of movement speed, it would have been able to try and secure that kill for Texas State and make that a 1-for-1 at this stage. 90 seconds until the next objective is on the board, and that will be that Ocean Soul point for Texas State if they're looking at it, or the first dragon of the game for Kansas, who is starting to at least get some additional kills to lead up on the board, but they are still very much a dead even game. No turrets taken just yet either out of Kansas, which can tell you very much that it is Texas State that is controlling a lot of the map at the moment. There's not a good amount of wave clear just yet from Kansas to try and challenge for these turrets, and the ones that they are looking for, Bungo is there on the back line, or Candy is there to clear the wave.
Oh, he's able to get the damage back! The Hex Tech! Sopachi! He can't get the kill, but Bungo still has the perfect execution reactivation. If he's gonna go for it, he decides to get away.
Was very dangerous there from Bungo. The fact that was that close is very concerning for me. With Texas State trying to challenge for those fights, like that's
it was under tower. Rick. I mean,
yes, it was under tower, but he only took one shot from the tower, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was under tower, but I think it's more the fact that the tower revealed where Kali was more the factor of just like landing the true damage and getting that massive runt of damage onto Bungo is more the concern. So it's like, okay, so Sopachi sticks the landing and is able to get onto Bungo. Then this Akali's in a world of hurt. But
we're about
this
to
moment,
get a 5v5 here, Coco.
Look at Dragon. And is on his own. Bungo's on the pinch.
He is on the flank here. You've got multiple members surrounding University of Kansas, and this is exactly what Texas State want. They want to pick you apart. Spixback Spock is caught. Spixback Spock is dead. Croatoa already gets one, but now the fight's continuing. Bungo on the back line, and it's University of Kansas just getting routed in game number 2. Bungo does not find the kills, does go golden, does not find Jace, and Jace can't get the kill. He can't follow it up. Oh no. There's the Featherstorm Blade Collar available. Can't pull it back and pull in the damage. Not going to find Croatoa.
Just getting away.
Candy wants it.
Enough.
Q in. He's taking the tower shots, and there's the laser beam. A quadra kill. Traded for one of Texas State, and you'll take that all day long. Soul Point goes over as well.
And from there, it was just an immaculate back flank attack by Bungo to just divert the damage members away from the fight. Moonglade and Sopachi completely distracted, and not to mention Spixback got obliterated before the fight even started. So it was immediately a 4v5, and then from there, the damage being divided did not allow any of the kills to be secured by the side of the University of Kansas. So Texas State taking that entire game by storm.
They just got completely surrounded. Like, they put themselves in that situation. They knew that there was Candy in bot lane. They knew Bungo was in mid lane, but they still walked into it.
They needed to try and find lane priority through another position, but unfortunately they decided to hit the go button. More or less, it was more the fact that Band on the Recon was able to hit the go button first. He was able to jump in and deny them that retreat to where they could look for challenge a different position and a different front. At this stage, 2,000 gold still isn't enough to make or break this game just yet. But a 5-2 Kali and a 5-2 Victor, who just got a quadra kill, just might be enough.
Oh, they didn't stop. Gosh, it's so close, but so far at the same time.
That's just unfortunate there. Not getting that kill, not getting any of the lockdown, and using a Destiny and Solar
And maybe
Eclipse
a little bit of that lack of confidence in decision making coming to bite University of Kansas in this second game.
Protoa spotting out a control ward as well, going to be able to take care of that one. And I look at this bottom lane too with Bungo on this bottom side of the map, pressuring these turrets. Will he be able to take Sopachi out by himself? Could just potentially be the case. And in the 4v4 situation, Texas State I still think has the upper hand.
And now that we look at these side lane situations, top lane being pushed in by Candy. You got the back coming through from Bungo. That's TP available, so TP plays still on the board for Texas State. But they are just buying their time for 2 minutes and 40 seconds just about for another dragon to spawn for them to get their dragon soul.
The other thing change about this too is that this Baron actually can be taken very quickly by Kansas as well. Not like last previous game where they had like the Ziggs and just a Fate that was a little bit more utility focused. This game with the Xin Zhao, Camille, and Isaiah, that Baron can go down fairly quickly. So this is something where Texas State needs to keep that in mind as the dragon is in 2 minutes. Now Candy, his life is on the line here. There's blood in the water, and Candy does not know it just yet.
He does not. They're spending a ton of time up here, though. Destiny does come through, yellow card there. Jays gets stunned up in the Chaos Storm. Candy will die, but now Danny Boy is here with the stun to follow up with the Stormbringer. And Bungo on the backside does have a lot of damage, too. So Pachi has found the reinforcements, but it's not going to be enough. Moonblade is late to the party, and Sopachi is already dead. This is a really rough performance from University of Kansas, and a great one from Texas State University as Bungo gets the execution.
And a wonderful job at that. The great TP coming in from Bungo to help kill all of those, or at least clean up all of those kills. And then Sopachi being caught out by Croatoa and banned. That's just unfortunate. Not able to kill this Twitch just yet by yourself with the assistance of the Rakan. And this is a very quick Baron as well for the members of Texas State. They will get this Baron power play, and they will get themselves on the board to be in the driver's seat fully and in a confident manner for the second game of the best of 3 series for the Southwest Conference quarterfinals. The Dragons in 50 seconds, with the Baron powered recall, they can get back quickly, they can get back onto the map, and with that, they could challenge this Ocean Soul for themselves to take this by a massive lead.
I'm just saying, like, Moonglade is, I'm sorry to say, literally useless in this one. Like, he's at 1.5 items. He's been constantly late to the fights. Yeah. And unfortunately, you need this Xayah to be a factor in these fights. You have to have that point of pressure. And right now, it just seems like the whole boat is leaking for University of Kansas. And that's where you got to look to Texas State on the resurgence from that very dominant game number 1 of University of Kansas to bounce back between game 1 and 2 and to serve up a performance like this. They are dominating Summoner's Rift, and they're about to look at their soul here.
Let's see here. Positioning great for Texas State. They've got all entrances covered, and they're taking this dragon down successfully. This will be a dragon for themselves, unless he steals it!
He steals it! He gets in there and steals it. He'll die afterwards, but you buy some time for University of Kansas. He survives! Though. What? No way. I cast a curse Texas State right there, I gotta say.
And all of Kansas University gets out as well. They stall the game for just a few minutes more. 5 more minutes until that next Ocean Soul spawns, and they are back in the same predicament. But at least the Baron will not be available for them when it comes around to it. So the Baron power play will subside here in just under 90 seconds. But will not be available for that next Ocean Soul contention if it comes down to a 1-for-1 challenge.
And Moonblade does have the Dominix now, so actually has some oomph to the damage build at this point. True. Still waiting on that third item spike for the Xayah to really feel impactful, but at least going against this competition where many of these members have a high health bar, it's going to feel a lot better as Moonglade gets into those fights.
Very true, very true. So we'll have to see when this Moonglade Zaya can get into those fights, because as I've been seeing, he's been running out of space and some time, because it's either he gets latched onto by Band on the Rakan, or he gets dived onto by Bungo, and then he just gets obliterated even after he comes back from the Featherstorm. So there's a lot of things that are going against Moonglade that are making her relevant. But as you had pointed out, with the Lord Dominic's cash-in, he might be able to start tearing through the front line a bit more, to where he can whittle them down fast enough to challenge the more squishy members of Texas State, like Candy and Bungo, who will be in that range. Because Zaya still is one of those shorter range characters in the ADC role, and against Kurotoa's Twitch, who with the Spray and Pray will get that additional 200 range, you're gonna have a tough time getting onto him unless he's pretty much the last man standing.
Kurotoa trying to make a cheap gameplay into the mid lane, won't find it. Just gonna get the, I thought he was gonna get the empowered back from the Baron buff that they have for no longer. So he started the buff, stopped the back, or started the back, stopped the back, and then will not have the buff to complete that one. But it is still just buying time right now for Texas State until that next fight. They feel confident in the 5v5. They feel confident in their setup around these neutral objectives.
Just checking out all the items at the moment. 2 items pretty much all set out for Kansas University, while Texas State working on their thirds. Trying to see. The only one that is like kind of ahead of Texas is Jazzy, who, it's a Twisted Fate, has a cheaper build path and also has that additional economy buff with passive to help out. But into that, we have to look at this fight here in the mid lane.
Oh, engagement, and the amount of damage Kurotoa is able to put in right here is going to be nuts. But you've got a front to back now. Stormbringer into the middle of the pack. It doesn't matter what you brought to the fight if you can't hang. Texas State are going to wipe the board with University of Kansas. They got a couple members left, but can't do much about it. Mid tower will eventually fall. Some more poke comes through. And that's just decisiveness from Texas State reigning true.
Seeing if they can try and get more, but the wave clear from Jazzy is just enough to be able to disengage. But it's 90 seconds until that dragon. Yes, they're able to get 3 kills for nothing. But when that next fight comes around, and well, Sopachi not being in that fight in the first place means that there's no need to worry about a front line as well. Good place for Texas State to be in at this moment. So they look to try and pressure out for these objectives. Hit those reset buttons now, get that vision control unlocked, so you can have I Love on this Rakan do exactly the same thing. Get onto that backline immediately, find the pincer, disengage for the front line of Danny Boy and Bungo to filter back in, and then be able to secure these kills easily with Kurotoa and with Candy. They look towards this dragon.
45 seconds on the timer here. A soul for Texas State on the board, and University of Kansas need another miracle to stop that stacking, to stop that scaling. Not going to happen this time. Spock is about to die. Crescent Guard comes away, but it's not going to make him live very much longer. Bungo is obliterating the back line, and Sopachi just now getting to the fight. Can't do anything about it, and that's just got to be the final touches for Texas State, as there is literally nothing University of Kansas can do.
The only issue now is the fact that Texas State is dealing with some pretty poor sideways and wave crashes at the moment, so they can't really look to take inhibitors at all. They can only take this Dragon and Baron for themselves. That ain't much of a problem, honestly. Like another power play and the soul achievement for yourself. Absolute victory for Texas State. Again, finding cash after cash in Kansas University. Not in the position to try and challenge these fights. Unfortunate plays, but so far it looks like the Twitch has been a very massive problem. Not to mention Bungo, who has sort of downloaded Sopachi at this point. I think keeping the dissipating mid is a problem.
It seems, at least recently, right? It seems that Collegiate is just a rough and tumble Wild West. We have seen so many times where a team comes out and smacks game number 1 convincingly. They're doing macro right. They're executing right in the team fights. Their positioning is insane. Their mechanics are amazing. and then they just throw the ball downfield in game number 2. And it's so interesting to me that this thrives in the collegiate scene, that we see this consistently from teams.
Well, we're seeing inconsistency consistently, if that's the way you're putting it, right? The fact that we're running into these situations where it's the same rinse and repeat strategy, but it's adapted. It's like it's just a completely different performance. So really, what changed? And you look over to Texas State. Texas State was the team that adapted, the one that made those changes. They didn't stay cut and dry. And I think the thing is you need to be consistent, but also adaptive.
The pocket's just dead.
Candy.
Like, what? He just walked up there like that. You just get obliterated.
Just walked up slowly and down smash. Not even. He
I
just
don't even
turned
know
his
if he needed
computer
to hit
off.
the
That's
down
what he
smash.
did.
He just walked up and killed himself in front of him. There's the second tower dying to Texas State in the bottom lane. They're looking on the end hit tower.
Just end the game right here with Oliver.
They've got the yep, there you go. Stormbringer comes in to cancel the tower, and the front to back is too strong. Texas State will lose one off the back of it. The tower still falls. Croatoa knows where the win lies. And there's no ifs, ands, buts about this game. There ain't no stalling for University of Kansas any longer as they look to push us to game 3. Only a couple towers left to defend for University of Kansas, but they will slowly but surely fall. Oh my goodness. Nope. All right, they're backing out. They've got another minute and 10 seconds on the bear, but they are going to live to fight another day.
I guess, like, there was... I guess, like, with Sopachi up, you're just a little bit too concerned to try and fight back for that Nexus turret, but it was there. It was in your hands. Finishing the game, but holding it out for just a minute or so longer.
Come on, we got to get a 40-minute banger in here somewhere. We got to get Elder Dragons after the last weeks. We've had multiple weeks now. We get double, triple Elder Dragons. Why not bring it to the table?
I do not want to see that in this game. Both of these teams have dominated their own games individually to a point where you do not need to rely on these fights or these objectives to win those fights. As a matter of fact, like, look at the score again. It's 62-52 in a sense of in economy lead. It is a Twitch that is 6-2 and 8-3 victor, and I am complimenting the back line at the moment. I'm not even talking about Bungo on the front line, who is literally ripping people to shreds.
That's the biggest question to me. It's like, was the Galio so important that you just leave the Twitch open and give Croatoa one of his most played champions? That's the interesting decision making. I think that's something that University of Kansas is definitely going to be wishing went differently for them in the draft in game 2.
Definitely. I think the Galio ban was a little bit of a botch. It wasn't as concerning because it doesn't provide the damage. It provides the utility, but not the damage, like a Victor does. Victor provides both, but in a little bit of a shorter range. As knocking on the top lane at the moment, seeing if they could look to break it open. Volibear is coming down mid, so Danny Boy could start up a dive at any moment.
And the siege is real here with the Dragon Soul achieved by Texas State. They will just regen their health back as they just take time to force the fights against the University of Kansas.
There is no Baron empowered minion waves this time, so they'll have to be a little bit more active if they want to hit this go button here and now. Members are grouping up, they're creating a proper front to back. All it is we're looking at Danny Boy and we're looking at Bungo. Those two are the ones that will really start to set this game on fire. So if we find a pinch from Bans or Khan, that might just be the other straw that could break this back of Kansas.
Croatoa going in here. He is invisible.
Sopachi.
Does get a couple shots on Sopachi. Flashing forward. He's going to get the kill. And Texas State now feel confident to hit the go button, hit the double knockups. They will end the game here in game number 2. And that forces us to a 6-game night. We're going all the way in this first playoff series of the quarterfinals.
And it's difficult to sort of dissect some of these series that are stomp to stomp, right? Where it's like one team has a immaculate performance in game 1, it hits all of the questions, all of the checkbox, right? And then the second game, it's almost a dead reverse of where did this team go wrong? How did they find these pinches? And in this time around, it was Texas State that had the upper hand, and a lot of it was onto Bungo there, who on the Sakali just won that side lane.
Insane, dude. That double kill, perfect execution of the team fight to set up the entire game. Like, my goodness. I couldn't be more excited for Texas State University.
It's amazing like how quickly they're able to come back on that off of the back of Bungo, who before we even talked about in the series is probably like the biggest underdog here. He's going against
Yeah.
Sabachi. It's a Plat 2, if I recall correctly, a Plat 2 versus a Masters player. Yes, there's some
At
discrepancy.
this point,
in
I don't get
in
that. I
skill
feel
level.
like those aren't even right anymore. We
And-
had that last week as
Yeah,
well.
it's just like you're like, okay, this is the biggest upset, but it's also showing it's like, man, Texas State, the players that they have right now, they work together really well and they read the team fights really well. And I think that's where they're able to break through in this game too. But also that comfort pick on the Twitch, I think, really threw out that late game insurance that
Yeah.
Kansas was trying to set up for themselves in that Zaya. So with all that said and done, there's a lot of lessons that need to be learned and a lot of drawing boards that need to be erased and written back on again to prepare for game 3.
We will see. We're getting ready for game number 3. We're a step away. We'll be back. We are back for the final time. This time it's real. The final time of the evening. It's been a very long night. It's been a very fun night as Mazel, Coco the Dragon, taking you yet again into the bout between the University of Kansas and Texas State University.
Yeah, and what about it's been so far? Something that I will honestly reiterate again. It's very difficult to sort of see these games and these series where it's a stomp after stomp, but the sides are kind of flipped. Yes, the go-to argument is, well, both of the teams, they came in with a bang, caused a little bit of an upset, but the other was able to at least dissect during the break to see where their mistakes were and where they could exploit some of the weaknesses. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of it. Kind of. But most of it was really just Bungo on this Akali that just went absolutely insane, and there's no counter-argument to it whatsoever. Croatoa also did phenomenal on that Twitch, and I think that's the point that you counted out, Mazel, that instead of banning the Galio, maybe Twitch was the better option here because he was able to deny a lot of that late investment that was Moonglade on that Xayah.
Indeed, and you just see it here. They pick apart the fights constantly. It is constantly Bungo on the back of the fights, the flanks, every single time. And honestly, the amount of damage Croatoa was putting down in those big team fights and those big 5v5s was insane. But it was the decision making for me that stood out for Texas State. That was not present whatsoever in game number 1.
No, not whatsoever. And another issue of it too is maybe a little bit more of that push, that extra engagement power that had come into Texas State's composition as well. This time around, also on ban, had the Rakan, had a little bit more confidence to be mobile, create an engagement, create a fight to start it, but then dip right back out and assist Croatoa when it came to healing the marksman away. So overall, the changes in the draft did create some vast improvements. But I don't know if I'm fully convinced yet, to be fair. I feel like the one I am truly like, okay, this is something you should probably take away, is Bongo on that Akali. He's someone that he's been able to get solo kills in game 1 and then is able to just dominate in game 2 very single-handedly. And I feel like the only reason why the Twitch was something that could obliterate people was because of the fact that the Xayah didn't really turn out the way that Kansas expected them to. It was something that wasn't able to duel effectively against the Twitch and struggled against the Rakan as well, mostly to that end. So for me, I need to see a little bit more action coming in from Danny Boy. He's felt like that passenger. He's gotten the dragons, yes, but it's felt like the dragons that are just like Kansas doesn't care about them that much. And to that, it's like, okay, well, there's something else happening on the map that's being dealt with. But yes,
we at University of Kansas have learned from their mistakes. We won't be switching up sides for the third game. University of Kansas on the blue side yet again. Ban away the Twitch, aha, and the Draven, and potentially the Lucian here. Texas State University back on the red side again for the third time. Akshan Kled ban.
Pushing forward, seeing if we can get additional bans here and there that Texas State might be considering. There's also like the
there you go, it's the Akali ban.
There's the Akali. Thank goodness. Okay, so those are both taken off of the table, but it does leave open the Galio still that they had banned out. The Amumu was taken away as well. The Ziggs is still free too. So there's a lot going on here that has not been fully gone just yet. Not to mention Camille, still there. University of Kansas, I feel like
they're still going to do it again.
Like, it's going to be Camille Zinzao.
They're going to do it again.
It's like, okay, Akali's gone. We can do Camille Zinzao again, right? Question mark.
Maybe? We got rid of the Twitch too, right? Okay, yeah, cool.
Like, there's nothing wrong with the Zinzao Camille Twisted Fate. There's nothing wrong with it.
That's one that didn't get taken away, though, and that's one that is a huge pickup for the setup of Texas State University, and especially with, you're looking at the champion pools in Isle of Bands, most played, highest win rate, and by far most played is the Thresh that gets locked in.
True. Taking that one away. Another playmaker support as well for Texas University to see if they can put it onto band and cause some chaos amongst the ranks of University of Kansas. But this is the question now for us. Is it just going to be Camille Twisted Fate again, or like Camille support or TF support? that is where it's like, because again, I don't think it's it's busted in a sense of like, oh, Texas solved it. I still think it's just a very effective 3-man style that they can use, and then they can plug and play a lot of bot lanes. But it's the bot lane that, like, if the bot lane fails, then the 3-man powerhouse still can't win, because they eventually do fall off in sort of this mid to late power trough where there is an opening for Texas State to come back.
This is what worked for them in game number 1, as Ziggs locked in 3rd pick for University of Kansas.
Yeah, and Ziggs can be plug and played with pretty much any support. Amumu is not the only reason why that is such a chaos. You could just go with a Leona if you want. You could go with a roaming support like an Alistar or a Braum or a Bard, excuse me, or even a Rakan, which is also available. Rakan would be pretty decent to set up as well. So there's a lot of things that University of Kansas can do in the support department. Though with Texas, do they ban the Twisted Fate? That might be something that they're going to say, okay, we'll just get rid of that and call it a day, because it has been doing all right in both lanes. I haven't been worried about it. Haven't had any concern whatsoever when it comes down to just like lane matchups and prio, and even in the team fights. I think Jace has been doing a phenomenal job landing those destinies and getting onto the proper targets with the gold cards. He's had a couple hiccups here and there for sure. I won't count him out about that, but it just looks like to me Texas, yeah, they're okay with the TF.
They are, and the Galio was actually banned from them, which is an interesting one. They were the ones that picked that one up in game number 2, or game number 1 rather. And now the set ban by University of Kansas, targeting that top lane pool a little bit, but the Lucian is telling to me, because it feels like a bit of flex potential coming through here. TF does join that ban table, as well as the Victor by University of Kansas.
So we're gonna have a new mid lane to come in as well, and this is where you start to think of other roaming mid lanes that could possibly activate the Xin Zhao effectively. The Yone being locked in almost instantaneously, I think that's going into the top hands of Bungo. He's been playing a lot of Yone recently, and when I look at what Candy does, Candy, yeah, has a couple games on the Yone as well, though both of these players don't have like very immaculate like ratios on them either. They don't feel influential. Yone's a strong character, honestly. Yone is like a champion that can play itself almost. But when it comes down to like lane performance and situations, we don't have a lot going for them that gives me a good, favorable thumbs up with that pick, especially when it is blind. So we'll have to see how that comes into play.
Are they really about to do it to him? It is locked in, so we get the Braum Lux locked in as the last 2 picks for University of Kansas.
Oh, geez. Okay, so the Lux, that's kind of a counter into Yone hypothetically, because it's like you just literally put him into a, like, he dashes in front of you and he pretty much gives you that visible notification, which is like, I am attacking you and I'm attacking you this way. So the Lux can give that visibility of saying, okay, well, I'm just going to snare you and you don't have a way to get out of it. You don't have any like horizontal mobility against me. And that's what Lux is great at stopping. But the Ahri is something that can actually have that horizontal mobility. And that is where the Yone going to the top side against the Camille, it were going to be interesting to see how that matchup sort of interacts with one another, because we usually see the Yone in the mid lane. But with the Ahri and the Lux, that's more volatility that I'm really enjoying. And I actually kind of favor Texas just barely when it comes down to team fights and preparing the fight. But once it gets into the thick of it and during laning phase and lane management, Kansas is the one that actually wins out with the Lux, being able to clear faster, blow people up a lot faster as well, and has a little bit easier ease of execution when it comes down to these team fights as well. It's like, it's a front to back. You got a Brahmin and Xin Zhao in front, Camille's finding the pinch, and can also go front to back as well with the Hextech Ultimatum. Ziggs and Lux will be in the back trying to push off this Yone and this Ahri. So it's a little bit more cut and dry for me there. Where Texas State, you're shorter ranged, but man, you've got some damage.
You definitely do with that Ahri final piece to the puzzle. It looks like we are going to get the Thresh Lucian bot lane. I love that Lucian is back in the meta, a lot of strength in that fashion, but I worry heavily for the lack of range in Lucian's kit against the composition of University of Kansas. But that's where the Ahri and the Yone can back it up.
Oh, for sure. And there's no real like grounding abilities either, so it's something that you can still be fairly mobile with his Texas State composition. The only issue is that Hextech ultimatum of being in a position where if Sopachi gets onto, let's say onto Lucian, onto Croatoa, that Lucian is locked there into
Yeah.
a nightmare of a situation where he is taking Zigzalt, Luxalt, Xin Zhao, and when people try and go in and try and assist, that's where that Braum comes in and says, all right, well, I'm getting some additional resistances. I'm going to be able to block the culling. Sure, the Braum's not going to be as tanky as you would perceive, but that's a lot of stuff that he's going to be able to to deny out of the damage. Blocking Ari Orb, blocking Lucian culling, those two high damage pieces could really turn the tide if those get canceled out, or if they're able to wiggle through the defenses of Kansas.
And my biggest question is how University of Kansas expect to execute this composition. It feels like they have a lot of differing things going for them. A little bit of comfort, obviously, with some of these picks coming through, but it's all about the execution of these team fights, I feel like. And yes, you can look at the side lane play with the Camille and Xin Zhao combo through the top side, but necessarily you're looking to try to get the advantage and utilize the amount of AoE you have in front of these objectives. And that's something that University of Kansas failed to do last game, but that they're trying to make up for going into this third game, where Texas State University just taking full confidence, full momentum from game 2.
Oh, definitely. And sometimes you got to give the benefit of the doubt to the team that had just previously won, right? The momentum that you can carry just off of that victory gives you that extra push of saying, all right, well, Bungo has that energy to go against this top side, against Sopachi, and really take it to him. And even then, even for Danny Boy, who hasn't had as many forward aggression plays on the Volibear, but has, when you see in that previous game, he got that tankiness. He knows that Bungo can take out some of those carries. Well, I'm going to be in the front line. I'm going to jump right in, deny some of these turrets, so you can create that environment to cause some chaos and create the team fight that Texas State is looking for. So a lot of that momentum could play into favor. And we can't just ignore the fact that this is, again, Sopachi, that Masters tier top laner, against the Plat 2 top laner of Bungo. This is another iteration of just rank doesn't matter, I guess, and it's more of just working with your team, synergizing with your team, and being that better teammate instead of that better player.
We're going to have to find out. We are sitting into a break before our final game of the night. Which one of these two teams will continue their playoff dream? We'll find out. We'll be back. final hour of tonight. It is the final game of the evening. Texas State University taking on the University of Kansas for their life and their trip to the semifinals.
Both their trips on the line, with Texas State coming off of a very dominant Game 2 victory. But it was Kansas.
No level 1 with the Braum? What is this? What world are we living in, Coco? What kind of shenanigans is this? I am disappointed in Groovy.
No longer Groovy. Remove one Groovy from your Groovy
Only
name.
one Groovy.
Just Groovy.
That's all he gets.
What a world we live in. But it is a 5-point spread once again, playing it safe, playing it slow. Though, I have to reiterate on what you discussed too, with like early vision, right? Getting information. They sit on the 5-point, nothing happens, no information
Nobody
is
gets
dropped.
vision.
No one learns where anyone is going. And then it's the most solo queue shenanigans that we see
We
for
got
a
the
little
word
while.
in the alcove bush from Moongla. At least, University
Very
of Kansas
cool.
put down some of their wards.
Okay.
We did get the red buff ward from Danny Boy though, as he goes to start
Defensive ward, yeah. Seeing if Spix back
his
Spock
both
will
starting
try and
on the bottom side this time though, Coco.
Gotta prioritize this top side of the map. It's been the name of the game for Kansas University for 3 out of 3 games with this Camille and Xin Zhao combination. And they made it work once. They just need to make it work again.
How do you feel about the Yone into the Camille though? I feel like it's such
I'm
weird matchup.
So it's something where Yone is a champion that's very strong at like those, like just being able to get in first, challenge you first, hit that, hit the shield proc on his W, and then be able to do a little bit of damage, and then just like dip back out through his spirit form, right? With Camille, it's a little bit difficult because not only can she at level 6 lock you down and keep you in a confined space even after you proc your spirit form, but also she has that additional adaptive shielding off of her passive that makes it difficult for Yone to stick a lot of damage, which is varying of magic and armor, onto her. So he kind of gets a little bit of a cut there and a handicap over to Sapachi on that end. So I'm curious to see how well Bungo will be able to play out, but I'd say the junglers and the mid laners are going to be the ones that determine this game for the majority of the early start, seeing which mid laner gets prio first, for the junglers to get scuttles to prio on those neutral objectives, which Danny Boy has been able to achieve a lot of dragon priority thanks to Croatoa and to Candy. But on the other end, it's Kansas who's been able to win the Rift Heralds because of Sopachi getting that prio and that aggression that Spixback Spock.
Oh, this is going to work for Spixback Spock. This is a huge moment. This is a game-changing position for University of Kansas as Jace has made the roam first. Flashes come out, but first blood goes to Spixback Spock.
And a wonderful catch, as you had mentioned. That be a potential, I have to say, is going to be a double scuttle here from Spixback Spock on the Xin Zhao. He'll claim this one, immediately run down to the bottom lane. But look at where Band and Croatoa
that's
are.
good play.
They're
That's
like,
really good team play from Texas State.
make sure that he doesn't get this this additional double scuttle, so we're going to take it for ourselves and achieve that for our own resources. So they know that that's being taken. I'm going to go ahead and call that one off. And you get some additional gold onto your Lucian as well, 77 additional gold. Pretty nice. It's like a health that's like a control ward and then some change. Pretty good.
Not too bad, and especially for Croto, who needs to perform on this one. Needs to get a lead, at least it feels like, on the Lucian against a Ziggs, who will be fine just farming it up and making it to late game.
Indeed. If they can try and look for a pinch, but this is a very beefy backlined wave for the side of Kansas University in that bottom lane, so just play it safe, see if you can freeze it out a little bit. And then on the other end of the map, Yone went back a little early for Bungo, decided to go for the double long swords, trying to play it a little bit more cautiously in a sense of quick burst, hard shove, cash in for the cheap buys, so you have that statistical advantage. Like I mentioned earlier, the defenses and just sort of how Camille can interact with Yone, you need that additional stat to help push through.
Spixback Spock just stopped his back when he was just about to finish it, which means he's going to be on a pretty rough timer. comparatively, where you have Danny Boy already on the map. We have our first dragon of the game. It is just the Cloud Dragon to start us off.
Yep. I'm not too worried about the delayed timer as it was, just because Zhao is looking to prioritize.
I thought maybe with the
top
priority they had in bot lane, Texas State would look for a dragon,
Sure.
but it actually looks like they're going to get aggressed on by Groovy, who hooking up a storm on Isle of Ban, but those kids, it's not an auto attack champion. You're as Moonglade, you're just trying to use as much as you can to get the ability damage off. And yes, you can auto attack. They're few and far between. You can see that Isle of Ban only got 2 of those stacks put on.
Yeah, but also look at these summoners that are now exhausted on the side of Texas. The fact
Very
that
true.
Groovy got out alive is amazing in its own right. He too also had to use a lot of his summoner spells to disengage. That's that whole. This is the whole discussion that it is with Bungo. Seeing that evasion with the sphere form, Bungo is not comfortable on this champion. He used it as an evade tool, and if you mind game with Bungo again, I think he's done. But you got to be
the one-off trades
cautious.
are really in Sopachi's favor there. He also has the ignite ready to go, where Bungo doesn't have any response to that. Very difficult to deal with, but it will be a little while until we see that go down. Sopachi backing and actually not completing the back as both junglers prepping up this top side of the map.
Yep, taking this one, no worries. Grab it up, but being in a little bit of a pinch.
Will be spotted
We'll
out
try and
here.
force
Sopachi, he needs to play up so that Spixpack can get out, and will do just that.
Do it fine and dandy. He'll disengage, loop back around, take his Gromp, and then say, all right, well, let's check this mid lane. I saw that ping coming in from Groovy, showing that he is ready to try and look for this dragon, or at least get some vision on it at the very least, so that they can prepare to keep eyes on where Danny Boy might be setting his sights on. So
Sopachi just really wants to back.
he does.
Hasn't been able to yet. But that also means that he's going to be forced to utilize that TP if he doesn't want to lose that wave too heavily, and then Bungo will be on a TP advantage.
Yeah, and this is where I'd say Spixpack
He's gonna save it.
held.
Oh, maybe not.
I think he's waiting to see. Okay, I'm gonna say if he was waiting to see if Bungo was gonna stay around a little bit longer, but instead, just the motions that currently Kansas is providing. They're just keeping
So
lanes neutral.
that's
and they're
something
not
big to keep an eye on. So is Bungo now does have TP advantage. So I
Yes.
would like to see them try to get this Yone ahead. Be super important. I feel like as a whole for Texas State, they do have a lot of pieces that need gold, right? Yone, Lucian, they need to be getting gold, and they need to be getting these item spikes going for themselves. So I would like to see some proactive plays coming from Texas State after losing that first blood.
Right, and you haven't had Kansas University try and stick their heads out into the river too much. Sure, they've been going for scuttles, and there's a little safety control word in the Dragon Pit at the moment, but they haven't been doing roams like this, where Jace is just walking down river to look for an attack onto bottom lane. So with that, they haven't had the capability to punish, nor has really Danny Boy been pushing forward. So here comes Spix back with the Dragon pressure, sort of pushing it towards his bottom lane. But it's more of just to see if anyone's making movements, to see, okay, well, maybe we can tell if Danny Boy's down here and they're confident to try and challenge this fight, or we're going to try and bait him into a poor position. Texas doesn't take the bait, and now it's sort of a reverse tables. Okay, now Texas is going to try and see if they can put down a little lure and try some challenge. But Croatoa in a bad position here. Forced to use heal.
We'll have to utilize that heal as well. So there's another summoner spell burned, and Spixback Spock now feeling confident. TP is going to be called from Bungo. There's that TP advantage, and Stormbringer changing the fight. Croatoa here with the calling. Candy on the back. It's going to go the way of Texas State. They had the TP advantage. They called for the play, and they take advantage of the misstep of University of Kansas.
And that's kills going over to both Croatoa and to Bungo, two huge players that need those cash-ins.
Do they get this? Final Spark available for Jays. He gets hooked.
Okay.
Final Spark comes out anyways, but the smite is too quick. And there goes Jays. Danny Boy bites down.
Very well done there from Ban 2. I was a little bit concerned for him going in, but then you see that both Jays and Moonglade had no mana whatsoever. So it was an easy kill pickup for them to make it 1-3 on the board with the Dragon. But the gold is very much the same. CS game is still in Kansas University's favor, and that additional turret plate gives Sopachi some extra gold. So yes, you get the Cloud Dragon, but at the cost of a turret plate, might be enough for Sopachi to go in and cash in on a Phage and prepare for that Divine Sunder in a short minute of time. And if you have Spock, who, again, this is supposed to be a top lane focused composition for a little bit to try and focus onto getting this Camille ahead and getting side lane pressure. We haven't had Xin Zhao gank this top lane yet, nor has Jays looked at this top side either. Though Rift Herald is going to be the next neutral objective that's on the board that both these teams will be eyeing for, and it is Groovy that's going to be the first to call for the supports to roam out.
And I do wonder how quickly we see the movement from University of Kansas onto that Rift Herald. It has been quick in past games. It looks like they're already getting ready for it here. As you were mentioning, Groovy is already there. Though Danny Boy is towards this top side doing the red. Might want to check the Rift Heralds there or go for the continued clear, as you do have Jays moving here as well.
It's like no motions are coming out from Texas outside of that roam that you mentioned by Band to challenge this Herald, so this Herald will break. And now you have a tool here in the hands of Kansas University to look at this top side of the map. Now they just need to make sure that they have the manpower and that there is a lack of resources available for Texas to try and counteract this. And unfortunately, the resources are there. Texas has the TP from Candy and has the capability to detach and look for this challenge. It is up to the motions.
Here waiting in the bush as well. They're just going to go for it under tower. TP is called. This has been the play every time. Stormbringer out. Spock dies. Yes, they trade one, but it's not enough to get away from it. Candy is going to clean house. That's 2 kills for the Ahri.
And this is the fact that they didn't check all of their boxes before they hit the go button. They didn't look for where Danny Boy was to see if he could come in for the counter engagement. They knew that the Candy had the TP, but the information either wasn't relayed or they were okay with that coming into play. And because Bungo is able to at least get off his final cut there for his ultimate, for Fate Sealed, he is able to condense everyone into a kill zone for Danny Boy to just dogpile right on top of him with the Storm God. And boom, they get some kills back, 2-6 in their favor. Immense gold going over to them with a victorious dive. Or a failed dive.
It's not only the mechanics, it's the macro play. They have been keeping eyes on the teleports used by University of Kansas. They've been holding theirs. That's 2 TP plays now that we've seen in a row from Texas State that has duped University of Kansas.
Very true. And even with all of that, 2 kills to 6. The gold is still almost dead even. 1,000 gold is the disparity. A lot of that is onto Candy and onto Bungo, who themselves could really take this game over and cause some ruckus amongst the leaves. As a matter of fact, the 600, 700 gold efficiency here, Jays is in favor. But again, it's some gold there onto pretty much sparse between everybody. Though that shutdown gold is onto Candy, which could be a little bit of concern. Yes, you're down economically, but with the shutdown gold that you have with the 2 kills, you don't want to be putting yourself out into danger. So Pachi here looking for some fighting.
Oh my god.
That Divine Sunder hurts.
That did so much damage.
Okay.
Just leave, Bungo. Leave.
Yeah, at this point, the Bungo is dead if he stays. No matter what. However, Groovy and Moonblade, they might not be dead here. They might be able to, like, okay, now I see Danny Boy. Okay, they are dead, but could they get out with a man advantage? Could they trade 1-for-1?
Rift Herald was used top, Bungo got out, but now the fight in bot. Moonblade is already dead, and here's the dive, nicely executed so far. At least well Groovy dies to Croatoa, and nicely done. First tower does fall, University of Kansas, but kills still piling up in Texas State's corner.
And Jays is just sitting in mid lane, accruing up that gold. 40 CS lead in the Lux, and has 3 turret plates to boot. They get this top tier as well.
Bungo might just die here if they stay. Yeah,
dead.
He's just dead. He might get out now, but he has to go back. They're just going to bait it out. Candy is here, and enough reinforcements there. Going to get Bungo out.
But Dragon's up in 4 seconds. Where are the members here to try and challenge this? I see Moonglade teleported to mid lane. They might just forfeit this Dragon over.
Yep,
because it's going to take a while for them to get there. They'll just give it up, and then I'd say look to mid. Look to mid turret, break that open. Don't worry about this. Just make sure that you have the vision controlled up, and then pressure this turret here in mid lane so you can get some additional pinch moves.
Another Ocean Soul, my goodness.
What is that,
we just lucky?
4 for 6? Yeah, 4 for 6. Isn't it?
Again, I'm gonna highlight the fact that I'm not good with memory and numbers, so I'm just gonna opt out of that one. Maybe we can get production to tell us how many we.
Pretty sure it was 4 for 6.
It will be full resets looking like coming out from University of Kansas after that.
Oh my. Very true. As we'll be looking towards 15 minutes in with those turrets down in the top side of the map. You gotta... I'm not too sure if that is 100% worth just yet. Is it a lot of gold? Yeah, it's 500 local gold to Spixbaxbog and Zopachi. So they are now in a decent spot where, hey, they have a good amount of gold in themselves. However, it is a very shallow lane for Bungo Balls to defend, and it's a very deep lane for Zopachi to try and invest in.
Yeah.
So could there be room for scaling potential and sort of like a weak investment lane for Texas? Yes, but it is all a matter of if and sort of how Kansas and Texas sort of apply themselves throughout the rest of the map, because a lot of it is currently in mid lane right now. We're trying to see if we can break this map open in favor of one of the other teams.
That movement from Texas State is gonna end up in their favor here so far. TP behind Jays as Bungo has shown up. Now he's getting a TP of his own. They're committing to this fight. Jays connects it. Final spark out, and now Zopachi's here. Is he going to die after the fate sealed? No, he's still alive. He can reactivate for the damage count. And there you go. Zopachi finally gets it. Now the fight's continuing, and Stormbringer comes away. And now it's just Texas State again doing what they've done every game since game number 2 and picking apart University of Kansas.
And not only that, it's also Kansas University is just struggling to make one-for-one trades valuable. Yes, they're getting kills, and yes, they're finding this catch onto Bungo, but it's causing too many resources to be exhausted. It's just... So Pachi and Jays, they immediately drop to almost 0 health within trying to fight a 2v1 against Bungo. And then from there, it's just easy pickings for Candy and Croatoa to just take out the rest of the team, because the 2 damage dealers are busy trying to fight one Yone, and that's it. Like, fate is quite literally sealed after that, where even though he dies, the manpower of a 3v4 is now in favor of Texas, and they take this game over, where you have Candy on his 4 Noari, which has debatably been one of like the champions in mid lane that never has just enough damage, but has just enough mobility to be obnoxious, right? And it's like, hey, you're taking out the part that she doesn't need to have the damage because Bungo is dropping everyone to 1 hit, so just come in with...
I can't believe you survived that long. That's insane.
Yeah, Shield Bow's a silly item. I'll just say that. Shield Bow is a very, very silly item, and I think it's getting nerfed next patch. Not entirely too sure on that, but back to the game at hand. Rift Herald will be taken by Texas State at 18 minutes, and they can use it to sort of break this map open. Speaking of a nice catch.
Culling not going to actually connect there afterwards.
The only other room for concern for Texas State, though, is still the Ziggs. Moonglade 0-1 on the Ziggs, starting to deal some damage now, starting to be a room for concern, and yes, your team is a little bit more mobile, can get in and out of those sort of kill zones very quickly. If you're stuck there, or you have a poor mistiming, and Moonglade is able to punish onto that, you're going to be hurt, and you can already see the pushing power that this team has with a Lux and a Ziggs. It doesn't matter if you're winning the fights, they will take your turrets down quickly.
Jays is within final spark range of probably killing this duo here, but that's already a tower in mid lane
Lux,
down.
Hello? Final spark? I would have final sparked that.
Is available for Candy if he wants to, you know, make something happen in the next little bit, but can be responded to immediately, and there's really nothing that Texas State can do at the moment until the next setup for the fight, because all University of Kansas are trying to find are picks.
That's all they want. Even if they're winning the fights, they're still losing in the economy because of turret plates that have been lost, turrets that have been destroyed, minion like farming differential. Like, you still see the farming differential between the majority of these players. Yes, the only one that's really in favor of them is that jungle, which is just a 10 CS differential compared to like the 30s and the 40s that are happening right now. The massive turret plates is very much carrying this team, as now it's a challenge, it's a race between these two teams. Ocean Dragon will be taken, but at the cost of a turret and a third, or 2/3 as that is, with that Shelly being able to get that second ram down.
And now we go to a 4-1 setup from Texas State. They do have Andy in the side lane with the TP available. It's going to dissolve pretty quickly, though. And Texas State try to find their lane assignments.
I don't think they need to find any particular lane assignments. I feel like their team can very much mix and match. It's very easy 1-3-1s. Just control the side waves. Make sure that they're pushing in your favor so you can maneuver around the jungle and at ease. Where Kansas is the one that needs to be a little bit more niche of like, all right, who's answering who can challenge this fight? So Bungo.
He had teammates here. TP now from Candy as we were highlighting, but Bungo has to go back in. Fate sealed to get away, and Danny Boy's in some trouble now too. There's the culling though. Candy hits the backside, and Danny Boy gets the kill. That's a rampage for the Bear, and a double kill makes it even more so. That's an immediate Baron turn from Texas State.
100%, but they still have to deal with the Ziggs and the Lux, who have their ultimates available to try and poke and prod in here. Do they try and challenge this? It's going down very quickly because of the composition that they have. So Will
gotta get in there, throw those. Mega Inferno Bomb is just now coming off cooldown. It's not done yet. There it comes. But now they want the fight. Groovy's caught out already. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Now it won't be available to try and finish off here. Jays, the saving grace for University of Kansas, does the final spark, seal the deal. There's the damage, but the smite and the execution from University of Kansas. No, wait.
You've got to deny them the recalls.
Yeah, it's too much. It's
deny
too
the
much.
recalls. That's all you got to do.
There's
Get
no
out.
way. They're going to try to go for it. I love it. They can't connect the death sentence, so there's the follow-up. Hextech Ultimatum, they're just bouncing all over the place, trying to get members out. And the ones that do survive are Danny Boy and Bungo.
But at least now Texas has a at least sizable gold lead, 3,000 gold in their favor now. And with Baron power play onto 3 members, they can at least apply it to all lanes and try and pressure onto Kansas with Texas's powerhouse that they have. Looking at how everyone is scored up at the moment, I would have to say, I still think 1-3-1 might be the best here, or 4-1. I'm thinking 4-1, and you put Bungo on the side lane because he's still almost impossible to kill. Yon can get out, he can take a lot of damage, and with the shield bow, he has very high survivability, and he can stall just long enough for Candy and Danny Boy to show up just in time to help continue the fight out and to finish any of the kills that Bungo was not able to acquire. And while the 4 members in this mid lane can siege up, the only issue is that they're again a short-range team against a Ziggs and a Lux, which are having some difficulty for themselves because they can just clear the waves from afar and be fine and dandy.
Absolutely.
It's going to be very tough to have a good, strong argument for this Baron power play against such a defensive and siege-focused composition. Even though you are triple their kills and triple, like, 3,000 gold up. Like, to beat such a defensive team, you need to be very, very far ahead and need to be very confident. And it still looks like that confidence is there from Texas State. They are being very front forward with their comp. But they need to find that extra pinch. Just maybe Danny Boy on the back line to deactivate these turrets. Or maybe Bungo getting a solo kill on the side lane. Just those small little pushes to be like, all right, we've got this. And then they can hit that go button.
Yeah, the poke game is too strong to let them just continue to do so for Texas State. They want to get any lasting damage down. Now Bungo actually looking for it, gets a decent amount of damage on Sopachi. There's still 38 seconds on this Baron buff, and see how much Texas State want to utilize that. They've kept constant pressure in the side lane and mid.
Dragons in 45 seconds as well, and that looks like it will be going over to Texas State in the current situation of the map, in the current map state as it is. Though it could turn at the tide at any moment. Like you said, 15 seconds until this Baron power play is gone. That trade looks a little bit different to me now that we look at Chapter 2, Lennon. Is Bungo losing out on that fight?
It goes a little topsy-turvy occasionally, especially because that Executioners is going to be really, really useful for Sopachi.
Yeah, definitely going to be doing some damage there. Got to be looking out for Jays. Ooh, brutal damage from there.
Was almost Krotoa getting caught out though. Mega Inferno Bomb, make sure the damage sticks. Bungo 1v1 against Sapachi. Just has to wait this out for Sapachi. He
Oh
does
my
about half his health of damage. Fate Sealed not going to connect. There's the Hextech Ultimatum. This is a tight 1v1. Who's going to come away? Bongo gets the kill and comes away with a solo bolo. Now we're in front of the Dragon Pit, but it's University of Kansas. We're in the driver's seat in this one. Is it about to go off the edge?
Oh,
Bungo
Jace.
has TP. Here it comes. Stormbringer comes in. Candy is unstoppable now. And Spix back Spock in the middle of chaos. Croatoa just annihilates Moonglade. And that's an ace. That's an ace for literally nothing. And Texas State kick University of Kansas out the car.
And with that, this is the confidence that Texas State needed. The solo kill into the side lane by Bungo, and then the wonderful pick there from Candy. We were talking about how Lux, she's fine with you being a vertical engager like a Yon is, but a multiple angle Ahri that can dodge, duck, dip, dive wherever she needs to go to evade those lockdowns and to evade those snares from Lux and Ziggs. She can get into those small corridors where she can hit that charm onto Jaws and start the fights off to give that green button for Texas State to take those fights and dominate those contentions. And from here on, Kansas, they've been staying in this game due to the defense and the stability of their composition. But at this point, they are no longer on balance. They are on the back foot, 6,000 gold down, side lane out of control, 4v4, losing to the wayside. Is now up to a very big mistake from Texas to give Kansas another glimmer of hope here in this game, or at least another botched fight as again another fight starts here.
He gets Spix back Spock down to almost nothing. Has to pop the Crescent Guard. They're following this up. This is a 4v5, and they have barely lost anything on the side of Texas State. A tower goes down in the side lane. They are on to inhib towers now in the bottom lane as Bungo continues to push, and the decision from University of Kansas is to back away.
Bungo will be able to take this bottom lane, no problem. Numbers are too slow to the call. He will get turret, but he will not get inhibitor without the cost of his life. And there we go, Bungo.
He's just going to commit
Will
to the
die
fight here. Bungo is eventually going to die. Fate Seal comes away, tries to do as much damage as he can, but this goes down. A bounty will be handed over eventually. Maybe. That healing is insane, but the shutdown goes to Sopachi.
Yon is just it's a champion that plays itself sometimes. You get some lifesteal, and without immense heal cut, it is very difficult for some of these players and some of these champions to really duel him effectively. And surviving for such a long time, and even with sort of the misplays that Bungo is throwing out, like dipping out into spirit form way too early to avoid skill shots, and then causing situations to where he's always coming back to the center point of the kill zone, it's leaving in a place where it's like, yes, it's great he's on the side lane, because then these mistakes, which are severely punished in team fights, are not actually happening in the team fights. So for himself, good on you for being able to survive this long, but it's really on the back of Danny Boy and Candy at this stage now, where they are finding the picks, they're finding the engagements to always get a cash win. Hold on.
This is all at University.
Might be doing a Fnatic push.
This is all they've been trying to do. Danny Boy gets caught by it too. Stormbringer brings him back almost to full, and there's the turnaround for the Texas State. Fate Sealed on the back, and again, it's about to be another ace. They can't fight anything in these fights. Yes, you get a shield back. Spix back Spock might turn it around, but he cannot do so. So Pachi is in mid lane. The last one from University of Kansas, he literally just has to watch as the team is dismantled.
There's nothing for him to do. There's no way that he can poke, and that fight there also, all of the burst damage, almost every single bit, was dumped onto Danny Boy's Volibear, and he survived through every single inkling of damage. Through all the Lux damage, through the Ziggs, the Mega Inferno Bomb missed multiple targets as well. And with all of that, now hitting that 10,000 gold lead, this game is over for...
And that's the biggest thing for me is like,
Kansas.
you can hold on in those damage profiles as the University of Kansas to get in the later game. And yes, you had the CS advantages, but it didn't matter. You were losing fights constantly, and now we see that's multiple aces for nothing in return to University of Kansas. And it just gets that much steeper of a climb. for them to come back into this game.
Yep.
And yes, you can look at miracle steals. We've already seen it in this series so far. And you've got 25 seconds for an Ocean Soul of Texas State.
And the more I look at how the series went out, the more I see that University of Kansas, their game 1 performance was very much a fumble by Texas State. It seemed that for some reason they were not ready for that Twisted Fate and Camille combo. They did not have the answers for it with their draft. Now that they are in places where they are comfortable with their picks and that they have the priority that they want out of their composition, that is where this real power of Texas State is coming into play as we have this final fight for the soul.
There's the soul already gone. The fight's already gone. They have TP on the backside, but now you're just getting a back channel by Spock. That's not the way you want to go down. And that's very unfortunate for the University of Kansas.
At this stage, I'd say just grab this top lane wave right here and call it good.
Ooh. Nope. Bungo gets away with the shield bow
Shield
activation
bow's
there.
Shield bow's great.
Jace. He was waiting. Bungo, stop it!
See? Giving me a heart attack over here with those spirit forms, but nonetheless. Yep, TP coming in from Candy.
This is a really
Smart
mentally
play.
taxing game, I will say, for University of Kansas, right? It just seems like nothing went right for them so far, so
Yeah,
I can
sure.
understand some frustration coming out, for sure. But it is going to be the final touches here for Texas State as they push in all 3 lanes, look for all 3 inhibs, put the nail in the coffin on University of Kansas.
That super minions will be flooding in shortly, but I don't think that any super minions are going to be at the victory screen. And this is the final fight, the final showdown. Texas State looking to close this one out.
The Winions are strong. The final spark comes away, but it's the final death rattle of the University of Kansas. Big Fate Seal's going to make sure that is sealed in. Spock, one of the only damage dealers left, but it's the Nexus focus. It's Texas State moving on to the semifinals.
And a dominant performance at that. And I guess it goes to show, yeah, Kansas, very big fluke on that game 1. Texas State was just not prepared for the composition. They drafted a little bit awkwardly. And once we actually got into the series where Texas State sort of slapped themselves silly and said, all right, let's wake up, let's focus up. And that is really when it turned the game on its head. Kansas got absolutely rocked in this 3rd game, and this is going to show how dominant Texas State University is in these quarterfinals.
It was like that in game 2 too, though. Like Texas State manhandled them in game number 2.
Yeah,
and that's what the craziness, and that's also why I just love Collegiate League of Legends, because you have moments like these.
And it was through multiple members, right? In game 2, it was very much on to Bongo with the Akali getting the right catches, getting into that backline instantaneously.
Bongo.
And shutting people down. Yeah, well, like bingo bongo, like bang the
bingo,
bongo
bongo.
Yeah,
That's
bingo bongo bongo,
first.
and being able to like get those successful like catches onto the backline. But then in game 3, it was Candy and it was Danny Boy who were able to find those pinches as well. Also, we have to give a shout out as well to Kroatoa, who also on Twitch
one of
really
the
well
main
in game 2.
highlighters that we put on, or one of the main highlights we put at the beginning of the day too.
Yeah, this is Kroatoa, who also did a phenomenal job as well. Didn't get the comfort picks that he wanted, except for the Twitch in game 2, which he was able to bring back. So it was something that they were able to get a lot of the comfort picks that they wanted, and then that comfortability and at least the team camaraderie, they were able to work together and get through. Was it as efficient as I would want it? Not really. We've had these teams for some reason who have struggled in the early game that are still able to make it out on top and find those catches and get those punishes. But it was kind of both ways this time around. The University of Kansas would set up conditions to win and victory points to achieve in their draft, and they wouldn't really enact upon them in an efficient manner. Where Texas State was sort of on that same foot through game 1. But then game 2, they were figuring that out. They're like, okay, these are the conditions we need to meet. These are the cons that we have to acquire. And then once that hit, after they're like, all right, we got dragons, check. And now we need to look for some winning lane conditions. That's when game 3 really took over by storm. And it's like, all right, yeah, sure. Yon doesn't look that great, but he still is doing just enough damage for Candy and Danny Boy to clean him up and call it a night.
The biggest thing for me is the stark contrast in just strategy and macro play that we have from game number 1 of Texas State, where I was looking at it like their communication is off, their timings are off.
Yeah.
It looked really rough in game number 1, but the decision making, the target calling in 2 and 3, it was next level. I mean, that was some of the best that we've seen all season long in the entirety of NACE Starleague. So I'm very, very excited and also curious to hear a little bit more of the background of Texas State University and especially that comeback. I mean, it was a little mini reverse sweep tonight.
It kind of was. And if I do recall correctly, I'm just going to check my tournament info here as well. It is Texas State that it was the 5th seed. It was an upset this time around. As a matter of fact, I think it was both 5th seeds were the ones that won out this time around. Because Toronto won, if I recall correctly, which was the 5th seed. Texas State was the 5th seed. So I have to look at the seeding because apparently something's up.
You have to look at the seeding. You gotta do some research.
I'm gonna have to look at the research a little bit more because 5th seeds both win in reverse sweeps against one another. Well, the Toronto won game 1 and then game 3, so there's that. But it's like in 3-game series they're able to come out on top, and they put dominant performances as well. So it's either these teams are just really showing expectation, but it also shows how close the competition is. That 5th seed and 4th seed are taking it to each other so much, so often.
I'm very excited because Coco, we are ready for our interview, and it is none other than, I'm going to say his full name this time because he deserves it. Bungo Balls, join us onto the interview desk. Let's hear a little bit about Texas State University's wonderful win here, the reverse sweep. How you guys feeling?
We're feeling great, dude. Like, I cannot say anything else but top gap throughout the series.
Oh no!
So,
he done did it to him, Coco. Oh no!
So yeah, that first game, that was my warm up. Camille Akali's like my favorite matchup, and I like griefed so hard the first game, but like second game I got it locked in.
It definitely was evident you had it locked in. Game 3 was a little rough for you, definitely. They put a lot of focus into the Yone top lane, but I gotta ask. I mean, this was an incredible comeback for you guys. To come into game number 1, it was rough. We were talking about that, like it was really rough, and a lot of communication seemed to break down. But the bounce back, man. Game 2, game 3, we said was some of the best League of Legends we've seen all season long here. So what was the change?
Yeah.
What was that switch, that flip for you guys?
So honestly, we haven't been practicing for the past 2 weeks, and we were thankfully so glad that the games were pushed back, and so we got like 2 flex games in, and the first game that was like our first like real competitive setting. So like once we had that first game down, like it was free from then on out.
Very true.
Little download going on.
Yeah. Let's dive in a little bit onto that game 2, where you said you were able to actually get into that lock, into that favorite matchup between the Camille versus the Akali. What is it about that matchup that you really enjoy, and what do you think after that double kill you got at that Dragon Pit that really set the switch for you to take that game over?
Oh yeah, what I love about it so much is just when she starts to E in at you, you just press W, press Shroud. She can't do anything. Like it's like there's no counterplay. You just sit out, wait out that Q, because obviously she has to Q a minion, then get the Empower Q to on you. So once you wait that on Shroud, you're ready to just unload because her cooldowns are too long to keep up with Akali. Then after that double kill, like it was nothing but solo queue for me. Like I was in that position so many times. I just know how to carry from then on out.
Very dope.
All right, I got a score to settle
like
here, man.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, people like to count me out for some reason because I'm plat 2 this season somehow.
I was just about to ask. You took the question right out of my mouth. You gotta settle a score here, man, because we're looking at op.gg's.
Yeah.
It's plat 2. You're going against a Master 237 LP. What is up with that, man? What's going on?
Dude,
what's the download
I swear,
tech?
my account is cursed. My account is cursed. Plus, and I swear this is true. Also, I'm so good at playing in team settings. Like, when I'm usually just the one screaming in fights, just flashbacks to when TSM yelled Vayne like over and over again. That's like all the comms are in team fights. We just scream targets like the whole time. It's really amazing. I love my team.
I love it, man. I absolutely love it. I want to give you a last little moment here. You got any shout outs? Anybody you want to call out or anything you want to talk about here before we let you go, man?
No, shout outs to the team, for real. I love my team. It's my favorite team I've been on at Texas State. It's really great when we just pop off in scrims, pop off in games, and we just go out drinking. We're probably gonna go party this weekend.
I love it, man. Got to go celebrate the
Yeah.
dub. But
Yeah.
make sure you're ready for semifinals next week. Thank you so much
Oh,
for joining us,
absolutely.
Bungo. It was an absolute pleasure to watch your games tonight. Have a great night.
You too.
Well, Coco, we got another 6-game night on our hands here. Not
Yeah.
too shabby for the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 split. It has been an absolute pleasure today. It has been chaos. It has been craziness. It has been our first bout of playoffs. And the fact that action's not even done, and this is only a part of the week of action that we have in NACE Starleague, is just crazy to me.
Yeah.
As we will be continuing on into the rest of the week. It was Overwatch and Rocket League kicking us off on Monday. Today was League of Legends, obviously. Call of Duty tomorrow, and CSGO on Friday, Coco.
Yep, and it's just nonstop action throughout the week, and honestly, almost throughout the entire nights as well, as you just pointed out. 6 games maxed out, and I feel like this
Bongos.
is just the tip of the iceberg for us, as we're going to be heading into the semifinals next week as well. I'm actually checking the calendar for that. If we're looking in, if you're looking to cheer on any of the teams that are coming into play, I'm just looking at like the match settings right now, like. York versus University of Toronto. That's going to be in the Northeast. St. Clair versus McMaster's. We had McMaster's on just last week. They're a dominant team. Keep an eye out of them. They're coming up November 9th. And so even throughout all of that, we even have multiple divisions, Northeast, Northwest, all of that. There's just so much League of Legends and just esports action across the map.
It's an actually incredible time to be a part of esports in general, but especially part of the NACE Star League. Thank you so much, Coco, for joining me for the evening. Thank you to the production team for at least making us look so good while we were casting these games. And everyone for tuning in. Thank you so much. It has been a long day. It's been a bunch of action, but it's been a fun one. We'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift, and make sure you tune in tomorrow for more.